Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this agendized item? This will be a closed session item. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. One case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this agendized item on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Clapp, would you lead us, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session, item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section.
Thank you, folks.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. Board action. There's no reportable action taken. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. This item will remain open through today's agenda. There was no reportable action taken during this morning's initial discussion on this item.
Thank you. Is there any announcements by staff or by board members? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. This is a general public comment period. This is a time to bring up any topic that is not on today's agenda. There will be another item-specific public comment period for those agendized items, and for any items pulled from the consent agenda. So if you're here to talk about a topic or an item that is on today's agenda, for instance, our ordinances and things that are on the regular agenda, this is not the time to make a public comment. You'll have that opportunity when we address that specific agendized item. I want to remind everybody of the respect that this chamber, the respect for the board and staff, and the respect for you, the public, while you're here. Today is going to be a very involved meeting. And I want everybody to understand that I will be very tolerant of the ability to speak your mind. But I will not condone any disrespect, any name-calling, or any action that will cause you to be removed from this chamber, which I will do. Once we set the ground rules, I'm sure we're going to have a very productive meeting. And I know that in the past, everybody has performed remarkably. I hope that will continue. Thank you. Sir?
Good morning, Joel Pitto, Paloma, Gwynn Mine Road. Still, after almost a year, is unrepaired, unsafe, and people are using it anyway. Somebody's going to go in the creek. They went in the creek a couple hundred yards down on my property a few weeks ago. Rather bad crash. Why I have a bee under my bonnet on this subject is I took two previous public works directors down there and showed them the spot that is caved in before it caved in, and I told them why it's going to cave in again, and the county did nothing. The county has continued to do nothing. I'm trying to market my property and trying to get the Gwynn mine reopened. And the fact that I cannot take any prospective buyer down there because it shows deep disrespect by the county to the property is a little disturbing to me. Mr. Krovitz, I started to slam a little bit last time, and I want to apologize for that because the man has taken a lot of time to keep me informed, to be polite, and to do things that are not always happening in this county. He's a good man, and I don't believe the responsibility lies with him. I've been told that he came and asked for the board to endorse an emergency resolution to get this road fixed, and you guys did nothing. That's sad. Also, last time I spoke a month ago, I gave a really impassioned, to me, speech about free speech. And I did not give credit to the person that wrote that speech. And I wish I was clever enough to have done it, but it was spoken by Mario Salvio in the steps of UC Berkeley Sproul Hall, 1964. It was the speech that started the free speech movement. There will be times today when people are tried, and I do hope, Mr. Oliveira, that you are flexible to the point that you accommodate more free speech than has been allowed. I think sometimes clapping is perfectly appropriate and entitled as rights of a citizen. So please, board, and please, Mr. Lutz, who nobody's picked on because we gave you some time to get adapted to in this county. Could you look into the situation on Gwynn Mine Road? It's a key emergency evacuation road that has been used a half a dozen times in the last year. And it should not be allowed to be the last item to be dealt with by this county.
Thank you, Mr. Peter.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Newman.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Devil Springs. Did anyone get up early enough to see the sunrise this morning? It was beautiful, really colorful. There's a saying, red skies at morning, sailors take warning. We may have some rocky seas ahead. I'm coming today to share with you a story I just heard. My friend's sister and husband returned from a tour in Europe, so many countries in so many days, and they said it was strange. Every country they visited except one, people approached them and questioned them about what's wrong with America. And they found themselves defending. I didn't vote for him. And they said the worst place was in England, where they were almost harassed. And they got real defensive, and they finally had to say, it's not all of our fault. Please forgive us. They left feeling either like they were a laughing stock or people were pitying them. And so it's just something to keep in mind how the common man across the world is viewing America or Americans at this point. And so I just like to say, as we make decisions, we know everything we do affects everyone else. We want to have the best examples to be set because we've had quite a history to represent. And finally, because I always bring words to define, my word for today is collusion. It means a secret agreement for a fraudulent or illegal purpose, a conspiracy, a planning or acting together secretly and usually for a nefarious purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. Good morning.
Good morning. Give me just a second. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry that I'm shaking. I really hate being in the public spotlight. My name is Sam Santry. My ancestors have fought for freedom in this country for 12 generations. This shit means something to me. The fact that our government has become so perverse that so much time has been wasted on a God-given plant is disgusting. It's literally disgusting. And the fact that that poor man can't get his road fixed because we're in here every day arguing about a plant, you people disgust me. And I had a whole thing prepared, but that road thing really irritated me. You people should be ashamed. And these pop people, they're victims. They're your victims. You understand that? The only reason they're not victims is because you made them criminals. But you're their
Sir,
aggressors.
you're on the edge here, okay?
That's fine. I'm going home.
Thank you for your service. Bye-bye.
I'm tired of watching this.
Hi, you guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy holidays. My name is Danielle Maxwell. I reside in Avery, and this is my son. Say JJ Benoit. I'm here today before you guys, my local government. My son is going to be, how old are you going to be?
I got 17 years old.
And where do you go to school?
Got
Yeah, and go.
yes.
All right.
Go for fast.
So I moved to this county because I want a better life for me and my son. I'm a single parent. JJ was diagnosed with hydrocephalus, Vater syndrome, CVI, nystagmus. He's missing his right kidney, right radial bone, and we are now currently dealing with epilepsy. I have been his caregiver 24/7. Proud to be. My son's a blessing to me. With that being said, when I moved to this county, in-home support services are ran a little bit different than the county I came from. The county I came from, I was trained in bloodborne pathogens, CPR, and universal precautions. We also had health care that was not a lottery. We did not have to wait on a waiting list. The health care that's being provided, I am considered a Calaveras County worker, is Symetra. Nobody knows who this is, and it's a smoking gun because it doesn't even qualify for the Obama qualifications, so I still get taxed at the end of the year or fined. I was a cash-paying patient because of this, and I was waiting on the lottery for in-home support services. During that time, my son receives his own money, SSI. I'm his payee, along with those in-home support services hours. When I walk into this county and I request some medical help because of some serious stuff, which I had thyroid surgery this January, I am told that I have a $1,400 share of cost because JJ is his own entity and is considered his own person, and I don't have any other dependents, and I walk into that county on paper as a single woman with his monies, so I do not qualify. $1,400 share cost, I cannot afford. I'm on a fixed income. It is easier for me to be a cash-paying patient and get the discounts and shop around for my biopsies, my iodine, my ultrasounds, my pap smears, my mammograms.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
If I may share,
Unfortunately, no. We have a 3-minute time limit. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I thought it was 10, otherwise I would have,
It's only 3. Thank you.
okay. So where do I go from this? Who do I speak with and follow up? Because my premiums are now
Ma'am.
going up 29%
Ma'am,
from
I'm gonna recommend you
141 a month
contact-
to 569.
Ma'am, I'm going to recommend you contact county offices and
I
they'll be
have,
able.
and I have.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we can't discuss it during this time.
Okay, so should I come
Thank you.
back
Thank
when
you.
we have
Next
more
speaker.
time?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. How are you, Mr. Wilson?
Disappointed, frustrated. Did you all happen to see a little TV show called 60 Minutes this weekend, where there's a company called McKesson? They're the largest supplier of opioids in the United States. You know, I made a call to them after they were fined $150 million when they make $100 million a day. And under the name Peaceful Valley Home for Cancer Patients, I was able to obtain from them a promise of 4,000 Oxycontin a month after they've been fined, without a prescription, without being a registered pharmacist. And that's here in Calaveras County. Their home is in San Francisco. That's pretty disgusting. They're too big to prosecute, according to the DEA. I also forwarded that information to them, and they said they were working on that problem. They sent to a pharmacy in Colorado enough for 400 pills for every person in that city per day, or per month, excuse me, not per day. And we sit here contemplating how to end 500 legal tax-paying businesses that only signed up to get state licensing today. And you gentlemen have wasted a year sitting there, going over this problem, going around this problem, avoiding this problem. Yes, I'm disappointed, and I'm disgusted with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning,
Good
Dina
morning, Ms.
Morris.
Morris.
I just wanted to say that I've been working with code compliance for a couple of years on several issues, and I've been up here saying many times that I've gotten a lot of responses but no results. And I want to say that last week I saw some results. So I wanted to thank Ed Short and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Ben Stopper, District 5.
Good morning, Mr. Stopper.
It's been a long year.
Yes.
I can't say it hasn't been interesting in a lot of different ways. Coming up this next year, we got some things coming up that are very important for our community as a whole that we get finished. The general plan, EIR, should be close to being done. I'm not sure exactly the timeline on it, but this is essential to our community moving forward, not just economically, but retaining water rights and many other state factors as we move forward. So I hope we can raise our eyes, look to the future, come together as a board and get this done, because we have been waiting on this general plan for far too long. There have been many issues from both sides. Do I think this one that was worked on last year is absolutely perfect? I don't think one will ever be perfect, because we cannot always meet the needs of everyone. But it is called a general plan for one reason. It's general. We have the opportunity to move forward in the future and make amendments to the general plan, and we need to keep our eyes on it, and we need to get it done. Because if we wait too long, we're going to lose more to the state in the future. Keep that in mind, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr.
Michael
McVeigh.
Falvey, District 2. I, like Mr. Wilson, did watch that program on 60 Minutes on McKesson. I'm sure you're all familiar. You've at least heard the name McKesson. I think you ought to get together with Dr. Dean Kaleda, I believe is the head of the county's medical field, and cease all dealings with McKesson. They are feeding the addiction of the opioid crisis, and they're doing it with the full consent of our government, our federal government. And it was disgusting to see what they're getting away with in the name of profit for their shareholders and their executive officers. It's ridiculous. It's sickening to an American citizen. They're the biggest contributors to the drug opioid epidemic in this country, and you, as a board, should cease dealing with them. They're evil. I'm sure they have some programs with the county where because they have the ends. There must be some contracts that our medical departments have with McKesson obtaining prescription drugs. You ought to look into that and cut McKesson out of this county, because they're worse than anybody sitting in this room. They're much worse, and yet they all wear suits and ties and walk right into our living rooms and walk right into here and are welcome with open arms. That's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs, District 1. I'd like to bring our attention to the American flag over here. This is information from AmericanLegion.com. According to custom and tradition, the white signifies purity and innocence, the red hardiness and valor, the blue signifies vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Rarely in history do people have the opportunity to change its course and have profound impact on people's lives. Above all else, have the opportunity to save those lives. We expect those in service to serve, not be a disservice to veterans who we know are dying at a rate of 22 a day by suicide alone. Veterans also die at a rate of 50% greater of accidental overdose than civilians do. Over-medication is the #1 killer in the United States. It is no longer car accidents. I'd like to bring that to your attention. The #1 killer in the United States is accidental overdose. I hope that resonates with you, because we can prevent that here today by allowing people over 21, patients and their caregivers, access to reasonable regulations to a product which isn't going to kill them. Thank you very much. I wish you continued health and happiness. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Good morning. Trent Fiorino, District 1. Also want to point attention to the flag. We all stood and said the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag this morning. And one of the things we do is we pledge allegiance to the Republic. This is not a democracy. It's a republic. What that means is that we as voters elect people to represent us. And we expect them to represent us. In my district, we elected Gary Toffanelli to represent us on an issue that will come up, and I won't go into that because we're not there yet. But it was a referendum on that, and that's how he got elected. And all of you know how this county feels, because if you did, you know our vote's been taken away many times on the issue that's going to come up later. And why has that happened? Excuse me. Can I?
Sir, address the board, please.
You know what the public feels, and I'm just asking that you represent us. You know what our opinion is. You know what your district wants. You've heard from your district. And I'm asking you today to stand up and represent us. Thank you.
Point of order. He's talking about the issue, saying he's not talking about the issue.
Your point of order, ma'am, is out of order. Next speaker. Next public speaker.
Good morning, Chairman Calaveras and fellow supervisors. My name is George Fry. I'm in District 1. I live here in San Andreas. How many of you saw 60 Minutes, board members? How many of you saw the 60-minute thing about McKesson? Did anybody see it that's on the board? Okay, well, I saw it. A 30-year DEA agent in management, a man, and a 29-year veteran of the DEA, a woman, tried to get the attorneys for the DEA to take on McKesson, and the attorneys would not do it. It's amazing to me that we live in a country where we can't even get the people who are employed in the federal government to do their job. It's absolutely amazing what McKesson has gotten away with. I've been watching McKesson for several years, along with some other large drug companies. I hope you look into it. I hope you talk to Dr. Kaleda. I hope you can do whatever legally you possibly can do, but we can't continue to have pharmaceutical companies ruling for us and us not wanting what they're doing. It's a failure of our government, our federal government, not to do something about it. And it's sad and disappointing to me that this pharmaceutical company, which is the second largest pharmaceutical company in the United States, gets away with all of this. I'm reminded of Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill's statement that all politics is local. So I hope that you as politicians will do something about this issue. Bring it to the attention of the Attorney General of California and see if we can't get this resolved, because they are the biggest suppliers of opiate drugs.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Just a reminder, those people standing in the back need to find a seat, please.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Good morning. My name is Russ Thomas. I'm a resident of District 4. And I just want to kind of tag up with Ben Stopper's comments about the general plan. I was part of the problem, I guess, with this general plan years ago. It started before I was on the Board of Supervisors, and it continued during the time that I was on the Board of Supervisors. And here we are, a couple of terms later, and still nothing has happened. I want to suggest a better way to handle it in the future. When I was a resident of Stanislaus County, I was on the Planning Commission down there, and in that county, they have a standing committee called the General Plan Advisory Committee that is comprised of 2 members of the Planning Commission, 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. And at the moment that a general plan is adopted, they begin working on an element of the general plan that they deem might need attention sooner than later. So they never find themselves in a position where the general plan is entirely out of date, and the argument can be made that you can't approve or you can't even listen to this application because this application is contrary to the provisions in your general plan. And you all know that there have been projects that have been denied without prejudice because they're not in compliance with the general plan. Well, I would suggest to you that as soon as your general plan is adopted, that you immediately set up an ad hoc committee called the General Plan Advisory Committee so that you don't get yourself caught in this chasing your tail every 20 years where you have to come back and start a 12 to 15-year process where everything stops. It's a terrible situation that we have all allowed ourselves to get into, where good projects either get denied or developers get frustrated that they have no chance of, they perceive that there's no chance of getting anything moving forward because of this, the county council saying, we can't approve this because our general plan is not current. So anyway, just a suggestion, look at other counties that use this methodology, and I would hope that in the future that we do a better job because the citizens deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Good morning.
Hi. Drugs are drugs. It doesn't matter what the name of it is. They are drugs. They cause a lot of problems in our society. And the same set of problems comes with each and every drug. And I'm really sorry that Americans are willing to give up their freedom for drugs. I'm sorry that law enforcement, all the way up to the top, are afraid of the people who want drugs because they want the money from the drugs, and they want the American people to lose their freedom.
Thank you. Any further public speakers?
Good morning.
Morning.
Members of the board. My name is Bob Reeve. I live in Valley Springs, California. I would just share my observations that I've seen a noted change with the commercialization of cannabis in this county that was not here prior, and it's a matter of concern. I see it in 2 ways. It's bothered me. I see people down in Marvell's parking lot sleeping all night there that just have no means of support and are just hanging around. One of them was caught sleeping up behind our church here in San Andreas. Just a vagrant. The second thing that bothers me is a young fellow decided he was going to make a lot of money, and he grew a lot of marijuana, and he drove back to Chicago to sell it because he could make a lot more money back there. In the process, he was...
Sir, I believe we're speaking to an agendized item on the regular agenda as far as ordinance review and drafts and things.
I would just ask that the board give considerable thought to controlling.
I understand, but that could be reserved for public comment during that agenda item.
All right, very good. Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Joan Wilson, District 1. I just wanted to tell you guys, you know what? This is a fantastic county. Not necessarily the people in it, not necessarily the people that run it, but this is a fantastic county. Do you know why? Because doing some research, because I keep hearing how crime has gone up in this county, doing my research, I found that this is one of the safest counties in the nation to live in. There's barely any crime here. At best, the crime is only what is normal in the nation, and that's only in 2 items. Other than that, we live in a fantastic county. It's beautiful. The weather is great. It's wonderful climate. And you know what? We have almost no crime. And that says a lot, because I remember back in the 70s and the 80s, there were signs up, report crime, because people were getting robbed in their houses. It's not happening today. You might want to think about why. Thank you, and have a great day, sirs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that was the last speaker for 30 minutes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last speaker for our 30-minute time period for public comment. We will resume public comment after the regular agenda items have been heard and decided. So, at this time, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any member of the public that wishes an item pulled from the consent agenda only? Yes, would you stand up, Ms. Newman, and what item?
Number 6, number 8.
Number 6 and number 8. Any other item from the public on the consent agenda? Seeing none, staff, any item to be pulled?
Yes, we need to also pull item 5.
Item 5. Any Board of Supervisor member wish any items pulled from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the balance of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I would move the balance.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any further public comment on this particular consent agenda item? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item number 5 is from the Administrative Office. Adopt a resolution authorizing the Auditor Controller to release funds pursuant to 3.56.130C6 orders of an Administrative Hearing Officer, or 3.56.150 determination by the tax collector that overpayment has been made.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. And this item was pulled as a result of some additional funds that we determined needed to be added to the financing section of your packet. I distributed that to Robin this morning, and you may have that in front of you right now. I'm just going to read that for the public. There are copies here of the agenda item should anybody wish to have one. Specifically, the current economic impact to county general funds due to redetermination of taxes is now $55,320. Okay, that is a change from the original packet stating $28,700, and I'll explain that in a few minutes. However, it's anticipated that there may be additional redeterminations in the future. As such, the overall economic impact is unknown at this time. Further to the above referenced sections of the Calaveras County Code, the Auditor Controller requires authorization to release funds currently known to be due, as well as refunds due in connection with future redeterminations. Staff will be returning to the board to adopt a budget dedicated solely to cannabis tax redetermination and reimbursements associated with funds collected in 2016, 2017, and funds to be collected in the future. Primarily what the change is, we had 3 redeterminations that were submitted as part of that $28,000 and some change. We also had a clerical error that took place, and an individual paid his taxes, but the taxes were due, as I understand it, because this person had been denied and apparently was not growing. So with that said, that added the additional $26,622, and that really was $22,000 plus additional funds in penalties. So with that said, I'm requesting the board authorize the auditor controller and authorize this resolution so that people that either have redeterminations or should there be any what we call overpayments, that's as close as we could get under Title 3.56, that they be allowed to be reimbursed of funds either as done by the hearing officer, as done in the administrative office as redeterminations, and or should there be an issue like we had with this clerical error.
Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
Any comments, discussion by staff or board members? Hearing none, is there any public comment on this agendized item? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion. I'll call for a motion then.
So moved.
It's moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Any public comment on that motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote again. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, the Administrative Office adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency on tree mortality.
Ms. Newman?
Thank you. I had the pleasure of taking a tour with Mr. Moss last week and had a chance to look at some of the beetle damaged wood, and also learned a little bit about the mill or the sawing that's going on up at Red Hill. And I was also in touch with a friend of mine who retired right before the Butte fire with a $30,000 nest egg, thinking she'd be okay for a while, and come to find out she had to spend it all to have 17 giant trees on her property taken down after the fire. Now she's looking at some bark beetle wood that she didn't have the money to pay anyone. If we could get some money somewhere, and this would be up to you to be creative, to purchase whatever mill they have up at Red Hill, or allow that mill to do more than their Tier 1 and Tier 2 trees that they're being allowed to mill, maybe the people that have to have the trees removed could benefit from having those trees removed. Maybe they could have the wood, or they could sell the wood. But it's just hit after hit for these people that are already looking at poverty, dealing with whether it's the fire or the beetles, and knowing, it kills me when I hear the woods being chipped up somewhere, and, you know, I mean, there's lumber. And to me, it's a resource that we need to explore every avenue so that we don't bankrupt our citizens. We have some way of recouping some of the damages. And there must be a way to expand the opportunity for people to get a little money off of their property. They're cutting down the trees. First of all, that's going to kill them to see all their beautiful scenery gone, and then to know that they also have to deplete their I'm just thinking, I'm not sure if it's number 6 or number 8. That's why I pulled them both, because I'm not sure if that mill is doing Butte fire wood or it's doing the beetle wood. But somehow these two things need to come together, and we need to provide for our citizens that have just been bankrupt by the devastation that this county suffered. And I think if we could be creative and think of where we might get some money to purchase whatever's already set up, if it's owned by the Department of Forestry or whoever owns it, it's still in our county, it's still our wood, and we need to
to serve our citizens better, if possible.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. Is Mr. Moss still available?
I might be able to answer that question for her.
Go ahead, Mr. Lutz.
I mean, it is bark beetle wood that's going into, and it's at the conservation camp in Vallecito. And to Ms. Newman's point, I think one of the things we've been looking at is opportunities to reclaim that wood where we can. I think with the help of Patrick, our building and grounds manager, we've been rehabilitating all of the picnic benches on the campus and adding some new ones. He's working on plans to have like a new podium done, again with the goal of trying to capture as much of that wood as we can and put it to productive use. There are limits on that wood in terms of it can't be used for anything structural, as in building a house, but it can be used for decorations or for, furniture that isn't supporting something that would be considered structural.
And I understand that wood could be available to private nonprofits or other agencies that might benefit from having something like that. But I'm still talking about people, private people, that are, it's costing them dearly to have this wood removed. And I heard last week that the contractor that takes the wood down, that becomes his wood because he's putting in the effort. But we've got to find a way. Maybe they can split the wood with the homeowner or something. There just seems to be something we ought to be able to do to address the needs of these people that are literally going bankrupt trying to clean up after this devastation.
I think it's a good question that we can work with the parties and stakeholders and see if there's an opportunity here and report back on what we find out.
Yeah. Ms. Newman, there are programs in place to address the tree mortality problem throughout the state of California. Understand that those programs are extending nationwide now. There are avenues and vehicles that we can use to get some type of reimbursement for the private lot owners that have been victims of the tree mortality program due to the bark beetle. Through the CDAA funding, through CAL FIRE, and through our local fire safe councils, things of that sort, those grants are available to cover a portion of those costs. But unfortunately, it's not enough to cover everything. I sit on the governor's task force for the tree mortality program, and that is constantly going forth with all the surrounding agencies, including federal agencies, to find funding to accomplish this. Now, when we deal with public land trees, those trees in national forests, those trees in BLM land, those trees on county right-of-ways, on municipalities, those programs have been in effect and they're ongoing now. As a matter of fact, in Calaveras County, we just recently contracted with TSS to provide the management of that program. That program will involve hiring contractors to actually remove trees in the county right-of-way that present a hazard to the county roadway systems. As far as the wood goes, there are some arrangements in place where if the owner of a private property tree is felled under contract, there is an option that they can keep that wood if they will. They can keep it for firewood, and they can sell the wood to a non-structural mill, as CAO indicated. There are such mills. I know we have one in Arnold, and they're actually milling that wood for furniture and non-structural items. Ironically, one of the byproducts, or if it is a byproduct, of the bark beetle infestation on our trees is it resulted in what they call blue stain. And when it first came out, blue stain was a wood that was non-compatible with structural, and it wasn't worth very much. Ironically, during the last year, that's become a very high choice of wood for decorative decking and walls and things of that sort of non-structural. So something that wasn't worth anything now becomes a premium. So there is a market for that. Constantly, like I said, on a state level, we are actively looking for different ways to fund the private property owners, and they're facing very severe costs, folks. I know in Blue Lake Springs, where I live, we've had quotes of anywhere from $30,000 to $45,000 to remove trees off of private property. And folks just don't have that kind of money sitting in the bank. We are aggressively going after this. Mr. Moss, I called you back. I didn't want to take over your show here, but we had to get those issues addressed to Mr. Newman.
Thank you.
Can you add anything?
I also wanted to add the SRA funds through CAL FIRE, the State Responsibility Area funds that CAL FIRE has released. And in cases with the fire safe councils here in Calaveras County, they're actually looking for people to actually, they maybe are, what I think they said, maybe a third through their grant, and they've got another year or so to go. But there are some funds available through the SRA funds as well. And that's very important for private property owners. It's not a lot of money, but I think part of their programs is they'll put X amount of dollars per tree towards taking down that tree. So they can contact their fire safe councils for that information. Were there any other questions from the board that you would like clarification on regarding tree mortality?
I may just make one reference. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about tree mortality and we talk about butte fire trees, those are two separate individual programs. And sometimes we get that confused. The butte fire is FEMA funded along with OES and county funds. At this time, there is no funding available other than CDAA funds, California Disaster Assistance Agency, funding for private owners to have trees removed that do not fall in the right-of-way of county or do not fall in the area of state highways, things of that sort. So that funding is available. You can go to the CAL FIRE website to find more information. You can go to the Calaveras County website under the tree mortality page and find that information. Or you can give Mr. Moss a call. He'll give you a hand.
Certainly. And we also have a dynamic new OES director, William Downs, as well. And that's not a deflection, by the way. But I also wanted to mention one final thing that's very important. The public will start receiving rights of entry requests here in the very near future to take down trees that are on private property that can affect the right-of-way. What I want to clarify here is that doesn't mean they'll come through and take down all the trees on your property. It's only those trees, and that again goes back to the SRA funds kind of options. They only take down trees that will affect the right-of-way, and then you will also see crews ramping up eventually to take down the trees in the right-of-way proper as well. So again, right-of-way trees, very important. Many people saw those during the Butte fire. This one's a little different. It doesn't have caveats on that the Butte fire did. It's a pretty straightforward document, and the public will be seeing those soon.
Thank you, Mr. Moss.
State responsibility area.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Brian, do you know anything about whether a person can call PG&E if they have a tree that may be teetering on falling across power lines to their home or power lines anywhere? Do you have something that you can bring forward for that?
Absolutely. I would definitely emphasize that if private property owners see PG&E or a tree or trees potentially affecting their lines, certainly contact PG&E. They will be out there to take care of that. They have done a tremendous job in removing a large amount of trees over the last year and a half, primarily because of the infrastructure, and we don't want to see a repeat of Butte, much less North Bay. So with that said, yes, definitely. If anybody observes any kind of trees that look like they may come into contact with lines, please do contact PG&E.
I may add one quick caveat to that. Those are the lines owned by PG&E.
Right.
The lines coming from a telephone pole to your outbuilding or your residence are not covered by that program. Right. Just those lines owned by PG&E, the main transmission lines. Thank you, Mr. Moss. Appreciate you coming back. Sure. Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, not so much, but Brian, you're aware that Central Fire received a grant from the Community Foundation. That for those people in that area can contact Chief Stone. But the point is that I think the Community Foundation wants to be sure that they're capable of performing. They could have given them more, and they were aware of that. So it's up to Central Fire to be able to perform to what they're wanting to do first, and then there's possibly more money available to that district for their additional work. So it's just information only.
Well, that's really good news. I actually was not aware of that. So, you know, coupled again with funding through SRA funds to the fire safe councils, anything helps. Anything and everything helps. And again, that does not affect the right-of-way trees. It does not affect the ROEs for the trees that affect the right-of-way, and it doesn't affect the PG&E trees. That is the part where everybody's really looking for extra assistance. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm a regular attendee on the Foothill Fire Safe Council meetings in the county anyway, so up to date on what they're doing with CDAA and the grants.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That information will be coming to the Fire Council next week, Calaveras County. Further questions of Mr. Moss? Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Yes, and one final comment is that we do have a tree mortality task force locally as well as a state task force that Supervisor Oliveira sits on, and that meets once a month, and that is all the stakeholders, including the fire safe councils, and that's how we know this information. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there further public comment on this particular agendized item? Sir, would you step to the microphone for us?
I am Floyd Winters of Mountain Ranch, and the one lady that spoke here referred to people that were burnt out by the Butte fire and have tremendous property and landlocked. I am one of the people that the wife and I, wife being 87 years old, we was devastated by losing everything we owned. Now we do not have the money. I tried to come back and rebuild. We've been established here since 1980, and it has gotten to the point that even our taxes are killing us. And does this mean I wind up losing my land because I can't afford to clear it and keep going to rebuild? Where does a person go from here? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lutz? Were you up? I'm sorry for interrupting. I know it's important comment. Did you hear the comments made by this gentleman as far as taxes, the Butte fire, and what's happening? I know we have a situation in our assessor's office that we're still dealing with Butte fire claims. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe, and I wouldn't want to speak for the assessor.
I understand.
At this point, I would be more comfortable having her address if there are any remaining ones, but we certainly have, the assessor's office has been working to get both the properties that were in a decline state caught up, which was the bulk of this last fiscal year, and I believe then they are still working on some of the homes in the Butte fire burn area, but again, I would be more comfortable deferring that question to the assessor to answer.
Okay. Sir,
if I may comment on that, I have put in an appeal on my taxes with the tax board, and they have basically told me that they cannot give me any more assistance. They took just 10% down on my property taxes for land, which is totally burnt off. And I was told by Leslie Davis, the tax assessor lady, I was told by her that they lowered my taxes by 10% for the damage done to my land. A 10% reduction in my taxes won't even start to clean it up. She said they sent assessors out to look at my property. They couldn't have gone out there because the trees are down and across the roads. You can't even get down to part of my property. I have two sections, a 60-acre, a 20-acre. And something's not coming out right. She says she can't help me anymore. I have an appeal coming up on the 18th, I believe, and it feels like I'm falling on deaf ears. So thank you, and thank you for your time, and I hope other people aren't having it as bad.
Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to state that that is part of the assessment appeals process, which is managed by the clerk of the board's office. We have been in contact with Mr. Winters and are working to schedule him to an assessment appeals hearing. This resolution is to adopt the tree mortality resolution, and that's
I understand we're kind of dovetailing item number 8 into this, and that was my next question. Is this an active appeals board case right now? And obviously it is. I cover it?
That was my point, is I thought, I'm a little in danger of us walking into an area that's not on the agenda, and that if we really want to go there, then let's put it on the agenda so we all can talk about it.
I was fully aware of that, but seeing item number 8 kind of dovetails into this, and seeing they're both informational items, it's not going to require a vote. Is there any further public comment on item number 6 and number 8? Mr. Wilson.
Gentlemen, I have a question. On item 6 and item 8, both of those are concerning private property. I assume we require a permit for those people to cut down those trees, or a contractor to cut down those trees. I question, are those contractors and their employees background checks, since they're on private property and could rob those people at gunpoint or some other way?
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment on these two items?
I belong to Murphy CERT, and I go to the Fire Safe Council meetings regularly. And if you go to the Fire Safe Council's website, you can go to their website and get an application for funding help through their website. It's not a lot, as Brian said, but it is better than nothing. They will also help you with people to get you contracts for tree removal. There is products out there and programs out there for people like this, like Bonnie was saying. It's just we need to be helpful of helping them get that answer, okay? If you know of a neighbor that doesn't have has tree problems, ask for help. Ask them to use your website for them. Some seniors don't have, computer access. And so if you step up and you are a neighbor, step up and help them. There is funding, as Mr. Oliveira has said.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, any further public comment? We're going to be taking a 15-minute break. Let staff catch your breath.
We need a motion on number 6, and then we have number 8.
Chair, I'd like to move the two items, 6 and 8.
Excuse me, are these action items?
I'll second, yeah.
All right. Motion made by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Clapp. We're going to be voting on item number 6. We'll vote these individually. Any public comment on the motion? Seeing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Item 8, I'm sorry.
Item number 8 is from the Administrative Office. Adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency for the removal of hazardous trees caused by the Butte Fire with the imminent threat of severe winter weather.
Any presenters? Okay. Any comments by the board, by staff? Any public comment? I entertain a motion.
I move this item, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli, second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Now we'll take a 15-minute break. Madam Clerk.
Regular agenda. Item number 10, planning. Conduct a public hearing to adopt an ordinance rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95, banning or regulating cannabis cultivation and related commercial activities. Certify environmental impact report and adopt findings of fact or find that adoption of the ordinance is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 26055H of the Business and Professions Code.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I have a couple of things I'd like to say. This has been a very long process for Calaveras County. Personally, I've gone through two actual board of supervisors when dealing with this issue. It has split our community in several different factions. It has caused people to do and say things that normally wouldn't have been done. But one of my very major concerns is what it's done to our staff. What it's done to our legal department, our planning department, our code compliance, our auditor's department. And it's come to the time and place where we need to get back on this even keel. To do that, I have to publicly apologize for the actions of some citizens in this county. I'm going to publicly apologize for some actions and things done by staff. And I'm going to publicly apologize for some of the members of this Board of Supervisors. Now, we all know what our plan is. We all know what our jobs are. But we have disrespected our employees. We've caused them great grief when they're just trying to do the best job they can for this county. And that means County Council Stedfield, County Council Moss, Planning Director Mr. Maurer, and their staff. I am convinced they did nothing but give you the best job they possibly can when dealing with a very difficult issue. And I'm quite upset to the fact that they were put through this. And I feel it's my responsibility, not only as board chair, but as a supervisor for this county, to apologize to them. And I do that for everybody in our county and on our board and in our staff positions. Now, having said that, we're going to go into this situation, and I want everybody to understand how we're going to address this. We're going to look at 3, maybe 4 different alternatives brought up by staff. At that time, board and staff will have an opportunity to discuss items of their interest on this. And once we've gone through all the alternatives, I'm going to open it up to public comment. So be prepared to discuss the information presented on all the alternatives when it comes to your turn at the mic during public comment. After public comment, we'll come back to the board and we'll call for a vote on those alternatives. If there is proper motion, second, and make sure we act by the rules. Now, I'm going to do something out of character here. I want you to understand that staff includes not only the folks sitting at this diocese or the folks sitting at that table, it's the folks sitting in those back rows, Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, Planning, Code Compliance, Environmental. They are all staff. They are not limited to any time limit, folks, because they are staff. You will have 3 minutes. Is there any question about our procedure? Let me know now. I'm going to give the opportunity to raise your hand and come to the mic and ask that question about our procedures. Sir, would you come up here, please, to the mic?
This meeting today,
It's a question, Mr. Wilson.
my question is why is public comment limited to 3 minutes when there are 4 or more possible choices to discuss? Why does the public only get 3 minutes to voice their opinion when we're the ones that have to live with the decision this board is making today?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's your question. It's board chair discretion, and that's 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll begin. By the way, folks, we'll be breaking for lunch between 12 and 12:30 for an hour and a half, so you can plan your day. Mr. Maurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. With me is Julie Moss-Lewis from County Council, Tiffany Wright from our outside counsel, Remy Moose-Manley, and Chris Muntek from Ascent Environmental, the firm that prepared the EIR. What you have before you are 3 different, fully prepared and ready to be adopted alternatives to a cannabis ordinance. In October, we brought before you a Planning Commission recommendation that was a fully vetted, fully prepared ban alternative, along with an equally weighted but not fully prepared regulatory alternative. At that time, there was additional information that was brought before the board. The board continued the hearing for a week, and then on the 24th, a motion was made to incorporate recommendations made by Supervisor Toffanelli and refer it back to the Planning Commission for consideration to include the provisions that they had previously identified along with Supervisor Toffanelli's version. The Planning Commission reviewed that, where staff prepared a draft ordinance, fully written draft ordinance that included, to the best of our ability, those provisions, both the board recommendation as well as the original provisions of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission looked at that and came up with something different. So what we have then is Alternative 1, which is a refinement of what we had prepared and sent to the board on November 29th. We've had further conversations with our environmental consultant to make sure that all of the mitigation measures were incorporated into the ordinance. We worked with the Sheriff's Office to address concerns that he had. We worked with the Environmental Management Agency Director to ensure that the conditions were things that were implementable and addressed the concerns. And so that ordinance, in the best of our ability, or that alternative reflects what we felt was the combination of the requirements, the recommendations that Supervisor Toffanelli had identified on the 24th of October, along with the Planning Commission's previous sort of bullet-pointed list. Alternative 2 before you is the Planning Commission's recommendation, or one of the Planning Commission's recommendations, and that is a regulatory ordinance that is modeled after Alternative 1, but with some distinct differences. And let me just identify quickly what those differences are. One was that the cap of 50 outdoor cultivation registration was eliminated, that the minimum parcel size, that 50 acres in Alternative 1 is reduced to 20 acres, and could be as low as 5 acres if the property is surrounded by acceptable zoning, the 3 zones of general agriculture, agricultural preserve, or general forest. If the parcel is surrounded by those zones in which the ordinance would allow cultivation to occur, then that minimum parcel size could be as low as 5 acres. The permitted activity could include a self-distribution license, which allows a cultivator to move his own product to the retail outlet. The Planning Commission felt that requiring cannabis to be grown in containers was not something that they supported, so that provision was eliminated. They also felt that an individual could have more than one registration, so multiple parcels. Also that the registrations would not be limited to a single parcel under a Williamson Act contract. So if there's a contract that has multiple parcels, each lot that met the criteria could have a cultivation area on it. The setbacks were reduced. The 500-foot setback that's in alternative 1 was reduced to 200 feet, although it is 500 feet from any adjacent residential parcel, and that there would not necessarily be a requirement that a residence be on the property in which cultivation registration is requested. They did require that there be a structure, a permanent permitted structure for any kind of activity, so that to avoid some of the greenhouses or the hoop houses and more temporary structures that have caused some problems out there. Finally, they did allow for a provision that a cultivator that was previously approved could retain 10% of the overall canopy as nursery stock so that they could continue with their stock in the event of getting a new license. Those are the major differences. There are some other nuances within there, but I think those are the primary ones. The third alternative is the ban that was previously presented to you back in October. So those are the three alternatives that we have. We have developed findings of fact that are the statement of how the EIR addresses each of these alternatives, how the mitigation measures were incorporated into them, where we have identified measures or impacts that could not be fully mitigated, and findings of overriding consideration included within those. So there are three separate sets of findings of fact, each to support whatever alternative you decide to go with, if you decide to go with any of the three that we've prepared for you so far. You have a broad range of choices here. You could go with any one of those as written today. You may modify any of those. Any modification, we will have to look at it, and if it requires changes to the finding of fact, then we'll need to spend additional time to support whatever it is you do. But I want you to make sure that you know that you are not limited to just what we have prepared, but we prepared those in the event that you find that any one of those are acceptable, that can be adopted today. We would recommend that if you make modifications, that you give us some time to make sure that our findings support what you've prepared or what you desire to do. There is also a provision under SB 94, Mount Cursa, the state legislation that reconciled Prop 64 with other state laws, that allows a county or a city to adopt an ordinance without going through CEQA. It's exempt from CEQA. If the ordinance requires that all subsequent action is discretionary, meaning that all has to go through another CEQA review process and some type of discretionary review that looks at each individual cultivation site or any other activity associated with cannabis. We have drafts of ordinances that would fall under that criteria prepared, but we have not fully vetted it yet and did not release that as part of the packet or for public review. But if you feel that you would prefer to adopt an ordinance that does not require us to certify the EIR, that we use that exemption, then that is an action that you also are free to take, but we would recommend that you give us direction to bring that back to you, and we would recommend that a special hearing be set immediately after the new year so that we bring that forward to you. I'm going to step aside for just a minute for an announcement that I forgot to make at the very beginning, and that is apparently some members of the public received a notice for a hearing today for a cannabis appeal. Normally, the third Tuesday of the month is reserved for planning, particularly cannabis appeal items. We've mailed out notice to some with the anticipation that that would be heard today. And then this meeting was set for this hearing instead, and so we bumped all those to a January hearing. And I apologize to any of the members of the public that came specifically for that hearing. You will receive new notice for a new hearing date for the third meeting in January.
Could I interrupt you, Mr. Maurer? Is there anybody present that's here for that appeal hearing? Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I wasn't really an issue after all.
We're
I just
okay.
wanted to make sure that everyone was here. It was brought to my attention during the break. The range of options to you is very broad. We hope that we provide enough of prepared alternatives that if you decide that one of those is acceptable to the majority of the board, that we can move forward and adopt an ordinance today. But we are also prepared to make any adjustments that you feel are appropriate. There are several other members of staff that would like to make a presentation, I believe. But if you have any questions of me, happy to answer them, or any member of the team that helped develop the ordinance in the EIR.
Does the board have any questions of Mr. Maurer or his staff at the table? Seeing none, we'll hear from staff. Who would like to go first? Don't all jump up at once, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, maybe all of people are coming up. I did pass out, and there were a number of copies available for the public before the meeting started, of a errata sheet. There are, as we were looking through things at last minute, we received comments from at least one planning commissioner, other staff members, our consultant team, that inadvertent errors were made, things were overlooked, last minute changes to make sure that the measures from the EIR were incorporated. So you each have a copy of an errata sheet, and they address the two regulatory versions. There were no changes that were necessary to the ban alternative.
Good morning, Sheriff. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Morning, board members and staff. I just have a few things. I did the Dennis Mills. I put my little wings on so I know where I'm going here. What I'm going to do is I will go through this per each individual ordinance, one be the ban, and then one being the one that the Planning Commission put together, and then the one that the board did. I want to start with the ban, seeing how it's actually the easiest one for me. It has the least amount of things that I'd like to see. And I'm going to go, I got my page number. I don't know if you guys' page numbers. Go to page 7 of the ban, see if we're on the same page. Seems like every time I print something up, it's different from what you folks have. It starts in the middle of the page. It has the big letter C. Are we on the same page? It says packet page 140. It says packet page 140 or page number 7. Top right corner says 10C, Charles.
And which item, Sheriff, are you referencing to? On
It's
that page?
for the public, it's under 17.95.40, subsection C, Charles. Number 3. It talks about if a person cultivating cannabis does not own the parcel on which the private residence is located, express written permission from the owners consenting to cannabis cultivation and any associated material alterations to the property must be obtained prior to commencing cultivation, shall be maintained at the private residence, and shall be provided to the county upon request of any enforcement officer. I would like to see if we're going to go with a ban, that anybody that is going to be growing marijuana for personal use get a permit through the county. And the reason I'm asking for that, a couple of reasons. One, I believe that it is in the best interest of the property owners, if it is a rental, that they have something that is notarized, that the grower have something that is notarized, showing that the people that are renting do have a legal right, not just a piece of paper says, I say that Billy Bob can grow marijuana. It needs to be notarized. We're running into a lot of residences that are having commercial grows within the private residences, and the property owners know nothing about it. It also lets code compliance know if they get complaints. It lets environmental health know if they're getting complaints, and lets the sheriff's department know if they're getting complaints of a lot of criminal type activity going in and out of these residences. So that would be a request that I make.
Sheriff?
Yes.
Would that include a Prop 64, personal six-plant grow?
That's part of Prop 64, yes.
I understand.
And I know that we can't stop them from growing, and part of Prop 64, it looks like from what I'm reading in the ordinance, that they have to grow inside. It also states in there that they can only grow in a single room. They can't grow in multiple rooms. So again, if we get complaints or co-compliance or health department or somebody's getting complaints that there's a lot of activity to us, obviously, as cops, that tends to lead that there's probably some criminal activity going on. So we're going to have to do some research, and we'd like to be able to know whether this particular residence has growing going on through the county. If it doesn't, if we pull that up and it doesn't, then it makes it real easy for us to obtain a search warrant to go and eradicate these residences that are growing illegally.
Okay, thank you.
That's the only thing I have on the ban ordinance. The ordinance that the board somewhat put together, I have a few items. Again, it goes to section 1795.60, page number 14, or packet page number 48. Pardon me? 1795.60, registration and permitting requirements for all cannabis cultivation. Well, there. Under A, subsection 2, again, it states that there's a letter that shall be named, or excuse me, if the applicant is not the owner of the parcel, be permitted a letter on form developed by the planning department and signed and dated and notarized by the owners of the parcel, authorizing the applicant to cultivate medical cannabis on the parcel and to make any associated material alterations to the property. Again, I'd like to see that paperwork submitted with their permit so that the Planning Commission has that on file so that we know that these folks are in fact getting permission from the property owners. Two pages after that, on page 16, packet page number 50, subsection C, Charles, and this is more of a question for Ms. Stedfield. I don't remember, and I couldn't find the language that the FBI gave me to put in there. I, for some reason, thought that it said Interstate Identification Index, which is the III that I was talking about, to get the be able to do the background checks on commercial growers throughout the United States. And again, that's a question for you. I don't remember what language you have in here, and Ms. Moster, you too, obviously, if that is incorporated in there so that we can get the FBI backgrounds.
It's my understanding that the language that you provided to my office was a language that was used in each of the drafts.
Okay.
But I would defer to Ms. Moss-Lewis to confirm that.
I received a letter with the language from Ms. Stedfeld and cut and pasted.
Okay. All right. If it was cut and pasted, then that's fine. I couldn't remember if it had that because that's kind it goes to the III. Subsection 2 says the sheriff shall develop standards to consider the results of the background checks utilizing the factors described in B&P 26057. I would like to see that changed to say utilized parts described in B&P 26057. 26057 is very specific to certain crimes that are in the penal code. I think we've talked about this before, under violent felonies and certain felonies, certain convictions. That kind of ties my hands a little bit. I'd like to see that changed to parts described. And then continuing with that, it says, and other relevant factors, and shall summarize his findings with respect to each one in a written report to the planning department. I thought that we had resolved that I didn't need to respond to the planning department unless there was an appeal. And then the appeal would be going to county council. The following page, subsection 4, it says, only an applicant or landlord may appeal a decision made by the sheriff pursuant to this section. If the sheriff's decision is appealed, the reviewing body shall review the sheriff's decision for abuse of discretion. I have a little problem with that verbiage. I try not to abuse anything other than my dog when he takes and kills one of my chickens. But it says, I would like to see it say, if the sheriff's decision is appealed, the reviewing body shall review the sheriff's decision. Period.
Subject to existing regulations and law, correct?
And that's fine, yes.
Okay.
Page 21, and you don't even have to look at this. This is, again, it talks about the letter being on file and available upon request. I just want to make sure that a letter from the property owner is being submitted. That's under 1795.70, operating restrictions. It's because this is the same thing throughout the ordinance, just to make sure that those all get changed. Is it easy if I give you the subsection or just the page number?
Packet number would help.
Packet number is page 6060. Page number is 2626, subsection 7. Well, there. It says if the maximum canopy area of cannabis cultivated exceeds the maximum total canopy area authorized for the parcel under this chapter, the total canopy size shall be reduced to conform to the requirements of this chapter within 24 hours. I just would like to see, it says here below that says all excess cannabis shall be immediately destroyed. I would just like to show or see if there's a way that we can show that there's evidence that it has been destroyed, so they're not just removing and taking to another site.
Will it serve as evidence, Sheriff?
That's a good question. I would think that if they're going to destroy, that code compliance or the sheriff's office can be there to see that they destroy the plants.
Sorry, Sheriff, you're not going to get everything you need, but I'm going to tell you right up front. So, in all fairness, if they have a cultivator that's in violation of this, and they say, okay, I want to comply, I'm going to call the sheriff's department, how soon can you get a deputy there?
We will make it a point to get out there ASAP. I mean,
define ASAP. 24 hours?
24 hours.
Okay.
We can do that.
All right. Is that required to be in this, your recommendation?
Well, again, like you said, I'm not going to get everything I want. This is just something that there's a lot of marijuana being grown. They're growing, some of them are going to be growing outside their canopy size. And it's just going to eliminate the possibility of them taking and moving the plants like they're doing now. And again, it's not the registered growers so much that we're seeing it with. It's when people are, when code compliance is going out and saying eradicate your plants and they give them their 18 days, we go out there, the plants are gone, but it's just because they've moved them to another site. I don't know if this is realistic or not. It's just something I'm bringing to your attention.
Well, when it says destroyed, they're going to have to provide some type of evidence, and that could be eyewitness by a deputy, if you will, or some type of method of proving to the sheriff's department that it was actually
Well, it's not
abated.
just us, it's code compliance and the planning department too, that needs to know that they've destroyed the plants, because that's what the ordinance says, that they have to destroy them. It doesn't say they get to take them to site B. It says they need to be destroyed.
Okay.
So they have to show some type of evidence. Most cameras, if they take pictures, are, again, it's a guess.
Sheriff, I want to make this work for you. And on the 24 hours, that's a hard time. You guys have a lot of other stuff going on in the county on any given moment and not enough deputies to start with. Do you think that maybe as far as evidence, we might use a system similar to, when you get a deer tag, it can be verified by your local fire department or, a volunteer reserve officer or something?
Yeah, we have other options available. I'm sure, my volunteer units would be probably available. I don't know if the fire department, that'd be a question for them if they're available. Again, there's code compliance. Somebody within the county needs to know that these plants were destroyed, because that's what it says in the ordinance. That's all.
I hear, I agree with you. I'm just trying to figure out a way to do it that you're not pulling deputies off a violent crime to go see if someone pulled their plant.
And I understand, but I'm not going to pull somebody off a violent crime to go check plants.
Right.
That's what my marijuana enforcement team is for.
Right.
That's their job, is to make sure that this stuff is being done.
Okay.
So if they're working something, I have 4 of them, I can send one of them over. So there's an option. Like I said, if we have that 24-hour ability.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
We go since that, Captain Macedo. On the following page, subsection 11, letter A, Adam. Ensure that any individual who will be participating in any on-site cultivation activities first submit to a background check required. And this is a request. I don't know how in the weeds this is getting, but I'd like to see cannabis consultants involved in that. If they're having any fingers in consulting with cannabis, I think they should be able to be background.
Sheriff, would you extend that to any person on the cultivation site
No.
that's employed?
No,
or
because
contracted?
if you have a contractor that's coming in to do electrical work or plumbing work or something like that, they're not involved in the cannabis process. I'm more looking at people that are involved in the cannabis process. And my assumption is that they're involved in consulting. I don't know how in-depth that consultant is going to get. So again, it's just a request. It doesn't make or break it, but it's a request.
Would you be comfortable with any consultant regarding cannabis cultivation?
Well, that's what I was looking at, yeah.
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 Okay. All right.
So just inserting, just under the individuals, including consultants.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And then on page 37, packet page 7-1. Subsection kind of 4 and 5 is just a question, and a lot of this is going to fall back to Mr. Maurer in the planning department. I understand that I have the ability to deny somebody if they have a conviction. My question would be, how are we going to deal with somebody who is an active grower, they have their permit, and they commit a criminal offense that would deem them not able to continue with their registration process or with their permitting or having the license? They've committed that offense. Do I just send a recommendation to Mr. Maurer and have him make notice to them, or can we stop them from growing at that point, or what are we going to do with that? I mean, here's my for instance, since this is on the outside, obviously. We have somebody who's a registered grower, they've got their grow going well, and, they go down to make a delivery and they shoot and kill somebody. Now they're in the middle of a homicide investigation. Now what do we do?
Sheriff, you're in a real gray area on that one.
How's that great? He's
Conviction
committed-
versus
That's
arrest.
my point, and that's
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking that. I
Yeah.
have somebody who's committed a criminal offense, but we're going to allow them to continue to grow because they haven't been convicted through us, and that's what I'm asking, and maybe it's a question for county council. Can I just make that recommendation to the planning department that, hey, this person has committed this grievous offense, and can they suspend his permit? Although it's hard, they got plants this tall, it's hard, okay, stop, you can't grow anymore. They're not, the plants are going to continue to grow.
What if the crime's petty theft?
Again, that's not something that's going to be.
It's not murder?
No.
Okay, I understand.
So
County
just,
council?
again, something to throw on your radar.
Okay.
That's all.
If I could just follow up on that one point, the item 4 there, this is a question that I circled when I was going through this. What does the owner of the permittee mean? Is that a term?
Owner is a term of art under Mount Cursa, which we've imported into our definitions, and it's somebody with a 20% or more ownership of an entity.
But is it
Or an
an owner of the permittee? Is that how
It- That actually is
that's actually a term?
technical.
Okay.
That was that 20% that the state put in, right?
But I thought it was a typo. Okay.
Okay.
That's it for that ordinance. The Planning Commission's ordinance, I have just a few. Again, it also has that letter that needs to be on file. I say it needs to be notarized and be submitted with the applicant. Well, that's just a generic. It's throughout it all. And Ms. Moss and I talked about this on page 32, packet page 115. Make sure everybody's there. See, Gary's still doing this, so I figure he's still looking. Okay.
I'm there.
Subsection 10, we talked about this. It says, any armed security personnel. I request, and Ms. Moss said that this is doable, that nobody has armed security. I have talked to Sonoma County's sheriff, and they've had gun battles between their armed security and people that are coming in. I do not believe, as a peace officer, that anybody's stuff, money, or marijuana is worth one human life. And if we have armed security on site, the potential for someone to want to shoot to protect their stuff is higher. We don't even have armed security in banks anymore. So I just have a problem with that. I see that causing issues down the road. Again, it's a request. I think that it's a potential problem, considering what I've heard from other sheriffs. And I specifically named Sonoma County because I've already talked to that sheriff, and they have an ordinance that their sheriff's department has absolutely nothing to do. They said it was a land use issue, and they were not being involved. So if they have an illegal grow, and the neighbors call and say, hey, we have an illegal grow, they say, call code compliance. Sheriff's Department does not get involved because it's a land use issue. We're in a little bit different ballgame up here right now. So I would like to see that no armed security personnel are available. Yes, sir.
Sheriff, specifically, you're speaking to firearms.
I'm speaking to firearms, yes.
Sheriff, is there any other business in this county that you're aware of that incorporates armed security?
No.
Have you ever had that request, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay.
Not
Thank you.
armed. I heard somebody say, yes, there has. Please fill me in. Huh?
Okay, ladies and
that's-
gentlemen,
that's-
thank you.
that's-
Sheriff?
Good guess. All right.
Thank you. Thank you
anyhow,
very much.
The last thing I have is in regards to our fire departments. I think that they have been looked over. We are indulging right now into indoor grows. I've shown a lot of pictures to some of our fire personnel about the illegal electrical inside of these grows, indoor grows. And I know that there are 3 chiefs here, I believe, that are willing to get up here and speak about what they would like to see. They're involved in this process. There's some safety concerns that they have, not only for themselves, but for any first responder that has to go into one of these homes. So I will let them come up and talk, unless you have questions for me.
Questions of the sheriff? By board?
I have a question. Sheriff, in the Planning Commission, you spoke briefly about issues of security on these, issues of security on some of these sites, and you suggested, you had some opinions on co-location for concentration of grows. Do you want to elaborate any more on that, or?
Well, I did. I mentioned that it was asked of whether I thought it was easier to control if we had multiple grows on one site, and yes, it is. Again, that's going to fall back into your folks' realm on what you want to do with it. But for us, and I know that one of the other board members brought up that they were afraid that there was going to be thefts between the growers that were on that site. I respectfully disagree, because these people are going to have to put in camera systems. If you go to the video portion of this, which they've adopted from the state regulations, and I can tell you the number, I see you're writing it down. It is under State Code 5044. It actually lays out how the security has to work, how many days it has to retain information, has to have video surveillance on each individual ingress and egress of the grow, whether indoor or outdoor. So it's very specific, and I thank Ms. Moss and them for putting that into this. So again, we have somebody who has 100 acres. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and they want to put 10 grows on there. Those growers are going to have to work together to put this video surveillance in. They can individually do their own systems, but it allows planning, code compliance, and us to go to one site to visit multiple grows. It just, it was asked, and it would be easier for us.
If I may ask another question. Sure. Since we're working through this, we have 3 different versions that are in front of us, and they're all different, but I'm trying to figure out how to make the community safer. Under distribution, I've been trying to figure out distribution and transportation issues. I'm concerned that if we do move forward with regulation, that people would be, if we don't have local transport, you don't know who's coming in from out of county to transport for us. So if somebody's rolling down the road with a cargo van full of product, you're not aware, whereas if we had transportation distribution in here, they would have to register with you, I'm assuming, so that the SO's office knows where the vehicle is, when it's transporting, and, if it's pulled over on the side of the road, there might be an issue.
Correct. There is a section, let me see if I can find it here real quick, that the state has put together, and it's very, again, specific on transportation. It's under 5312, and it basically states that they have to supply vehicle information, proof of registration, amongst an array of other things. So you're correct. If for some reason it was transportation in the county to remove that property, to take it out of the county, we're going to have an idea who's coming in and out of our county, whereas if they rely on specific distributors from outside the area, we're not going to know who they are.
So I'm assuming that if we moved in any of the two courses towards regulation, you would want to see that inserted?
It would be beneficial, absolutely.
Make us
for the
safer.
county as a whole. Yeah, so we know who's coming in and out. It's just like having the employees being background. We know who's in our county.
Further questions of the sheriff?
Thank you.
I will.
Will you be monitoring and come over? Or?
I will.
Okay.
If you-
Sheriff, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
If we need you, we'll call you.
Just look at the camera and smile pretty and say, we need you back.
Okay.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Chief Johnson, welcome.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I had some couple pieces of information I'd like to make sure that you have.
If you'll hand it to the clerk for us.
All right, once again, good morning. Mike Johnson, Ebbets Pass Fire District. Today I'm speaking on behalf for the Fire Chiefs Association for the Calaveras special districts that comprise your local municipalities for Calaveras County.
Chief, please accept our condolences on the loss of Cal Fire firefighters. I know you guys are just like law enforcement, like everybody in the community. We all suffer that loss.
Thank you, Supervisor Oliveira. Yes, Corey Iverson unfortunately suffered the ultimate sacrifice in the Thomas Fire. 8-year veteran of Cal Fire and engineer, and had a smoke inhalation, and many details I'm sure yet to come, but thank you very much.
Could I interrupt for just a moment?
Yes.
Did you bring copies for the public?
I have more copies. I don't think we have enough copies for all the room.
So I should go make copies.
Here, I've got some extras here if you want to just take one of these, if that makes sense. Okay, thank you. All right, so our association had created a list of things that we felt were potential impacts to the fire service, and they've been disseminated out to you, and it was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission a while back as to essentially taking our best shot of other areas and what they have had impacts into the fire service. We looked at areas such as Colorado and some various other places that had some statistical or the best data we can, and obviously being relatively new for the fire service as well. There's not a whole history to go back on, but we did the best we could to present you with some numbers as to what we're going to forecast our impacts and the various sources that we use to present that to you. So today we're just asking the board to include, our local fire agencies and our public safety of at least a placeholder for some impact mitigations for if we were to go forward with a commercial cultivation. And some of the examples that we bring to you today of what that could look like is on the third page, which is probably highlighted on the second piece of paper that's stapled on there, was something that Monterey County had put into a provision that was at the bottom. The verbiage in there specifically speaks to what they feel is necessary. I believe something as a similar placeholder for Calaveras County is definitely required, and as we move forward into this industry and things become more developed, fire service is going to become more and more laser focused on what exactly those types of things are. Now, the sheriff was just talking about code enforcement. You'll see that there's a piece of code enforcement on the document that you have there. It also talks about, fire prevention bureaus and things that are very lofty and very high level because they typically cross over into other areas such as, post-certified fire prevention bureau type folks, things that I believe that, sheriff's office, code enforcement are probably handling. It's just one of those things that sometimes with fire bureaus get involved with code enforcement along with some of the other regulations may or may not include our service. So in other words, if we're charged with going into, do our typical business inspection or things like that, if there's nexus to those type of things, and working within the confines of Prevention Bureau could be handled in multiple different ways. But as long as you have an idea that these are some of the things that the fire service may be impacted on, we're satisfied that that these are things that we're concerned with.
Chief, I have
Yes.
a quick question. Our present situation is now, when we come across a fire, a structure fire or outdoor fire involving cannabis cultivation, I know that there's a fire investigation that takes place to determine start, origin, means, things of that sort. When you now come across a scene like that, is the Sheriff's Department actually advised, or is that investigation actually contained in the fire department itself?
Well, it's a very collaborative, depending on, if it becomes a crime scene, obviously, our local law enforcement is involved at that point. And as mentioned earlier today, but some of our areas and jurisdictions fall within state response areas, SRAs. Others are local response areas. And therefore, when talking about the state responsibility, especially regarding wildland fires, that triggers a whole different mechanism that could go all the way up to the state fire marshal's office, and therefore come into our backyard as well. Okay. Your local fire chiefs have certain authorities, and then, like I said, it crosses over and bleeds over into all those other mechanisms. So,
but there is an enforcement investigation system in place, and it may involve state agencies versus local, or a combination of both, correct?
I would say you're absolutely correct. There is a mechanism, but I'm presenting to you that, if, let's say, we're impacted by an increase in this type of work, or a speciality, if you will, that we currently don't have in-house or in county, we may have to build that and bolster that capability within our organization somehow in some way. It doesn't necessarily have to wear a fire hat. Maybe it's a collaborative hat between multiple agencies.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry, President.
Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I was going to piggyback on what you were talking about, because with Prop 64 and the indoor growing, my question would be to all the fire departments whether or not you have current confined space training, whether or not you have the equipment necessary to handle confined space extrication per NFPA, and that in some of these cases, even in the outdoor or the wildland situations, whether or not you're properly geared up to or suited up to respond to the hazmat side that could potentially exist, whether it be interior or exterior. But I'm leaning more towards the Prop 64 thought, that if we push these grows indoors, it's going to create an additional barrier or burden upon the fire districts to create the training and the equipment levels necessary to be safe in those environments.
You're absolutely correct, Supervisor Mills. So the point is that we have a very rural service model for fire service in Calaveras County. And there's no real need for an explanation why that is. It's because we're very rural. Now, if we transition into a more industrial type of fire service that's required, I'm here to ask your support that we build that capacity within that type of response model to transition from a rural community type of response model into an industrial type response model where necessary. To answer your questions, are we currently equipped across the board for confined space? A very select couple of pieces are, but it's not standard across the board. Are we ready for a full hazmat response without mutual aid outside of Calaveras County? And I think the answer is no. We'd have to build those capacities. So if we get ready and go down that path, we're going to need the tools to plan and create that response model for you from the fire side of things.
So as we run down that path, then the board needs to also consider what type of cost recovery, how are we going to, through a permit system or whatever it might be, develop that mechanism to be sure that this doesn't place an undue burden upon what the existing facility or services are capable of handling.
Sure, and as you're fully aware, fire service and public safety, we're very reactive, right? It happens, and then we go to work. So we're trying to take this proactive approach, and I think across the fire service in general, the national, their NFPA, National Fire Prevention Association, they're just now coming out with a document on cannabis cultivation in 2018. So they're nearly coming out with a standard, for the most part, that's going to be talking about applications, permits, fire protection system, means of egress, growing and production of, marijuana, the extraction process if we ever get to that point, so on and so forth. So I mentioned that to you is things are very forthcoming. They're not super defined. All those points are very valid and real. I'm just want to make sure that everybody here understands it. With all of this, please endorse or a placeholder in there so as we come to you to build capacity to meet the response model that's required by Calaveras County, that those things are ready to go as far as that kind of support. So,
thank you, Chief. Further? Supervisor Garamendi?
Chief,
yes, sir.
You've got a building capacity means money.
Yes, it does.
And under all three scenarios that we're looking today, there will be some sort of indoor growing, legal, illegal, personal, whatever. What type of resources do our fire departments need, i.e. how much?
Ooh, the how much is what plan is going forward, and
spitball for us.
Ooh, that would be. I don't know that I could do that on the spot. When we're talking personnel, that's usually our most expensive resource. We definitely need equipment, and if you're talking about how much responsibility or compliance or regulation would be going on to the fire service, the more you put in that category, the more resources are going to be needed. So, and it's something that, hey, homework assignment, we'll be happy to give that to you, sir.
And I'm sure that you guys coordinate with the sheriff's office on their hazmat teams, and training, I assume, would be part of this. And
most definitely, and we're very excited about working with a new OEM manager as well.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Supervisor Kaufman.
At the bottom of the sheet, number 3, I guess, talks about a fire prevention plan being put on file. Does your district currently require fire prevention plans for each business?
So is this the sheet right here that you're? Oh, under the cultivation approved. So that's an example. This sheet is from what Monterey County had approved, apparently. And at the very bottom, there should be a highlighted section that I thought would be the very last paragraph in there is an example of what could be something that perhaps the Calaveras County could have approved in there as far as following suit with what other counties in California addressing something similar are putting some placeholder in there for the fire service is just the point of this.
So at this point, you don't have any requirements for fire prevention plans being filed?
Oh, for the cannabis?
I'm not just talking cannabis. I'm talking about any business or anything that you deal with within your district. You have a requirement for that for any business or any building being constructed.
So between our area that we work in and the building department, I think is where the answer lies. And there's a lot of information that we work on collaboratively. Our focus in our district, I'll speak to that because I know that, is we primarily have, anything within our fire ordinance that applies, anything with pre-plans for fires that apply, annual business inspection for commercial, all those records, plus some that I'm not even mentioning, do exist within our office at the district. Mm-hmm. Others that are, pulling the initial permits and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we have a piece in that approval process, but more or less that lives with the county building department. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, it does. I'm required where I'm at to have a fire prevention plan along with the wastewater runoff plan, and I'm annually inspected by the fire department. and the water board not annually, but I have to file annually my plan for both of them. So I was just wondering if that's the case here. And I know the districts are all different, but in your specific district, do you inspect annually for businesses?
We do, for businesses, yeah. And it is a very company officer level, meaning, you know, exit signs, fire extinguishers, and things along those lines. It's there are
Fire
more significant.
extinguishers being charged properly.
Being inspected.
In place.
That's right.
Right locations. And
Right.
Space, yeah.
Occupancy, loads, justifying certain types of mitigations for the.
Gases being stored properly.
Yes, sir.
Chemicals being stored properly. and so
Right,
on.
right.
Okay.
Further questions of Chief Johnson?
Thank you.
Chief?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Joel Schwartz from the Copperopolis Fire Protection District.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning. I want to kind of formalize what Chief Johnson was talking about. I've reviewed all of these documents, and after reviewing them, it became apparent to me that there needed to be some additions, starting with the definitions. Nowhere in the definitions is the mention of first responders or fire districts in Calaveras County. Pardon me. While there is a definition for costs of enforcement that goes in pretty good detail discussing overhead, administrative costs, investigation, evidence storage, notices, correspondence, etc., we think there should be this kind of detail specifying the allocation of funds for the dangerous and expensive costs of mitigating the types of problems the Calaveras County Fire Services will be called out to address, such as electrical and chemical fires in legal indoor growing facilities as large as 10,000 square feet, entry into illegal growing and processing structures and sites that will certainly pose hazmat and confined space protocols which require special training and equipment. Motor vehicle accidents that include trucks transporting processed product or carrying hazardous materials for cultivation and processing. While the county sheriff, the housing department, the county agricultural commissioner, the enforcement officials, the planning department, the state water quality control board, and Central Valley Regional Water Control Board, the Environmental Management Agency, and many others enjoy identification and recognition in this document, nowhere is there found anything mentioning the fire department, the fire districts in Calaveras County, or first responders. I'm sure that all agencies mentioned in the ordinance will have budget to execute their assignments. All I'm recommending is that you specifically add and include the Calaveras County Fire Services and identify what is expected of us in terms of inspection and mitigation in this ordinance so that we can get our fair share and necessary share of the cannabis tax fund. Thank you very much for your time.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In Copperopolis, in your fire district, how many cannabis-related fires have you responded to in the last 3 years?
To my recollection, I believe there's been one, and that was in a private residence about 7 months ago. And it was every single room in the house was used for growing, except one corner was used for processing. There were electrical wires all over the place, chemicals all over the place, and it was a complete conflagration. The place was completely destroyed.
With the coming of Prop 64, recreational use, and the ability to cultivate 6 plants, do you expect that number to go up?
I think if they're going to be cultivating and processing, it's possible.
Okay. Thank you. I'll hear your point of order, ma'am, but you're going to have to come to the microphone for everybody here.
To ask you a question on the fires, I live on Appaloosa.
Ma'am, the point of order is out of order. It's on procedural only. I'm sorry.
There's been 3 fires, Joel.
Perhaps before my time. I apologize for that.
Not a problem. I just wanted to understand if there's a possibility of increased response.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
I think, to your point, then, the question has to be that even under Prop 64, where you are going into a potential structure and you don't know.
Correct.
That's quite one thing.
Yes.
So the need for a permit process under Prop 64 could be critical to the safety and the security of your responders.
Yes, we'd identify that that particular location is a processing plant or a growing facility. Sure.
So we need to include that in the discussion, that it's not so much about, the more we know, the better we're able to prepare.
Correct.
We aren't going to always catch the unknowns. They're going to be there no matter what.
Correct.
But where we have understood 64 indoor growing, as Chief Rohrbaugh had mentioned in Angels Camp, that they did see a uptick in house fires, especially in the San Jose area, as a result of indoor growing, and that we need to be able to include in what we discuss to try to mitigate that or minimize it to the best possible through our discussion.
Yeah, and to my understanding, particularly with the indoor grows, the requirement for electricity and electrical outlets and wires hanging all over the place really increases the probability of a fire. So we would expect more incidents. That would be the expectation.
Thank you, Chief. Further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Any further from the fire department? Is there any other staff member that'd like to present?
Kevin Wright, Agricultural Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Thank you. This is just for the record. Last Thursday, the Hardwood Advisory Committee met. And Mr. Mills was a member of the Hardwood Advisory Committee. And at that meeting, Adam Fries from CAL FIRE gave a presentation. And he mentioned that even on the registered grows, that there were many incidences of illegal grading or erosion, cutting of oak trees, and cutting of commercial timber. So, hearing that, the Hardwood Advisory Committee voted for a recommendation to a recommendation for the board to require a registered professional forester to evaluate any sites proposed for commercial cannabis production to determine if the site requires a conversion of timberland permit or requires any mitigation to oak woodland habitat prior to issuance of the cannabis registration. And he wanted that, or they decided that would be a good recommendation because Mr. Fries pointed out that when he went and issued his notice of violation to the registered growers, that they claimed that they did not know anything about any of those laws. So just for consideration, if that could be entered, if we go with the route of a legalization of the cannabis today or in the near future, that would be a consideration to investigate.
Questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Question. Thank you very much, Kevin. Conveying that, do you need a permit a timber harvest plan to cut oak trees in this county?
Commercial, no, you don't need, a ag person does not need to have a permit to cut an oak tree.
So what would be
in most places?
So what would be the purpose of having a registered forester do that inspection?
In some areas, there is, the oak trees are considered commercial when they're grown with other commercial trees. And in this case, it wasn't just the oak trees that were being cut down, but it was commercial trees. And anytime you have a habitat where you are taking a environment out of one use and putting into another, so from timber production into a marijuana farm, it would be considered a conversion.
And if you converted it into any type of agricultural product, I wanted to put up chicken coops or grow barley, or you'd need that as well. Is there a limit? And this is for my own edification.
I think we can explore that a little farther, but I don't think there is. I think if you actually change the use of a property, that you would have to, it would be considered a conversion.
I think we might want to talk more to the Ag Advisory Board as well, because, if we start pulling on a thread for other businesses, unless we want to make an exclusion.
It's just that there were many incidences of people claiming ignorance to this regulation, and they were cited. Over 50 of them were cited for cutting down commercial.
Thank you. In both regulatory ordinances that are before us, there's a lot of work that's going to be required of your department for inspections. Do you feel that our department, our ag department, has the capacity to take on these type of inspections?
Yes, we can do the inspections that we would need to do as far as storage and chemicals. That with the number that we have already seen register, which is over 200, I don't think we're going to have much more than another 200. We might need one person more, or at least make our department whole. Right now, I'm kind of like holding off on hiring a person who I could hire, but I'm thinking down the road, if we have a ban, I might lose a person. I don't want to lose that person. So I'm holding off. So if I can just keep what I legally have in my budget, I should be fine.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll clear that up for you today.
Further questions?
Yes.
Mr. Supervisor Mills.
Just to clarify on land conversion, we're talking about taking it out of the ability to be productive as forest and use it for any other use is a land conversion in California. It was interesting that Mr. Freeze also mentioned the amount of grading where they had just balled up the brush and the timber and everything and pushed it into the low country, and it wasn't compacted. So it isn't so much the activity of grading, but it was uncompacted grading then that led to soil runoff into creeks and streams, which created the additional problem. And had this been in the urgency ordinance up front, we had discussed that. How much more could we have saved in terms of some of the environmental damage going forward? This did pass on a unanimous vote of the members of the committee, so it was kind of interesting to have that discussion. I really, as I said, I would have preferred every supervisor to have been in that meeting because it was an eye-opener to really understand the impacts that have been created and what CAL FIRE's been struggling with as a result of and trying to get in front of it. So
Right.
it's unfortunate.
That's why I wanted to bring it up today. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to give more notice to our own administration and discuss it further with them, but I did want it to, because I know that, Dennis, that you couldn't discuss it with your constituents outside of this meeting, so I wanted to make sure that we got it at least.
Mr. Anderson, I have a question. But go ahead, Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yeah, Kevin, currently, and I had this conversation with Brian yesterday, and I don't know if he talked to you about what our current codes say about storage of chemicals? Do we have requirements in place?
Yes, there's state laws that are already in place for the storage of pesticides. And what the state law says, it's not in our laws, county laws, but the state laws, which are the laws that I enforce, say that the pesticides must be stored in a locked enclosure.
Enclosure, that's correct. And I read that yesterday. But
So-
it doesn't define what an enclosure is.
It has to be a locked enclosure. And the reason why it doesn't say in a locked shed or a locked house or whatever, you had some other idea on what kind of a structure that might be, but the reason they have it as a locked enclosure is to provide some flexibility to people so that they can, like a pest control business can have it locked in their vehicle, for instance. And so that's why they say locked
Sure,
enclosure.
they're pest control when they're going out to homes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But from my own enforcement capabilities, we have issued numerous violations to just regular growers for having pesticides stored outside of their shed or empty containers outside of their shed. Most everybody has a shed. It has a lock on it. Whether they actually put their chemicals inside that shed and lock it or not is another situation. But that the law as it stands state-wise is probably adequate for our needs as far as pesticides go. And to remember that it's, the law is specifically for pesticides and it doesn't cover fertilizers. And what I've seen out there in the marijuana grows more often than not is that the fertilizers are maybe left outside. There also may be empty pesticide containers, or in some of the illegal grows especially that have been abandoned, there may be pesticide containers left outside. But the registered growers who I've seen, which is about 200 that have come in and have talked to us, for the most part, they store their pesticides in a enclosure that's locked, and usually it's a small shed.
Thank you.
But we're not done yet, sir. There's more. Following up on Supervisor Toffanelli's, there are state laws that require the proper storage of certain chemicals / fertilizers / pesticides. And there are commercial storage type cabinets that are fireproof, if you will, fire code identified, depending on the volume of and the quantity of that stored material. So there is a possibility that that could be incorporated into any type of regulation that we look at. Is that acceptable in agriculture? Have you seen that before?
Have I seen agricultural pesticides stored in a cabinet?
Well, it all depends on what's on the MSDS, amount of storage and what's involved in that particular compound or element, if you will, or pesticide, or whatever, poison, fertilizer. Some fertilizers might require something like that. But there are commercial ways to store that.
Yes.
Okay.
But from my point of view, what my regulation says, when I go on a site, I look to see if the pesticide is stored in a locked enclosure.
Okay.
And we don't handle fertilizers.
I understand.
So unfortunately, I don't know why the law was written where the Ag Department doesn't handle fertilizer, but some place
Go
up at the
figure.
state level somewhere that happened.
But to switch subjects a little bit, to break this down to very basic things, let's say I have a 20-acre plot, and I want to build a barn, and I have oak trees there, and I have to remove these oak trees in order to complete my construction. By your suggestion from the advisory board, you have to have a forester come out. Is that just dealing with cannabis cultivation, or is it dealing with any type of construction? What's our law now? And number two, does it have to be a registered forester or a lumber timber operator, LTO? I know we're running across this in our tree mortality. That's the reason I asked.
I've just received a note that answers that question.
I'll be dying
miraculously. It says on Old Oaks AB 4162 that no one can harvest wood without professional forester inspection.
Okay.
Submitted to the Department of Fire.
Okay, so I'm going to cut down these trees and use them for firewood and build my shed. Is that harvesting the wood? I'm not trying to play difficult here. I'm just trying to find out where those lines are.
You know, I would say that's probably harvesting wood.
Okay.
But the guidelines for oak trees, as far as agriculture goes, is that those are for the most part best practices.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. But wait, there's more. I think we have to be very careful here. I mean, if we start going after every rancher who decides to cut down an oak tree and start citing them, we already have overgrowth and fire danger going on. So we're trying to encourage people to clean up their lots. If we start citing everybody who's cutting down a tree, and I'm for the oak trees, I just think we should have further conversations outside of a cannabis conversation about the broader context.
Kevin, I think I can help with that. Yeah. It's cutting down the tree and still having that land available to grow another tree and keep it in a potential of forest is one thing. But cutting down the tree and now putting up a barn or putting up something that's structurally that you cannot now grow a tree there, that's land conversion. So what we're saying is you can thin all you want as long as you follow the guidelines and you don't create a permanent use that cannot be restored back to a forest condition.
I buy that.
That's the bottom line to it. So, have fun.
Okay.
Thank you. Further staff, any presentation by further staff? Seeing none, this may be an opportune time to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. When we get back, if there's no further presentation by staff, we'll go into board deliberation, staff questions, and then we'll have public comment. We're going to be returning 1:30. 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Hope everybody had a chance to enjoy a good lunch. A little conversation here and there. Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements or anything we need to cover before we go into our next phase?
No announcements.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to remind everybody, we did hear presentations from staff. Sorry, what? I kind of figured there is. Is there any other staff that would like to speak on this agendized item? Mr. Short, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. How are you doing this afternoon, and Chair? I just wanted to provide any available questions the Board has on the code enforcement side. As you know, we reported out in the past, Board, all our statistics. That's on the website. We do have some more information. I can provide that, or if you have any questions, I can maybe answer them right now.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Short? Mr. Garam, I'm sorry, Supervisor Garamendi.
Jack works fine. Thank you. And thank you very much. Quick question. This follow-up after the sheriff on the inspections. Do you find, what is your opinion of co-location? Does that make your job easier, harder? Do you think it improves security of projects, of grows and community?
Okay, first I want to say, as we're code enforcement, whatever decision you guys made today, we will enforce it. I just want to make sure you understand that. But from a pragmatic, more from looking from an operational perspective, it would be very similar to like an industrial park. You have everything co-located together. It would seem that the efficiencies would be, the efficiencies would be greater when you can go to one place, in and out. It would be just much more effective and efficient to have one co-located area from an inspection perspective. I would think that you would also get more compliance, because if you have co-located people, one over here has to hire two over here, they're all kind of like a co-op, if you will, or a collaborative, working together to make sure they maintain this whole area. So that's kind of more of a theoretical concept, but it would be more efficient, and I think even safer.
How many code enforcement officers do you have in your department? How many of them are working on
We have 3 full-time code enforcement officers just on campus. The others are part-time, a little over 50%, so we have a total of 5.5 FTEs. That equates to about $414,000 annually salary in our budget, and about the rest of the services and everything has about $1 million a year from our budget.
So how many of them are on cannabis dollars?
That would be 5.5 FTEs.
5.5.
Yeah, 3 full-time with the vehicles, all the service every day, constantly with a support staff too. So it's a lot of paperwork, a lot of administrative work, but it has reaped a lot of good benefits. I mean, for example, I think for today, we post this on the website, the statistics that's been approved by Tim and staff, but we've had about, county orders abated about 35, county actually abated 14. The volunteer abatements are 213. We've had about 220 pounds of totes of marijuana taken, or cannabis, if you will. Approximate county abated plant count was 22,170. We had approximate volunteer plant count of 24,906. Total plant count was 47,076. Approximate fines, we've had $573,000. And approximate cost to abate, this is a new number, $422,935. And we have breakouts in District 1, 43, District 2, 123, District 3, 10, District 4, 25, District 5, 25, and the split down the road is about 2. That's 228. As a percentage, we had a percentage of volunteer abatements is 93%.
Volunteer?
Yeah, volunteer abatements. The percentage of county abated sites is about 6%. The percent of county order to abate sites is 15%. So, and I have even more breakdowns, but I think that kind of gets the gist of our code enforcement program that's been very successful.
How's the new ordinance 8.06 and the hearing officer, is that working well?
That's working really well, and I have Ethan here to probably talk a little bit more. Ethan, you want to come up and talk about? He's our attorney for administering the hearings, and he'd probably give you some.
But just so I'm clear, you said you knocked out 228 gross?
228, yes.
Congratulations.
And Ethan, you can probably talk about our administrative program. How many were now?
How many of those were county abated, and how many were
93% are volunteer and 6% are county abated. Okay. So Ethan, you can talk about our administrative process, which is kind of we rolled out this year too.
Sure. The hearing office is out of Tim's office, out of the county administrative office, and is coordinated by one of his employees, Tony LaFazia, who does a really good job. And as Ed indicated, there were 228 total citations, and of those, 14 resulted in county abatements after a warrant was issued, and the remainder were voluntary abatements. And what we mean by that is after fines started to issue, people voluntarily cut down their own plants. And people make a lot of comments about that just being a harvest, and that's really not the case. At the very end of the season, there are some people who harvest and get their plants out of there, and that brings them into compliance because their plants are technically removed from the site. But the overwhelming majority of those voluntary abatements occurred throughout the summer prior to plants flowering and totally destroyed their crops. And when voluntary abatement occurs, they have to provide proof of abatement. The sheriff was earlier talking about how do we prove that they pulled their plants out of the ground. Frequently, it's photographs taken on the site that are date stamped, followed up by an actual site inspection. Abatement must be verified for fines to stop accruing. That's under 1795.230, And verification always means a site inspection. But if we can verify that the photos that were taken were true, we'll set the date of verification when those photos are actually taken. But verification never occurs without actual on-site inspection.
I'm sorry, you said last meeting.
On-site inspection.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Mills?
So your 47,000 that you talk about from your side does not include the ones that were picked off from the sheriff's department?
That's right. That doesn't include the sheriff's account.
Correct.
Okay, that's a separate number.
Yep.
Separate number.
And San Joaquin County currently has 3 code enforcement officers. Just thought I'd bring that statistic to your attention. Do you feel that if we go to a permit route with Prop 64, that's going to create a whole different layer for inspections for you? Probably a whole different permitting process.
Correct.
Because if you talk about cost and cost recovery, we're going to have to try to work what that might be into this mix. You know, the fire department said they want to be able to participate here, be able to get the equipment and training they need to help. So the inspection costs, I mean, if you go out like I just had my roof done, each time that there's a visit, there's a charge. There's so much of a charge per visit. Have we been charging on the urgency ordinance on each visit to that particular parcel?
Well, that's all accumulated in the total cost of abatement.
Okay, so there isn't a per visit charge currently?
No, but we do have a breakdown of the cost per case. It's approximately $1,300 per case.
Okay.
That's what we're at right now. That kind of get $1,300.
That's soup to nuts.
Right. Kind
Okay.
of simplifies it. So there's a total cost. There's a lot of time that gets involved in it. So we don't do it per inspection at this point, but we do accumulate hourly costs to the total abatement. So we accumulate it. We keep track of it.
So under the current urgency ordinance, if someone gets a permit and we're talking about a follow-up inspection and maybe a twice-a-year inspection, we're going to have to do something to calculate that into
Correct.
a discussion no matter what type of permits we may want to issue.
Correct. And we could do like a time motion study or a fee study to do that.
I think it'd be valuable to have that information before we make a decision as to how deep we want to dig into this.
Correct.
Okay.
Under the current program, the repeat visits are all paid for out of the fee fund. So even if there's 5 visits, they're all paid for out of the same fund. And the sites that are clean and compliant obviously require usually 1 visit, maybe 2, and then there's the serial people that cost more, but that gets all paid for by the cultivators out of the fee fund.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. All I'm trying to do is be sure that whatever we have is a true cost recovery on a per-visit basis, or however your department determines the best way to make this an enterprise fund. That it may not have to be out of Measure C. It may be out of some other method. But at least we can explore those methods and be sure that we are not dipping into the general fund as a result of trying to gain compliance. Because we certainly don't want to be in a situation where we are complaint-driven on this. I think we have to have it written in such a way that people want to comply rather than being forced to. It just creates a whole different set of rules when you do it either way. So,
It could be similar to a user fee.
correct. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi?
One more question. There's been conversation about whether people are actually abating and destroying the plants. Some of that concern has been in early season loading and moving pots. In your experience, can you speak to that? Does that happen as much as urban myth? Is it true, false? And then can you just give us some insight on that?
And just to be totally honest, yes, it has happened a few times, but I don't think it's a total, all of them. And so that early on when they were doing it, most likely that was a few times that it happened.
Right.
But they got caught later, so.
They up to move to another site, and you just followed them?
My staff knows who does what, and they ultimately find similar sites with similar things going on.
You've got some excellent staff, and I appreciate the work that they've done over this last year. Thank you.
And the staff just wants to stay safe out there, so that's one of our big issues.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
You spoke of $547,000 in fines. Is that what you spoke?
Yes.
That fine money goes back into this account that you're drawing from?
Is that where those, that's where money's going to?
Yeah, he's working up all the agreements and settlement agreements.
Yeah, the fines under 8.06 go back into code enforcement's budget for ongoing code enforcement. And actually, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to bring a board item forward to undertake more aggressive enforcement action for fine collection, because there hasn't been a lot of voluntary payments and cooperation on that front. There's been some settlement agreements whereby people enter into payment plans. Other people have paid the total amounts. But going forward, if we're going to collect all of those fines or even a substantial portion, we're going to need to get more aggressive, meaning suing landowners.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lutz.
To that point, can you clarify how many of those fines at this point have been taken out of the teeter fund to backfill the...
None. The teeter fund is used just for the cost of abatement. Administrative fines are an entirely separate issue. Costs of abatement automatically become assessment liens, and those are super priority liens that even jump ahead of the first mortgage on a particular property.
And from the abatement standpoint, do we know a total for how much of that has applied to the teeter account, or do you have those numbers in front of you?
I don't have those numbers.
Yeah, don't have, other than the total cost of $422,000.
We can get that for you.
We can get it for you.
Further questions?
Please get it for us.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Short, I have a question or two. Sure. You said you had 5.5 full-time employees in the code compliance that is dedicated to the marijuana program, or is that total for your code?
Total equivalent full-time employees. Okay. 3 of them are dedicated. The other ones are part-time.
And how are those positions funded?
Well, they're funded through the 10-10-10 fund, so which is out of the administrative office right now.
Okay. You're aware of the alternatives facing the board right now, what we're speaking about on the agendized item. What would be the impact if a ban ordinance was enacted? What would be the impact if a modified ordinance was enacted? And what would be the impact on the PC recommendation, Planning Commission recommendation ordinance? Could you briefly cover those?
Well, those are going to be very difficult to have a crystal ball.
I understand,
but just from a kind of a global sense, if there is a ban, there will still have to be enforcement, because you will still have illegal activity. With that said, we would not have the funding source to have as much resources available to do that, so it would take longer, less time to go out there, and we would have less staff to go out there and go and do the enforcement. If you have the regulatory, it also, either regulatory, again, you have enforcement, but if we have a fee mechanism in place, that would help get the resources to go out and enforce it a little bit more strategically, a little more effective and efficiently when you have a fee, and you also have staff to do it. So you just get more efficient and more effective with a regulatory type of fee fund. With the ban, you won't have the fees in place to have the staff to go out there and do the work. Does that make sense?
Further questions? Staff, any questions of Mr. Short?
Well, couldn't we develop a fee structure no matter what?
That could be a possibility.
Couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a part of the ongoing discussion of what that looks like, and you'd have to do some type of cost-benefit analysis to really figure out, you know, if we don't have this revenue stream, how do we recover the revenue doing it a different way? So
yeah, if we have a revenue stream to support with a ban somewhere along and get creative, that would also work too.
Okay.
In other words, you're suggesting a fee for a banned ordinance?
Just creative.
I don't think I'm that creative. Maybe we'll have to just get some help from the rest of the board and our staff. All right. Thank you, Mr. Short.
You bet.
Further questions?
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Is there any other staff wishing to present? I see hands up there. Oh, I'm sorry, that's waving. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring it back to the board for any deliberation. Any deliberation from any board member? Any comments, questions on the presentation so far? Any staff? Further comments? I have a question. If we decide to go to a banned ordinance, does that affect Proposition C funding? That's a question of the day, isn't it, folks? It does not. What would happen, council, to our funding stream from Proposition C? If we actually cover all three alternatives if you can. We'll start with a ban.
If there is a ban and there is no commercial cultivation allowed, then there would be nothing to tax.
Okay?
If either of the regulatory ordinances were allowed to the extent that commercial cultivation were allowed or any of the other uses are allowed, we would collect to the extent that it was allowed and regulated.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for public comment. I'm going to remind everybody, please, no more than 5 people standing in line, and we don't like to have a lot of people crowding up the doorway because we're going to have access in case of emergency, so no more than 5. And I'm going to ask everybody to please be seated and fill in those 5 spots as one becomes available. Right now, it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First speaker. You'll have 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Board. 3 minutes. Okay. First off, you want to get rid of the eradicated plants. No problem. Take them down to the dump. Get a certificate from them. Turned into the planning department. Easy peasy. You want to eliminate the fire problem. Allow outdoor growing of 6 plants. Good God, that's easy. You want to create a land rush? Force everybody to close their business. And that's such a great idea. I think every business in this county should be closed until they can give a clean water and clean soil sample to the county. Every business. Every agricultural business, every mechanical business, every steel business, every business that has any pollution. Every property in this county should have a clean bill of health before it's able to transfer, sale. Everybody that has regalia or Roundup on their property should have that in a locked container. Have you ever seen what regalia does to a child when they get into it? Have you seen them vomit, throw up, internal? Have you seen what it does to the cancer? Also, cannabis. Cannabis is the polluter? No, it's the people illegally growing it that are polluting. Cannabis is used at Fukushima and Chernobyl. You know what for? To clean up radiation. It's a mop crop, gentlemen. It removes pollution from the soil. It does not add pollution to the soil. The only people that add pollution to the soil are people who use pesticides that are not regulated. And we can't even use pesticides that are allowed to be used on your grapes, on your olives, on your almonds, on your pistachios, on your tomatoes, on your corn, on your barley, on your wheat, if we are in regulation. The idea of regulation, the idea that 1,055 people came to this county, signed up to be registered in this county. 785 of those people paid $5,000 to have a commercial permit on their property. My wife has a simple 3,000 square foot grow. Where is she going to sell her property and move to A1, AP, or GT? Give me a break, gentlemen. We have over 500 feet from the nearest owner. Everyone around us would sign a piece of paper saying they don't give a darn what we're doing on our property. In fact, we're good neighbors. They would like us to stay there. The last people used to rob. They used to use that for a dump.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon. Mike Falvey, District 2. I know I have to address the board, but I'm speaking to the audience, but I'll address the board.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking to the whole of the audience, we've been through this how many times? The gentleman in front of me has spoken to you how many times? The ladies lined up behind me have spoken to you individually how many times? Let's get this over with. Let's not have any public comment. Everybody said everything there is to be said. Please, people, let's deliberate and make a decision today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do my usual disclaimer. These are my thoughts only, and do not reflect on anybody else. First, something that came up when Mr. Wright was talking was the oak woodlands. Let me clarify that. I found out when I was doing the meetings with the general plan, attending those, that the oak woodlands in this state are governed by Fish and Game now. And it depends on the size of the canopy. And the only oak that this state recognizes as commercial is the black oak. Everything else is covered by Fish and Game oak woodlands. And anything cannot be done with it unless Fish and Game okays it and makes sure that the canopy size is smaller than what it would come under their regulations. Next, I want to clarify something I said in the Planning Commission. And this is on your first item, which is listed as BOS ordinance. I was asked if personal caregiver grows smell. I said yes. They can stink up the whole neighborhood. And then the Planning Commission decided that personal caregiver grows should have the same restrictions and setbacks as a commercial grow. I'm sorry, that totally goes against having a personal caregiver grow to begin with. Number one, if it smells, we're talking 6 plants, and it's not going to smell for long because it takes a lot less time to deal with 6 plants than it does 99. That is just common sense, people. Secondly, personal caregivers is what started this whole thing in the first place. Do not go along with the Planning Commission and make them have to conform to commercial setbacks and everything else. And yes, I believe all grows should be outside. But that's because I come from a fire department background. Next, one of the things that bothered me about the ordinance that I was talking about was they wanted to make sure there were no water trucks being hauled on our rural roads because they are doing severe damage to them. And I have a problem with that simply because wells in Calaveras...
Thank you, ma'am.
Oops. Oh, shut up, and you don't get to have one of those.
Yes, I do have to eat.
Hi, Susan Morse, Angels
Good
Camp.
afternoon, Ms. Morse.
On November 13th, 2017, Angels Camp Chief of Police Todd Fordahl delivered the following statement to the City Council in advance of the Council's deliberations to ban commercial marijuana activities in Angels Camp. Substantial portions of Chief Fordahl's statements are applicable to the issues that have confronted this board for the past 2 years. Chief Fordahl had hoped to be here today, but was unable to, as he is involved with special training activities and just couldn't be here. So we're going to read his statement to you. He said at the meeting, "This issue has caused more division and animosity than anything that I can recall in the last 20 years. I would like to emphasize that my position is one that is based on what my professional responsibilities and experiences are. My position has nothing to do with personal biases or differences, and I hope that my professional experience and recommendations don't offend anyone they shouldn't. I want to make 3 points regarding why I cannot support the path the city is considering related to commercial marijuana industry. And I believe he believes this for the county also. Number one, it is illegal under existing federal law. Why is that important to us locals? Local government is in place as a method to enable the sitting council to represent the citizens of Angels Camp in the best manner possible while ensuring that operations of the city are within the realm of existing law. The Food and Drug Administration, a federal agency, has been granted the authority by the U.S. government to place all drugs in their respective classifications. Marijuana remains on the list of Schedule I controlled substances, the most severely restricted drugs that exist. When council members are sworn in, they are required to swear an oath of office. For those that may not know, an oath of office is defined by Merriam-Webster as an official promise by a person who has been elected or appointed to a public office to fulfill the duties of the office according to the law. Secondary is to the responsibility of upholding the law. Council members are elected to represent the majority will of the people in the community on issues that affect the well-being of the city residents. Most of the citizens in Angels Camp have demonstrated repeatedly they do not want Angels Camp involved in the commercial marijuana business. If the constituents that you feel that marijuana is not something they want in the city involved, then their wishes should be respected. I feel that sometimes we forget our place as representatives working for and at the will of the people. Just as my badge is a symbol of public trust, your positions as council members is also based on the trust that your constituents have placed in you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you.
Hi, Dina Morris. Continuing with Chief Fordahl's statement, I think it's a good thing, a healthy thing, to take a step back and reflect on what our place in government really is. The city, like the state, has the option of enacting laws that are more restrictive than state or federal law. However, they are not given the authority by any legitimate government entity to ignore existing federal law. I've heard the arguments related to the Cole Memo and the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment, neither of which change or affect the legal status of marijuana, which remains a Schedule I controlled substance under Title 21 of the United States Code. The states that have recently placed the legality of marijuana in the hands of the voters, or whose legislative bodies that have introduced bills to legalize marijuana, have done so in direct violation of existing federal law. So far, the federal government hasn't acted. Unless someone can point to a statute that relinquishes federal control of marijuana to the hands of the state, the entire marijuana industry is nothing more than an exercise in willful disregard of federal law. Number two, California officials, by their own admission, are not prepared to properly regulate this industry, nor do they have the required framework in place to correctly control and regulate what is happening. There is a two-pronged test the federal government is using to gauge the effectiveness of the so-called state-regulated marijuana, and in deciding whether federal intervention is necessary. Accountability, licensing, and control and enforcement, legal and black market, are the two things they're looking at. Recent estimates put the marijuana production in California at around 16.5 million pounds annually. Of that number, approximately 2.5 million pounds are consumed within California, and the rest is shipped to other states, some of which do not recognize marijuana as a legal substance for any purpose or reason. These numbers are staggering. We're producing 6 times what is consumed and are shipping it out of state to other states that don't want it to make money. Regarding controlling marijuana in some areas of California, the proposed state and local taxes on marijuana will be as high as 45%, which pretty much guarantees the continuation of the already very lucrative black market. There is proposed legislation working in...
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Renke.
Good afternoon, Vicki Renke, Angels Camp, and I would like to continue. There is proposed legislation working its way through the system that would place the CHP in control of policing the black market for marijuana in California. That bill will not be heard until sometime in January, and even if it passes, it will take months, if not years, for the CHP to coordinate intelligence with all the local law enforcement that is currently responsible for policing the problem. The state has no regulations or statutes in place that offer law enforcement the ability to properly enforce laws pertaining to driving while impaired. By not having established limits on THC intoxication in place, the state of California is essentially taking the position that impaired driving is not a concern. As someone who routinely witnesses the effects of impaired driving, I am here to tell you that it is a concern, and that it is irresponsible and immoral for government to downplay this serious issue. The general population that does not use or abuse drugs should expect more from the government that supposedly represents them and is supposed to support them from issues and protect them from issues like this. The state is scrambling to get everything lined up and in order, but just as the county didn't expect 800 people to line up and pay for local permits, no one at the state seems really interested or concerning about the enormity of the problems ahead. A wait-and-see approach is far more the more prudent approach in respect to seeing how well and how quickly the state can get its affairs in order and avoid potential federal intervention. If the feds do end up involved and the city is participating in any fashion, it could be very damaging to us, seeing that this operation is commercial in nature. Ultimately, my sincere hope is that the Schedule I controlled substance issue is resolved through the proper legal methods available. There are many issues related to young people and the messages we are sending. Schools are already having to keep clean clothing on hand for students that live on marijuana plantations and come to school smelling. Behavioral health issues are prevalent, including psychosis from withdrawals, children living gypsy lifestyles and traveling from marijuana to marijuana grow, self-medicating, sharing drugs, overdose due to THC toxicity, additional counseling staff to deal with the plethora of issues and other problems, the manufacturing of edibles by the sheer nature of the products that are produced, candies, gummy bears, cookies, and other marijuana-related products, which are marketed directly to young people, is disgusting and should be illegal in and of itself. We have enough issues trying to prevent our teens and young adults from falling into the abyss related to behavioral health problems. We do not need support.
Thank you, Ms. Renke.
Good afternoon, Board. Merry
Good afternoon.
Christmas. Gina Gonzalez, Bar 20. To continue, we do not need to support the opening of a facility that will directly contribute to creating more of those issues. I mentioned that the oath of office earlier, and most of us at the police department take it very seriously. We already lost one longtime employee in part because of the effects this invasion has had on our way of life and the lack of strong leadership in place to address it. We as police officers and you as government officials have an obligation to uphold, support, and defend all the laws. We do not get to pick and choose. I know of at least a couple more employees that will be resigning if this continued attack on our legal and moral responsibility continues. I plead with you, and I plead with you, out of respect for the institution of the government that we all represent, and in consideration of our roles as public servants and representatives, that the council abide by the laws as is currently written and stop the indifference to it that has become too common. Best regards, Todd Fordall, Chief of Police, Angels Camp Police Department. These were his words written at the City Council meeting. We are all in the same boat. We all live here. There are good growers. I know there are. I've talked to many. But there are also bad growers. We need to really step up and really think hard today and really, really look at what we're doing. I agree with Mr. Tofanelli. I agree 100% with what he has approached, and I stand behind what he has written.
Thank you, ma'am.
Trent Fiorino, District 1. And I'd like to just read from the Constitution of the United States, Article 6. It says, "The Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. And the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, and thing in the Constitution or laws or any state to the..." Sorry, my phone just decided to change. But anyway, it goes on to say that all judges, all elected officers are bound to the Constitution of the United States and should be following it. The big elephant in the room here is the fact that we're talking about a substance and an industry that is considered organized crime under the United States RICO Act. The 10th District Court has allowed several cases now to go through suing marijuana growers and distributors because of their effect on them under the RICO Act. That's federal law. It's considered organized crime. Now, I've lived in this county for 16 years, but it's just come to my attention in the last couple of years that we must not have had any county officials or county government before we had Measure C funds, because you act like that's the only thing that's funding our county. You know, I looked at the amount of money that said that's going to come in on Measure C, and I asked how much has actually come in. We hear about how much is going to come in. Never hear how much has actually been collected. But if you look at the county budget, and I looked it up, it roughly amounts to about less than 4.5% of the county budget. So why are we always talking like the only way our county is going to be funded is by organized crime money? You guys have been elected. You swore an oath to uphold the laws of the land. If you vote to regulate organized crime, aren't you violating your oath of office? You're becoming part of organized crime. That's what it is under federal law. You cannot get around that. Federal law supersedes state and local law. That is our Constitution. That's the Constitution of the United States. You guys need to think about that as you make your decision. Are you going to participate in organized crime, or are you going to get rid of it in our county? That's what I want to leave to you, something to think about.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Mr. McManus.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think it's a little late in the day to try to believe that we're going to educate you or give you information that you haven't heard 100 times before, or change your mind, or influence you, or anything else. Let's just take a look back at what's happened so far. We've had 2 years of urgency ordinance which have been a complete and total failure. Enforcement has not occurred. Chaos has. And yet you still want to go down the path of considering another regulatory scheme that is going to be fraught with the same problems we've had for 2 years. There's going to be illegal grows out there. You are not going to have enforcement sufficient to enact all of the new provisions that are coming up, whether it's in the board plan and the Tofanelli plan and the Laddish plan, doesn't make any difference. I think what this board needs to do, and I'm going to challenge you, pass a complete and comprehensive ban on all cultivation now. And then let's see if you have the guts to put that ordinance on the ballot along with whatever regulatory scheme you want, and let the people choose. We've come full circle now in 2 years of being disgusted with a board that doesn't serve the people of this county. And we were a hairbreadth away from getting it on the ballot, and we lost that chance. It is not up to 5 people to decide this issue. You have proven incapable of doing anything on the marijuana issue. Put it in the hands of the people. We will decide for you. However it turns out, that's the way it turns out. There won't be any recrimination or anything else. You're trying to hit a moving target called Prop 64. The Bureau of Cannabis Control has not finished issuing regulations and restrictions yet. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what the target is or where it is. Yet you're trying to come up with regulations to dovetail with it. Good luck. That's an impossible task. And we are all going to be the crash test dummies while you try it. So instead, put it in the hands of the people. A lot has been said about the funding for a ban and everything else. you have to remember that when something is banned, when it's shut down, when it's abated, there are costs involved with that abatement that can be recovered by the county, whether it's on fines, asset forfeiture, things like that. The county is going to receive money back on that. With a ban, we can also turn to agencies that have more resources to help us, which will not come in now. A good example of that is HIDAT. We're not going to be able to do that if we don't have a ban. Again, I would challenge you, I dare you, do you have the guts to let the people decide this? Because so far, 2 boards have proven that they can't.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
In Washington, Colorado, and Oregon, they are finding a lot more traffic accidents, and it's due to pot. 20% of people, say in this room, 20% are sensitive to marijuana. They're not going to die maybe from asphyxiation or whatever, but it's not compatible. It causes problems. The federal laws that I read take 1 page to tell what happens to people that are involved with marijuana. We don't need all these pages and pages of things. All we need to do is follow the federal law. It's very simple. There's a disclaimer in one of the papers that I was reading today that I got from up here about if people put it over the state line, take our product and go over the state line with it, that there's a disclaimer that, hey, we're not going to be blamed for that. We'll just tempt people to do it, but we're not going to be responsible for it. The former sheriff did not go after people that were growing pot. He did not support the federal laws. And we have accumulated a lot of pot growers, and then when the Butte fire happened, we get a whole bunch more pot growers. And landowners and sharecroppers, and I personally feel that it is a dangerous drug, especially to sensitive people. And the trouble is, nobody knows who they are until they get in trouble with it. And so, I'm for a ban, which includes just following the federal law. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Meg Gonsalves, Rolling Hills Bookkeeping, San Andres. Mr. Toffanelli, you and I had a meeting this past February where you told me you would depend on the input of experts in fields to assist you in making decisions regarding to regulate, ban cannabis. I sent you an email in November requesting a meeting to discuss the proposals that you put forward, and I wanted to put forward any ramifications on tax revenue, the impacts it would have on local business. Never received an answer. I am an expert in cannabis tax accounting and bookkeeping. As a business owner in your district, I was really disappointed that I didn't receive a response from you, specifically because this directly affects what I do for a living, whether or not I can support my family. I reached out to you hoping to just have a conversation. I didn't hear back, and at some point I would like to know why. There's been no discussion with any industry-specific people, no conversation with farmers, professionals about creating these regulations. Why? This makes no sense. You're sitting here discussing regulation on a brand-new industry, and you're not even talking with anyone who is a part of that industry to make those regulations. This is comparative to taxation without representation. You need to be talking with people who actually have an idea as to how this industry works. And I know that you've quite often compared it to what you do as in the steel industry. But comparing the steel industry to an agriculture company is like comparing apples to jalapenos. They both grow on plants, they both have seeds. That's about all they have in common. There are so many different variants. My company is heavily regulated by county tax and federal law. But what is applicable to my business, or the size of the stack of rules, is in no way comparative to any other agricultural industry. This board recently discussed revenue in regards to the fireworks being banned. The argument was made that removing the sale of fireworks could have an economic impact, and therefore you all voted to keep it. Fireworks sold by nonprofits in Calaveras County accumulated about $17,000 last year. So by using this body's own logic, why would you even consider banning or reducing by 95% a $350 million industry? Despite all of this insanity, I love this county. Ever since I came here, this is home. I haven't had an opportunity to move my family here yet, and I want to. I want to raise my 3 boys in this community. I've got to see what it's capable of. There's so much good in these people. But you're potentially making all of the good people, you're squeezing them out by looking at the level of regulations that you're looking at or banning. And you're going to cause the farmers who actually give a damn to leave, including my business and many other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ann Hill from Columny Hill. What I have to say is what I have pretty much gotten up here each time for several times, and I am saying the same thing with a few added words. It's called ban the pot. It's very illegal. You just heard all that from lots of other people. Our clean water is being polluted with illegal chemicals, human feces, and more. And then the water runs downhill for consumers to drink, and that's millions of people here in California. At some point, people are going to be sick and possibly dying downstream, and they'll be suing Calaveras County. Who or how will this be addressed? Lawsuits, fines, cost of cleanup? Growers should be held accountable for all of these expenses, millions or even billions of dollars, depending on how long it goes. Our soil also has to be included in this mess. Where are all of the millions of dollars collected from the taxes? I keep hearing money, 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 money. I don't see it. 2 years' worth. By now, all the potholes should be filled, and that hasn't happened. And we should have lots of money to hire lots more deputies and have very high salaries to keep them here in the county, and that hasn't happened either. I don't see the money. For 2 years, I've listened to growers get up and speak right here, and they say they want to give money to the schools. Not a single one has walked into any of the classrooms or into the schools and laid down any money here in our county. Each classroom should have thousands of dollars to educate our youngsters on the negative effects that pot has. It dumbs down communities, it tears families apart, burglaries increase, it keeps people from holding down jobs, the quality of life has diminished tenfold. And it is a gateway drug, and there are lots more reasons. These are just some. Growers need to be babysat, and we all know that. That's why we have the people that go out to their properties. We don't have that manpower. Productive farmers who grow worthwhile products like wheat, corn, apples, onions, carrots, and all, they don't need to be babysat by law enforcement. And those are growers that help the community. Pot is not one of those products. So ban the pot. We keep saying it over and over, ban the pot. All of us are tired of the pot trucks moving up and down the roads many times per day, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm tired of it. ban the pot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Katrine Lambie
Ma'am,
from West Point.
would-
Yes?
Could I interrupt you for a moment? Are you folks intending to speak? Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we maintain our order.
Thank you. Yes, I asked permission. I just wanted to respond to the previous speaker. Their statement that no money from cannabis cultivation has gone into the schools is entirely false. And I can stand witness to that. I'm the director of a youth and community center in West Point. I work closely with the school. Much money has gone into our school, enabling us to do many things for our kids. We have lots of parent volunteers who are cultivators in our school. So that is not an accurate statement, and I know that other schools have benefited as well. So that is absolutely not true. I just wanted to make a point of saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would also like to respond to the point about cannabis not affecting our schools.
Okay.
I'd just like to respond to the point that it's not an us or them mentality. Cannabis cultivators and those who work in the cannabis industry have children in the schools. They're community members just the same way that anyone else with any other job is. That being said, my name is Dallas DeJesus. I'm an employee of Blue Mountain Collective here in San Andreas. I've lived in Calaveras County most of my life. As an employee of Blue Mountain, I have a unique perspective because I see the community that comes to visit us to get their medicine. I see firsthand how cannabis has positively affected our community as a healing resource and as an economic stimulus. The cannabis industry's place in Calaveras County is an opportunity for people to have freedom to access the medicine of their choice and the freedom to grow a plant that many generations of Calaveras County residents have put their love and hard work into. We need sensible regulation that every member of this community can be happy with. Sensible regulation means to me thoughtful legislature that guarantees both public safety and the success of local businesses, which in turn is the success of our whole community. Cannabis cultivators pay taxes, they send their kids to the schools, we buy groceries. We have the same rights as every other citizen in the community. These members of our community have paid their dues and shouldn't have to adjust to the constant changes in regulation that do threaten their family's livelihood, just like Meg said earlier. She doesn't know what to do. Economic growth is the basis of longevity for any community. Local cannabis cultivators provide a wide variety of jobs, especially for young people who would have maybe otherwise left Calaveras County to seek work. We can't deny the direct benefit to our local business economy that comes from those who work in our cannabis community. As we move forward, we must also consider the members of the community whose access to medicinal cannabis is jeopardized by the inconsistencies in regulation. I see patients who treat serious illnesses with great success with cannabis, and they couldn't do that if they lived in a county that was hostile towards cannabis. Cannabis is Calaveras' unique opportunity to guarantee a thriving future for itself by supporting the community economically and through the healing benefits of cannabis. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors, and I'd like to encourage every member of our audience to find the ways that cannabis could help you. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
William Hand, District 2. Yeah, we're talking about budgetary items. Do you want enough money to fund the programs and other projects or not? Everything I've heard has a dollar amount on it. You know, the cost for the fire, the cost for the code compliance, cost for budgeting for the sheriffs, okay? Yes, we have money in Measure C. I know that it's there. I also know that there is money to be able to be dispersed around. Now, if you limit those people to certain areas and limit the amount of grows, you're going to limit the amount of funds that you're going to be looking at, okay? So remind yourselves that if you're looking at having a little bit of discretionary funds, don't limit yourself to what you're looking at. Don't push people inside to grow inside, please. I'm a former inside grower for 15 years. People
Novice people do not understand circuitry, electronic circuitry, and how many amps can go on a single circuit. That's where you're going to find your fires, okay? And yes, your fires are going to go up. I've seen it happen in other communities. People don't understand, and they're not willing to go get a certified electrician to make sure that their grow, that's supposed to be secretive, is not found out, okay? So please don't push people inside. Allow your 6 plants for personal growth to be able to be outside, okay? Land use. Hey, do we have a general plan yet? Is that general plan going to change the land map that we have out there? Are we looking at possibly pushing people into areas that land use is going to change? And how's that going to impact them? Right now, I'm going on what the temporary ordinance was. I'm a compliant grower, have my certificate for the last 2 years, and now I've spent over $400,000 on buying my property, putting a septic and a well in there, and converting my property into a commercial grow within compliance with what I was told by the county. Now I'm about to lose $400,000 because I'm told to go to a certain area. Well, I'm one of those good growers. I'm willing to tell you what's going on with somebody over here that's making bad use of the land, okay? If you zoned it to 20 acres or more in RR, or where I am, rural transition, which I don't understand what rural transition means, okay? So am I being forced out? Yes, I'm being forced out. As far as the smell, I find cows and chickens and pigs offensive sometimes. I like star jasmine and gardenia and cannabis. I deal with the cows and the pigs and all that. I love my county. I don't want to leave, but it looks like I'm being forced to.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Tyler Daly, District 2. I'm the owner of Gold Mountain Farms. We have 3 farms in the county. I'd like to first address a few points that have been expressed by opposing commercial cannabis. There are a few environmental concerns, such as chemicals use in water. There are safe and effective products to use. Unsafe chemicals will be banned or tested for under new regulation. The cannabis industry is undergoing a highly scrutinized process to regulate chemical and environmental contaminants on the product itself, as well as the growing environment. Unlike other agricultural products like grapes, walnuts, and such, our products are not allowed on the market if it doesn't meet stringent testing procedures. We're concerned with pesticides more than any other grower. Our products aren't allowed on the market if they don't pass tests. So there is no other industry that is more regulated than us. Although land is reshaped when a cannabis garden is established, some farmers come in, like myself, and maintain the land. We improve the land instead of destroying it, graveling the roads, clearing debris and fallen trees, and otherwise positively enhancing the landscape on otherwise previously unmanaged plots of land. This increases land use value and creates tax dollars for the county. To address ways of life and the living standard. We're a new generation, and we too seek the rural way of life. We need to learn to coexist and work together in creating a more stable cannabis industry and rural environment. We want all the things everyone else wants: a clean environment, decent public education, and a good infrastructure. Not only that, we seek improvement and want to see the county thrive. With more opportunity available and a spike in the economy, there's no reason why cannabis cannot be the assistance our county needs in tax revenue to prosper. No one wants the few bad apples to spoil the bunch. Those who do not set their farms to a high standard and do not respect our environment or neighbors do not represent cannabis farmers as a whole and should not be allowed to farm, let alone tarnish our image as farmers. My farm seeks to set itself as an example socially, environmentally, and agriculturally. We wish to grow as a farm and work with other farmers to create a more positive and helpful farming community for ourselves and the county. We follow the regulations, we pay the taxes, and we want to stay in Calaveras. My company alone has paid over $108,000 this year to the county in taxes. As a grower, I see a need for packaging and distribution within the county. so growers can bring their product to a facility, have it packaged for the market and distributed. And the county can oversee that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Jessica Clofine. I'm from Valley Springs. I'm a cannabis farmer, but I'm also a mother and a member of my community. I'm a teacher. I like to call myself a teacher. I homeschool. So I'm many other things as well, voting citizen. My concern is the extremely limited number of grows that the ban or one of these highly regulated ordinances would put out. 50 or less farms would, one, not be enough to sustain our Measure C funds that we've already looked up to. Trouble in the balancing of the budget that we've already had, and also losing county officials. Enacting a ban, we would need more, therefore not being able to support. You know, it's been a huge thanks given out to not just the board, but all of the county departments and what they've done through this process, and seeing that the change that it goes through and the change that it's going to continue to go through. Overly restricting the industry that's already moving in the direction of stricter regulation due to the state. The state is supporting these regulations. They're going to make it easier. Another big concern is pushing people indoors. I think by supporting the growers and this beautiful area that we are, and we're able to grow beautiful crops using the sun, is only going to save us in those risky aspects of forcing small personal grows to only grow indoors. It is a risky aspect when we could easily avoid many of that by allowing them to grow outdoors. Also, a lot of the regulations and things that are being put in place that are going to prevent some of the good farmers from being able to continue compliantly are not about environmental protection. They're about a nuisance or a location or how far they are. And the purpose of all of this was to protect the environment. So the things that are important, all the regulations and things that are being used and where they are, these are much more pertinent than pushing out the people because we don't want cannabis to be seen or because the neighbors are offended by the smell. These are not things that are detrimental to our environment. The zones are made with very clear guidelines as to what they're for. I would assume an agricultural zone would be for agricultural use, residential ag, whatnot. I don't know any other industries that they decide what the surrounding zones are to implement what that one property can do. I don't know if that is implemented on any other industries, but it certainly seems a little biased. Yeah, also, any strict regulations, we need time to move, a year to move would allow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Bob Reeve. I live down in Valley Springs. I'm an attorney.
Mr. Reeves?
Proper time. Okay. I just have a brief comment. I'm more of an observer in this community. My observation, though, is that there's been a change in this community in terms of the kind of people I see hanging out here that I never would see hanging out before, that'll spend 2 or 3 days in the parking lot of Marvell's doing absolutely nothing except hanging out against the wall or hanging out, sleeping behind my church up here in San Andreas. I just see people I've never seen in this community before. And that concerns me just in terms of quality of life. The question is, if it's efficient, does that make it moral? That's a question that you have to answer, but it's a question that every society has to decide. What are the limits? The federal government has set a limit. Are they right in setting that limit? At some point in time, I expect the federal government is going to impose its limits on cannabis. Is it right or is it wrong? It just depends on the kind of quality of life you want in the community. I'm concerned about what I see as the outward manifestations of cannabis by the people I've seen in the community I never saw before. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves.
Hi. I'm one of those new people that he just spoke of. I haven't slept behind his church, but my name is Don Nye. I'm a new citizen of this community. I was a chemistry professor for 25 years. I retired, moved to California with my wife to be closer to our grandsons. And I haven't met a Calaverian I don't like, so from Minnesota. But I'm interested in starting my own business here. My father owned his own business for most of my life. He was a water purification equipment seller. I would like to open an analytical testing lab to test environmental samples, to test soil and water samples, but to also test cannabis products for potency, terpenes, insecticides, pesticides, toxins, microbials, etc. I'm interested in doing this. It requires a huge investment. We're looking at over $1 million worth of equipment, not including infrastructure. We're looking to invest that in this community. We're looking to hire people, technical people, people like Ben from Peter, although he said I can't hire him. I met with the planning committee yesterday to discuss my goal of starting a analytical testing lab in this community, in this county. I think it will benefit this county whether or not cannabis is allowed. Personally, I think reading all the regulations, and it's been quite a read, coming from the outside, not being a cannabis user, I would still suggest that probably the second option discussed makes the most sense. It makes the most sense to me as a new member of this community economically. It makes the most sense to me to support the infrastructure of any kind of commercial cannabis. I think you need some critical mass to create an upstanding business, okay? And you need, just like any other business, you need competition, right? And so regulating to just N number of growers that have their specific license, I don't think that's necessarily the best plan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further comments? Public comment?
Hello, good afternoon, Board. Carlos Poyo, District 1. First, I'd like to thank you guys for putting in the time and effort that you've been putting into this whole fiasco of an ordinance. I really want to commend the Planning Committee here and County Council. I know they've been dealt a bunch of different angles of this that they've had to take, and I think they're getting really good at it. They've been able to put stuff together now for you guys really fast on the dime. So that being said, I just wanted to offer a few ideas. I think we're at the point where we understand that the ban doesn't really make the most sense for our county. That's why we're offering all these alternatives that we haven't flat out banned yet. I mean, I think that's a pretty clear reason why we're offering these alternatives. I think we want to make sure that whatever we do, we don't make it so cost prohibitive for growers. I think we want to try to help sustain the industry and really try to help the industry a little bit more. I think we have stuff like the setbacks that aren't really making the most sense. There was a 500-foot setback offered and now a 200-foot setback offered, which changes that 75-foot setback from the urgency ordinance. I think we are really focused on trying not to harm the environment and make too much more of a change in our environment, and making us move my garden set at 75 feet. If I have to move that to 200 feet now, that's going to be a huge burden to my business, and it's going to make things obviously more expensive to have to move. I'm going to have to do some more clearing, some more grading, And we're, in a sense, kind of promoting that. And when we change things like that, I think it's a little senseless. I think we need to think about the repercussions of things like that. This 200-foot setback really isn't making the most sense for us. The limit to 50 farms, again, I think we just need to do anything we can to try to promote the industry here. Let's not make this restrictive. If anything's going to work, it needs to be beneficial. It needs to have, like he said, it needs competition. We need more members of the industry. Nothing's going to, 50 farms are not going to pay the bills to regulate the industry here. We need to try to bring in more people. These caps that we're thinking, 20-acre caps, we're going to remove a lot of farms. I'm a 40-acre A1 farm. I'm going to be okay, but it doesn't make sense for me to shut out so many people, because at the end of the day, that's going to restrict us, and I think the industry is going to fall on its face.
Thank you.
I've been at a loss to really know what to say. If there were be any words that I could say that would change your mind or have you think about some things, and thought about reading to you the words from the Imagine song from John Lennon. I thought that might be too obnoxious. Other things. And then I was driving out of my property today, and 2 years ago when we installed the sign, compliant 18 by 24 inch green colored sign, so feet high so they know my address, I put up an American flag, and I am a patriot and a capitalist. And as I walked out through, and this flag will be given to the Boy Scouts, both my sons are Eagle Scouts, to be properly retired. This reminds me, it was a brand new shiny flag 2 years ago. And what I've come through is 12 years ago I got my property. It's been sitting around. 8 years ago I've got an illness. This has been tattered by this whole process. So let me say some brief things about the actual process. Bad rumors. I've heard bad rumors about a lottery with 50 people. Well, I don't remember a lottery for restaurants or churches or anything else. That's ridiculous. I don't understand why you just don't accept the findings of the Planning Commission. They are the professionals. Listen hard to what they do, what they say, what they come up with. They went through the process. Answering some other folks, alcohol is a gateway to alcoholism, infidelity, and oftentimes death. So if you ban things for that reason, it's ridiculous. It helps me a lot, and I've been one of those guys who have multiple permits. I've done lot line adjustments. I've played by the rules. I've been here in this county. I'm not a gold rusher. I am from the Bay Area, but I'm here for many more reasons than just gold rushing and cannabis. Also, a little question kind of throws light on what we're doing here. Why does Nevada have good schools? Gambling. Holy shnikes, what a perspective. Step back. Think about what your kids and your grandkids and their grandkids are going to say, wow, what my father did or my mother did 50 or 100 years ago, was it really necessary? Just because we put things on paper doesn't mean it really works. Two things. Grandfather in the UO permittees. I played by the rules. I got the permit. I'm doing everything right. A 500 setback is ridiculous. Make it 200. Make it a 40-acre minimum parcel. Make us come to you with the right materials, but don't set us out like that so badly. And of course, I'm going to urge you to vote yes on the Ladish, the most liberal of the three. But take a second. Don't think that you really, I'll leave you to finish that sentence.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Matron, how are you?
Hi. Good afternoon to the board. Sandy Mitrat, District 2. I would first like to take a few moments to thank the Planning Commission for their hard work as represented in their version of a draft ordinance provided to all of you. Likewise, kudos to staff for pulling everything together so cohesively. I also thank the board for affording me approximately 3 minutes to address my greatest concern with regulation of cannabis on any level, but most significantly, the implementation of a ban. That word, one word, expresses that concern: enforcement. Calaveras County has an apparent code enforcement problem, regardless of the data specific to cannabis shared by Ed Short today. I know this based on data I received after submitting a Freedom of Information Act request. To be blunt, it does not appear Calaveras County manages code enforcement well today. In my data request, I asked for 5 simple data points. While code enforcement does not track the data precisely as I requested, the information I received was usable and eye-opening. It should also be noted that the information was very understated, as there are apparently a variety of different tracking methods in use today, and until a new tracking and permitting system is implemented, there's no one single data source for all types of enforcement activity underway by code. Between January 2006 and November 20th, 2017, a total of 426 complaints were logged against specific supervisory districts. Of those 426 complaints, only 102 were closed during those 33 months. Again, this is not an all-inclusive list. Had our prior contracted part-time chief building official not thrown out the backlog prior to 2016, the situation would likely look much worse. These numbers point to a department that is working extremely hard, yet is severely underfunded, short-staffed, and unable to get ahead of the curve as a result. It points to an inability to enforce current county code today for the reasons I just mentioned. It points to the need for an ordinance coupled with a fairly consistent revenue stream to enable proper staffing. This appears supported by Mr. Short's comments. Please know a ban is far from what it appears Calaveras County needs. In closing, I suggest this Board of Supervisors look into California Government Code 815.6. Within this code is a mandatory requirement for municipalities to enforce the civil codes on their books. Should a ban be passed, you can rest assured that your constituents will insist that you enforce that code through whatever means are available to them.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be scheduling a break at 3:30. Mr. Montgomery, afternoon.
Alice Montgomery, District 3. I'm here to talk about something that Sandy just mentioned, and I agree with a lot of what she said. So a group of us got together, and we are proposing a monetized ban. That would be not in place of, but in addition to the ballot, and one of the 3 that you have, the ban, and it is just an amendment and a little bit of tweaks to that. A monetized ban prohibits broad commercial cultivation and qualifies Calaveras County for Prop 64 funding and other benefits through incorporating dispensaries, limited to a total of 5 in Calaveras County, requiring dispensaries to be commercially licensed, that's key, pay fees and taxes, commercially grow cannabis on site, indoors in an area no less than 201 square feet and no more than 400 square feet. In the ban initiative, also allow medical patients and caregivers to grow their marijuana wherever they want. If they want to grow it outdoors, let them grow it outdoors, keep it secure. If they want to grow it indoors, don't start fires. You all have been emailed this. I also have a copy for Peter, and here's a hard copy. I have checked. I made a 3rd phone call to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. This does, in fact, qualify us for Prop 64 funding. They're not sure whether it's going to be percentages or a switch, on and off. Do you get the road money? Do you not? But I sure hate to see us not. So that's why I propose this. Right now, we have 206 permitted growers. We have 25 caregivers. We have 48 the patients that have permits. Just now, this morning, Jason Howard told me that I need to be really careful because I might be sued for libel. So I took a witness just outside. He's got a law firm name on his hoodie. No, he said, no, I need to clarify that. There's hundreds that might sue you. So if there's 206 people that have permits, I don't think that's hundreds, and I don't really want to have the tail wag the dog.
The environmental devastation I've personally seen is too great. We cannot catch up with the fees and taxes. I have nothing against the growers, but they're not victims. They signed an indemnification agreement. They know what's up. They're super intelligent. They know. I want to give them all the credit that is due to them, but this is really hurting our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Marion. I'm in District 2. I'm going to be very brief. I have a background in child psychology. I worked, before I moved to the state of California, almost 10 years ago, I worked in Missouri for parents as teacher, so helping parents that were low income. I've seen what poverty can do to children, and I keep hearing all the people that are promoting the ban talk about the welfare of children with cannabis. Well, the fact is that right now the United States government says that about 250,000 children die of poverty every year, and 36% of children in California right now are below the poverty level. And zero cases of ingestion of cannabis have been recorded through the United States government as the death of children. So if we really care about the children, we maybe care about thinking about all the families you're about to go throw into poverty when you take away their livelihood. And that's actually much more dangerous than any cannabis has ever proven to be to children than poverty. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Segala.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Segala, speaking for myself, and my remarks do not come from my supervisor in District 4. One of the things that's important here...
Wait, do I pay you now or pay you later? I had to hear that response.
I knew it was coming. It's hard to keep a sense of humor when you're kind of like in a swamp and there's all these alligators running around. Your purpose for being here is to drain the swamp, get rid of the alligators. So, all right. So in the middle of all these alligators, we come to the question of what's your function. Are you in the business of banning something? Some people say, well, the federal government made a law. Oh, they did, huh? Are they following the Constitution? Well, not exactly. They reinterpreted it. They changed the Constitution without an amendment. Oh, wow. You know, that really calls for an impeachment of those judges that did that because they violated their own oath, their own oath of office. They weren't supposed to do that. So the drug war is unconstitutional according to the 10th Amendment and also according to one of the arguments given for the drug war was that it involves 4 treaties with other countries, and treaties take precedence over our own laws. They become the law of the land. That went to the Supreme Court, and it's found, and correctly at that time, that the law had to be in accordance with the Constitution first. Then a treaty could become law of the land. The treaty power does not supersede the Constitution. So now the federal government's got a little bit of a problem. One branch of the federal government has taken out not a permit, but a permission to do something in medical marijuana, and the other part of the federal government is saying it's a bad drug. And then we have a commission that was a constitutional congressional commission, Schaefer Commission, found that the thing is not that bad. It shouldn't be a banned drug. It has some things that need concern, just like alcohol. But bottom line is, if you want to follow the Constitution, you have no business banning anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. Further comments? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Beth Whitkey, District 2. I keep hearing a lot of people that are favoring a ban talk about those people or those kind of people. And I like living in a community that is all-inclusive and that embraces all people. I think that it is important to recognize the good things that the cannabis industry does in the community, aside from paying our fees, taxes, and doing our best to comply with the regulations as put forth. There have been numerous calls for, especially post-Butte fire, public engagement, community engagement. I saw things in the paper last year where the Christmas was saved in Mountain Ranch by CCA members. There have been initiatives all over the county for people at CCA come in and they volunteer and they weed eat the parks. We clean highways. We just yesterday, somebody from the food pantry in Mountain Ranch said 28 families got turkey dinners donated from CCA members. I'm aware of a teacher in, I believe it was Valley Springs, who needed community or continuing education. The community got together and donated several $1,000s for her community, or for her continued education. I am aware of a community garden or a student garden that cannabis growers and the general community installed at the Jenny Lind Elementary School. Meals on Wheels got a four-wheel drive vehicle after the previous four-wheel drive vehicle was involved in an accident with Angels Camp Police, and they would not replace the vehicle. There are a lot of things that we do around the community quietly, not trying to generate good publicity, just because we care about where we live and we want to continue to live here. It has been such a long, grueling, and difficult process to get our permits. It makes no sense to me that we would insist that people move their setbacks and have more grading and have more trees felled. No matter what happens, I sincerely hope that we get together as a community and have some truth and reconciliation. Also, 5 dispensaries will not entitle us to Prop 64 monies. We have to have a commercial industry. We have to have permissive outdoor cultivation for personal. It would not be fair if only 5 businesses in this county got to make all the money on cannabis, and it would not be fair to the rest of the state to expect to make millions of dollars from those taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Aurora Weatherby, District 5, Valley Springs. I brought with me today a copy of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. You've all taken an oath of office, some of you maybe twice, if you wore the uniform in any of our military services or as police officers or firemen. You've taken this oath. For those of you who don't know what this oath says, I'll read it to you. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of elevation, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which I am about to enter. So help me God. That oath should not be taken lightly. Marijuana is a Schedule I drug set forth by the government. The 10th Amendment, which was quoted here a little bit ago, says, and I imagine it's open to interpretation, if I can find it. Okay. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, and or to the people. So in other words, if you can't consider the ban today and pass it and get rid of the dispensaries too, then it should go to the people. Mr. Toffanelli, I've read your proposal. I don't agree with it. I think we are being open to more lawsuits. I've heard the rumor mills on the outside that that's exactly what they intend to do. That if only 50 people are allowed to grow, then we can expect the lawsuits. So, Mr. Garamendi, I called the DOJ and the DEA, and they say that Jeff Sessions has appointed a commission. They will be making a decision soon on what they're going to do with the states that have approved marijuana laws. Mr. Oliveira, I am really surprised at your stance, having taken the oath both here and as an officer, that you don't want to uphold the laws. Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Clapp, I admire you for your intestinal fortitude to stand up and say what you believe and believe in what you say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and staff. My name is Jack Norton. I'm a registered cultivator and co-chair of the Calaveras Cannabis Stakeholders Group. And today I only want to talk to you about specifics of the two regulatory ordinances. One thing in particular, Section 17.95.30D of the two regulatory ordinances state that the county shall notify the state within 60 days that all county approvals for registered or pending commercial cultivators shall be terminated as a matter of law in 90 days. What this does for cultivators is it makes us ineligible for the temporary state license, which will then make the commercial harvest of this year illegal in the new state marketplace. It won't be able to participate in the new state marketplace. So we as cultivators need some kind of language that says that we are in good standing and our approval under the permanent ordinance is pending if you choose to take that route. We could still be ordered to stop growing, like the ordinance says, until we're approved under the new ordinance. But language like that would allow us to receive our temporary license and allow for us to participate in the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Joan Wilson, District 1. I'm not a politician, and I'm not playing at politics. I am a concerned citizen. When I came here, I planted marijuana, and I did it legally. When regulation came up, I signed up for it. I did 3,000 square feet on 20 acres, RR, and if you read the zoning for RR, it's for agricultural reasons. Although it has been said that it's not agriculture, it's not an agricultural product, you seem to want to force it onto agricultural land, which is really confusing to me. All of my neighbors I've talked to them all, and they're all willing to write a letter for me. They have no problem with what I grow. They have no problem with me as a neighbor. They like me. I paid $11,000 to be compliant, more than $11,000 to be compliant, and to the county and to the water board, and to be able to have a chance at getting a state license. I'm probably going to be out, according to any of your regulations. Will that stop me from growing marijuana? Yeah, unless I can grow it for personal use outside. Will it stop me from coming here? No. You're probably going to see me more. I wish I was here for the fireworks issue. I didn't start this to make millions, to become rich. I started this to make a living and to get out of a job that I earn basically minimum wage. All of that money has gone into my business. All of that time has gone into my business. The ones that have been winning are the illegal growers, the people that I paid to hopefully have you guys get rid of. No matter what you do today, the ones that will probably win, other than illegal growers, are going to be the lawyers and possibly the real estate agents. You've gone back and forth, pulling both sides back and forth with you. When I could have been at the state fighting for the little guy, I've been here. Some of you, while campaigning and even afterwards, have said you don't need that money. And then you turned around and voted to use it to balance the budget. If any of this is allowed, I don't know. The feds, they've said in public that they lied. to make it a Schedule I drug. In fact, they have a patent on it, and they provide patients with marijuana that is grown on land that receives federal funds. So if you want to go with what the federal government says, they're illegal. There's no marketing to being done to children.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Neil McEwen, District 2 business owner, agricultural farmer, 10-and-a-half-year resident, and casualty of the Butte wildfire. I hold a master's degree in environmental planning and an MBA in finance from the University of Colorado. My family and I lost our home and all our belongings, and nearly every tree on our 10 acres. We have received no help from FEMA, the state of California, nor this county. The insurance we had was enough to clear the note on the mortgage, so we own our property but have nothing left with which to rebuild. The only glimmer of hope from the county was when the previous board approved the UO and allowed us to be able to rebuild and maintain our life and business here in Calaveras. Since the election of this new board, my wife and I have been struggling to meet the ongoing and constantly changing new requirements that this board is determined to burden us with in order to keep our business operating, if at all. Instead of working towards reasonable regulation, the majority of this board redirected on questionable legal grounds and in bad faith the scope of the EIR to require a ban of all commercial cannabis agricultural activities. These actions were indefensible, and the likelihood of implementing and funding this regressive set of prohibitionary policy alternatives is completely untenable. Since the fire, my family and I have been living in a fifth-wheel trailer, which has been increasingly difficult with our 5-year-old son and our 5-month-old daughter. We have essentially been forced to purchase an additional 20 acres of burnt land with borrowed funds instead of rebuilding in order to meet the new, most likely, setback requirements that you are going to potentially impose on us. Our ability to rebuild has been impeded by a few members of this board's unwillingness to heed the will of the people as expressed by the passage of Measure C. The people of this county want commercial cultivation to be taxed and permanent reasonable regulation be put in place to fund the eradication of ever larger illegal farms. We love our land and this county. We use no pesticides in the growth of our agricultural and medicinal products and have the lab tests prove it. We have paid our taxes and want to continue paying our taxes to help the general welfare and economic vitality of this county. We want to rebuild our home and continue to raise our family here in Calaveras. Please don't force us to move. Extend the provisions for fire victims to rebuild. Please pass reasonable, tenable regulation without sunset provisions, as they will only ensure that this whole exercise was moot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowerman.
Good afternoon, Bob Bowerman, District 5. I get them confused sometimes. Thank you all for being here. Thank the planning department. A while ago, I got totally dismayed and just went, this is impossible. Our county supervisors aren't going to be able to ever do anything regarding this issue. I have always believed that the answer to the cannabis solution needs to be with the people. Careful what you wish for. However, recently, and we were prepared, that we had some of the top attorneys in the state for cannabis, that James Anthony Group, excellent consultant groups, Wild Horse Consultants. Everything was ready to go. We were within just a few days of filing an initiative that would have won at the ballot. Then I started talking and not really talking, but listening, okay? Because I was getting really, really upset. and I started listening to more people. I sat down and I had an excellent conversation with Peter. I got to understand a little better on what was going on. I've changed my mind. I think I know we have the best planning department any county could ever ask for. That's been obvious for a long time. I also believe that our supervisors, even though I don't agree with all of them, care for the county and in their own hearts are trying to do what they think is best. A couple of months ago, I thought just totally the opposite. And that was sad because I love this county. I've been here 17 years. This is my forever home. We took our initiative and we did not stand down. We did step aside. It remains on the sidelines. And I'm sincerely hoping, even though I don't agree with all of it, that today you take, I believe it's the second ordinance that the planning department came up with and pass that. Yes, it will hurt a lot of people on that who will be put out of business. Some of them are going to go bankrupt. Some of them are, I've met a lot of these people. They're really, really incredible people.
Thank you, sir.
But thank you for serving.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Of course, I'd have something to say. I look at this situation as an opportunity that Calaveras has in need of revenue. I think of a saying that says, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Well, don't cut off our nose to spite your face. I'm thinking of 335 home care workers that haven't had a pay raise in 8 years. Where are we going to get the money to pay these people to do the job they're valued to do? I read a little article in the Stockton Record. I wish I could remember the whole thing, but it was a letter to the editor, and the woman was saying, if you don't like immigrants, don't marry one. If you don't like abortions, don't have one. If you don't like cannabis, don't use none. We're talking about someone else's choices and decisions and judgments that might limit my choices, decisions, and judgments. As we become more congested in this world, as we develop more things, build more dams, create more roads, we begin to limit our freedom. Too many people. We're getting in each other's hair. So we have to have more laws and regulations. I ran into an old guy at Al Segala's Tax Association, and I asked him, what happened when Prohibition was repealed? What happened to all those moonshiners? He says, well, they just went on to gambling and prostitution. There's a place for everything, apparently. My final thought, I think, is that when we limit ourselves, when we exclude outside ideas and we stick to our own agenda, we cut off our nose to spite our face. If we have an open policy to consider the ramifications of everything that we do, perhaps we can see a clear way to satisfy all the needs, quit restricting people's freedoms, and allow...
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my friend Bonnie Newman. Smart woman. Okay, so I want to share with you, number one, the Valley Springs Youth and Family Center building was falling down. It was rotten. And the only reason it is standing today is because a group of people from the CCA came, donated $6,000, which we then stretched like rubber, and a whole bunch of volunteers came, and we put in over 750 volunteer hours, including some of the CCA members, in 1 month in one room. It is now structurally sound and covered in steel siding. Thank you very much to a community that gave what they could. Some people just had skill sets, and others had money through a CCA engagement. But what I want to share with you is, Bonnie mentioned something about what happened to all the people that were making the bootleg liquor and stuff. Well, many years ago, my dad shipped us out here from Ohio to live with our grandparents. And about 6 months later, he shows up in my grandfather's driveway, and he doesn't even get out to say hello. He walks around to the back of his station wagon, and he is furious because somewhere between Oklahoma and Long Beach, his still quit working. He crossed state lines. I'm sure there's something illegal about that. But had they not regulated, and had we not had these big educational campaigns and a lot of good parenting along the way, we would have a still in everyone's backyard today. We must regulate the heck out of this and make sure that we create policy that is fair and balanced for everyone. And this is your task. And we have heard over the last couple of years amazing testimony, expertise that we as a county cannot afford to buy. And I would hope that you would listen to that. And not just the little pockets of people that surround you, but they're coming out of the woodwork and have been doing this for a long time, trying to share with you their expertise. Please listen. I don't think we can afford to get this wrong.
Thank you, Marty. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
Afternoon.
My name is Fernando Leyva. I live in the M24 Ranch Association. I've owned property in Calaveras County for 19 years, and I've lived up here since I retired 5 years ago, so I've been a permanent resident for 5 years. Some of our cannabis growers have said that, they want to work with people, they want to do things. Our association has CC&Rs, and those CC&Rs say no commercial activities are allowed in our association. We've got a number of cannabis growers who've decided to buy land in our association because they've got a great southern exposure. They've got gates that give them some additional protection. When we've told them you can't have a commercial grow, they've basically thumbed their nose at us and have said, we're going to do what we want to do. Now, I would prefer to see you initiate a ban, because a ban, I think, would give the board the opportunity later on to see how things work out with the state, and then tweak that ban, make some changes to it, and make some regulation changes. But if nothing else, at least restricting it out of any area zoned R would be the next best thing. Our association is made up mainly of retirees, except for a few of the cannabis growers who have come in. And I can tell you, the people have come up here to retire to see the beauty of the countryside, the forests, the lakes. We have a beautiful lake in our association, Emery Reservoir. And when we get all the influx of the workers coming in to work on these cannabis grows that are 22,000 square feet, it just disrupts a lifestyle that people were expecting to be able to enjoy in retirement. And so I would ask you as the board, take the step, do the right thing for the residents of the county, for the environment, and protect everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is warm. It is warm. Take your jacket off.
Dr. Papana Randall Smith, District 3. I was a little
Thank you, Mike. I was a little dismayed when I saw that in the first, an alternative 1 in 17.95.770 F3, that for some reason, somebody put in the 200-foot setback on M zones when they abut a non-conforming property, when this board didn't include it. The Planning Commission did, and then subsequently changed it to 100 feet, which is included in alternative 2. I don't get why it's a number 1. It doesn't seem like that should be in there. So I'd like to put into the record the letter I just gave to you and also emailed to you all last night. The problem with this is that if you look at the code 17.44.030, C1 through 8, you have a list of activities that are allowed on M zones, and this lists the manufacturing activities to which there are no imposed setbacks, because when these properties were built, they were already subject to review, setbacks, and all kinds of things. So this is what's allowed on a manufacturing zone. Chemical manufacturing, processing, utilizing non-hazardous or toxic materials. Chemical manufacturing, processing, utilizing hazardous and toxic materials. Compressed gas manufacturing, packaging and processing. Fertilizer manufacturing, processing and packaging. Fungicide manufacturing, processing and packaging. Glass manufacturing, paint manufacturing, processing and packaging. So what I'd just like to ask, please, if you decide to go with regulations, to please just, 100 feet is well, I don't think it's appropriate, but it's okay. It should be 0. The other point which I would like to raise is that I'd like to ask you to please, when you begin your deliberation, I would like to ask that you start with the second alternative, and really the issue here, from my perspective, is that anyone who is cut out in RR and RA, they need a reasonable pathway to stay in. If you give that to them, you are going to maintain the tax base, you're going to limit the threat or the possibility of lawsuits, and that will be a win-win for everybody. So please consider a reasonable pathway for everyone who gets cut out. To my mind, that is the way you need to go. I wrote about it in the paper. I hope you've all read that. We got a way here, guys. You can do it. You can get it done today. Pass a reasonable regulation, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker, then we'll be taking a break.
Okay. I live in Sue Holper, District 2 in the Burn Scar. I moved there 20 years ago. I'm now there in a trailer where my house used to be. On our road, all those parcels are 40-acre zone, rural residential. One house survived on the road. There are 7 properties. 4 new people came in, all to grow, and they're good people. They are good neighbors. And if they cannot grow, either because there's a ban or because the regulations are such that the setbacks make it impossible to grow on that kind of hilly land, they will go. They take care of me. I don't know who would come. That land is not, nobody's going to buy that land for their retirement. It's not pretty enough. Nobody's going to buy it for their vacation home. That land is good for maybe goats, and it's good for marijuana. And if you're thinking about taking care of the people in this county, there are many different needs. And if there's going to be any looking at zoning, there's no reason why any of us on that road would not want marijuana there. But we happen to be zoned 40-acre parcels, rural residential. So take into account, don't assume who needs what. I don't know if those of you who are not representing District 2 understand we are far from being recovered, and we need this industry to support our recovery.
Thank you, ma'am. You can make it with 3 minutes, sir.
Cool. Thank you, Board. Trevor Whitkey, District 2, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance.
The board has a simple choice before it today. The board can stand for small businesses, property rights, sensible economic growth, and local control over this controversial issue. Or the board can choose arbitrary, misguided restrictions, choosing winners and losers, eliminating thousands of jobs and millions in local revenues, the layoff of dozens of county employees, and incurring considerable legal liability that will only leave us in a considerable limbo as the year progresses. Or the board can adopt the Planning Commission's proposal, allowing for the inclusion of a one-year transition for those compliant farms that have been zoned out of their current location. This will allow the industry to make the transition that is necessary so that we actually keep the farms and the good actors that are here so that they can continue operating in 2018. There is a considerable amount of uncertainty and cost that is going to be incurred with coming into compliance at the state level. The proposal that's being created right now to allow people 1 year to transition, but only, allowing people 6 months to transition, requiring them to completely remediate their property, restore it back to its original condition, and move while only maintaining vegetative plants at 10% of their canopy is not going to be viable. The farms that are zoned out are going to get shut down because of this proposal. They're not going to be able to make the move. As a result, the county's not going to be able to collect Measure C tax revenues come the beginning of next year. The first installment is going to be dramatically lower. It's going to be based off of the 50 actual operating farms. And then in November, when the Measure C taxes are to be based off of track and trace and sales, there's not going to be sales next year because people will be spending all of their money, all of their time and energy transitioning. As a result, the county is going to lose the $14 million that it raised in this last year. We raised $7 million in the first installment of Measure C tax fund. That $7 million is to be incurred. Again, that's $14 million in revenues. Failure to collect those revenues and provide an opportunity for people to continue operating is going to put this county into very dire straits. You guys know the budget better than me. You've seen the budget numbers. You know what they are. And you know what your impact of your decision will be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 15-minute break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs.
Mr. Smith, can I have you adjust that microphone so we can hear it? There you go.
Thank you very much. I would just like to remind everybody that this is a healthcare decision overall, not just a land use decision. And the best healthcare decisions are made by doctors and patients, not between governments or even insurance companies. There are case reports on 19 pages of proof on cannabisclinicians.org that this is not simply a public nuisance. This is a healthcare and the quality of life issue. Putting the welfare, the quality of life, the dignity, and the very survival of one portion of the population against another is irresponsible. I, one, support non-regulation of non-commercial, the option of no regulation for no commercial. The other option I support there is up to 5 patients per caregiver, 5 patients per residence for medical use. We cannot punish these people criminally for Kirby versus Fresno, and we should not be able to really limit them beyond the reasonable regulations in state law, which are found in the findings within, I believe, the original ban ordinance. Some other information I'd like you to be aware of before making your decision today is Marbury versus Madison, SUS 137, that's 1803. The opinion was held that anything that is in conflict is null and void of law. Clearly, for a secondary law to come in conflict with the supreme law was illogical. For the certainty of the supreme law would prevail over any other law, and the certainty of our forefathers, any law come into a conflict would be null and void of law. It would bear no power to enforce, no obligation to obey. It would purport to settle as if it were never had to import. For unconstitutionally would date from the enactment of such a law, so branded by the court of law. No courts are bound to uphold it. No citizens are bound to obey it. It purports as a nullity of or a fiction of law, which means it does not exist in law. The courts shall be alerted to enforce the provisions of the United States Constitution and guard against infringement by legislative fiat or otherwise. If the Constitution prescribes one rule and the state another, it is duty of the court to declare that the Constitution and not the statute governs for the cases before the judgment. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you. Mr. Bolger. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. I'll keep this as quick as possible. In regards to both Alternative 1 and 2, specifically Section 1795060H, there's mention of a enhanced review process for any parcels seeking a commercial cultivation permit that borders either rural residential, rural agricultural. And if I remember correctly, in Supervisor Toffanelli's original recommendations, that this would be on any unapproved zone that it bordered. The language has been inserted that this would apply to a parcel of land of any zoning designation containing a pre-existing lawful permitted dwelling. My concern here is if it's bordering ag preserve or A1 or general forestry, these are parcels that neighbor this prospective site that already allow that commercial activity. It seems a little bit redundant. Also, number 3 of that section, project review is required by CEQA. I'm wondering what the point of the CEQA review and the EIR was at the county level, if we're going to go back and require it. Again, it seems redundant and somewhat punitive. Anyway, I think that the other requirements of there, notification to the neighbors, ability for the neighboring property owners to comment, and then number 4 is a catch-all. The planning director has the say on any imposition of requirements. I can't imagine that an individual project level CEQA analysis would come up with anything different than the overarching EIR done for the county. They analyze what a commercial cultivation site would entail and propose mitigation measures. Again, it just seems like you're creating something that forces people to go through unnecessary steps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David Tuno, District 5.
Mr. Tuno, how are you?
Good afternoon. Earlier in the afternoon, Mr. Short was asked by Mr. Oliveira what would happen to the funding of this department and the number of compliance officers and whatnot under a ban scenario. And of course, he said, well, we wouldn't have the same funding. We wouldn't have the Measure C funding. And that's true, but what he wasn't asked, whether or not there's other funding possibilities, setting that aside, what he was not asked, a pertinent question is, what would happen to the level of activity subject to code enforcement under a ban? Very relevant question. Now, don't know if he would have been able to answer it, but in truth, we don't know what the number would be, but we do have a baseline, something that resembles a baseline, and that would be the level of activity in this county prior to the urgency ordinance. Actually, not prior to the urgency ordinance, but prior to the land rush that preceded the urgency ordinance. That would be the presumed baseline of activity that needed code enforcement. Then you've got the Prop 64 issue, and I believe you have the freedom, the authority to impose restrictions and conditions upon the Prop 64 indoor growing conditions, and therefore permit fees and whatnot that go with that. So the pertinent question was not asked of him, and I wanted to add that. And I wanted to conclude by saying we shouldn't even be having this discussion. Trent was right. That's where the discussion ends. Cookie was right. That's where the discussion ends. Todd Fordall, the letter that was written by him, that's where the discussion ends. Whether or not the federal law is right, whether or not Supreme Court decisions were correct or incorrect, is not the authority of a county supervisor board to correct. This is not where that's done. There's the city called Washington, D.C., and there's a big Capitol building right there, and that's who you point to. And you go to your congressman and you say, we think the law is wrong, please help us change that law. That's how it works in America. You don't decide at this level in chambers such as this that they got it wrong and you're going to fix it. We shouldn't be having this discussion. And ultimately, it shouldn't come down to pesticides and herbicides and grading, and it certainly should not come down to money. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Ladies and gentlemen, we went almost all day without that. I appreciate the hand waving, maybe the clapping. We're not going to accept. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the Board. Vivian Sechu, District 1. Gentlemen, we are less than 2 weeks away from MRCRSA entering into full effect at a state level. One of the most comprehensive and sophisticated pieces of state legislation for the cannabis industry in the entire nation to date. MRCRSA makes provisions for the formation and development of a highly regulated and competitive marketplace, a marketplace that will not be easy under any circumstances to navigate, survive, and thrive in for any persons or entities across the end-to-end supply chain. MRCRSA will impose business process transparency and product quality standards on all of the state's industry players, which will be extremely challenging to meet, even for the most educated and sophisticated business owners currently operating legitimately in the state today. In part, if part of our county political leadership and the respective constituents who support them should have any issues with a portion of the industry historical players, then they should take a serious look at what has already happened in Colorado, Washington, or Oregon in recent years, since similar legislations have been introduced. What has happened in these states is that regulated market forces were allowed to play out and impose a selection process where survival of the fittest became the key deciding factor of who continues operating and who has to fold. Such market-driven forces have naturally selected the best business players and progressively weeded out those who simply could not cut it. And with this in mind, gentlemen, it should never be forgotten that we do live in the United States of America after all, which just so happens to be the #1 market-driven economy in the world. Plainly put, if you should decide to ban or issue very strict regulations which do not foster market-based solutions to determine who the winners and losers will be, and allowing the best industry players a chance to emerge as such, then you would simply be doing something profoundly un-American. And your vote would basically be a vote against capitalism. This is something that each of you as political leaders simply cannot be proud of under any circumstances, nor would want attached to your legacy. Gentlemen, if you should decide to choose the winners and losers today and base such actions upon arbitrary parameters, such as immediately capping the number of growers at 50 based on fundamentally unjust, unrealistic, unconstitutional, and perhaps even unlawful land use requirements, rather than allowing the market to determine viability, you would simply be putting our county and the viability of your own program at great peril. It is our hope that clear minds will prevail today, and each of you will allow the invisible hand of the free market economy to do its job, and in return you will see a manageable number of highly compliant, professional and successful business players emerge who will make a substantial and much needed employment and fiscal contribution to our community, and at the same time, you won't even notice that they are there. In conclusion, it's not rocket science, gentlemen. Prosperity and growth versus anti-business driven and self-induced bankruptcy. The choice is clear. Either you support market-driven solutions or you believe that politicians should choose the winners and losers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stopper.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I sent out a letter prior to the Planning Commission meeting quite a few weeks, almost a month ago. addressing the distribution and manufacturing and local control issues and being able to collect the Measure C taxes as track and trace moves forward, if you so chose regulation. I'm going to take it down a different note. Something to address staff. Your staff during 2016, let's say with the planning department, for example, was working on the general plan. This urgency ordinance came up, and there was people from both sides there at the planning commission meetings supporting a general plan, all putting their input into it. And then this urgency ordinance came forward, and people fell off, going their different ways and everything else. Now let's move forward. After the urgency ordinance was passed, which I actually fought against, we come forward to February this year. Staff's directed to put forward a ban. They're sent in a different direction. So they start doing this. Then they're sent in a different direction. They're constantly being pulled different ways. We have to start thinking about the people working for us, and they're the ones that get this stuff done behind closed doors while we sit here and debate about what we want to do. This has been hard on a lot of people. You've lost good employees because they can't deal with the non-decision making moving forward. We have to support the people that are working with us that do quality work, and moving forward we should keep them in mind as we're going forward, and we need to come to a final conclusion on this, gentlemen. We need to move forward. There's important things that need to get done. The general plan needs to get done. We need to worry about our dump and when it's going to fill up. That needs to get done. There's roads that need to get fixed that need to get done. This has consumed us this year. We need to move on.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comments? Mr. Fry.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Oliveira and supervisors. First off, I've been in this county 40 years on the 4th of October, this past October. I was fortunate enough to get hired as a planner trainee by Brent Harrington, whom I learned a tremendous amount from. At the time, he was a planner too. Dave Porter was the new planning director, and the three of us were called the new kids on the block. And we had a board of supervisors that some of them were still part of the good old boys, and they didn't like the rules. They didn't like CEQA. I don't think they ever looked into it. They didn't like all of the stuff that Dave and Brent and I put together. When we came in there, all the files were missing. We started over, putting together forms and so on and so forth. I would personally like to thank Peter Maurer. He and Brent Harrington, in my mind, are probably the best planning directors this county has ever had. I would like to thank Peter's staff. They work really, really hard. I'd like to thank County Council. I'd like to thank you, Megan, because when we were in the planning department, we didn't have any legal help. Nobody rescued us. We had to figure it all out ourselves. And I think that's a real plus as time has marched on. So I spent 10 years a land use planner in this county. I went from planner trainee to planner 1 to planner 2 to planner 3. And then there was the planning director. I've had the opportunity for 40 years in this county to serve on lots of boards and commissions. And I have been elected by the voters to 2 school boards. And I have said before to this board, I believe that you need to make this ordinance as tight as you can make it. And I also believe that you need to give the current growers more than 6 months to make the change. They have hundreds of thousands of dollars invested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Hello, Darren Toski, San Andreas. I want to.
Toski, how are you?
Toski, good, and yourself? I thank you for saying that, and thank you to the board and the planning for this long process. But all the people out there that have got hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars invested in their properties, in 80-acre parcels, 40-acre parcels, the Butte Fire, as we all know, ripped apart the county. The emergency ordinance was crazy for us. Before that, we had a lot of good, solid grows. But the Butte Fire opened us up and exposed us all. A lot of new people came in, but the dust has settled. And it brought enormous amounts of good people, good development, business for the county, which we didn't have before. The 3 years before that, there was one building permit open in the county for like 5 years. One building permit, and no property sold. There was nothing moving. So this blessing that we have landed in, which is crazy for us all, has settled. So for us to move forward intelligently and not eliminate 80% of the grows, which is the majority of our growing community in Calaveras County, in 3 months is just not fair for us. We want to work together, but please, let's work together. Give us some time to change, to restructure. This is all new. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joanna Ottman, District 2, Sheep Ranch. And I'm honestly not sure where this question and request fits into your process, but I wanted to ask about the unclassified zoning. I think in the first iteration it's excluded entirely. And I'm not sure, but I think Mr. Laddish proposed that all the unclassified zoning people who have registered gardens could be allowed to rezone agricultural. And so my question then was, if you're going to allow all the U classifications to rezone ag, why not just let them be allowed in the registered garden category? It doesn't make sense if you're going to rezone everybody, then effectively they're already accepted. Where I live, all my neighbors were all in the U unclassified zone, and it seems to me that would be optimal because we're out where basically we're not on roads or bordering roads. We're isolated. Nobody sees us. We all work together, and most of the people out there have been there for generations. It's really grandmothers and granddaughters trying to pay their mortgage. So it seems like to look again at the unclassified zone would be really important for a vast majority of certified growers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation. Anybody like to start? Supervisor Mills.
I've been attending these board meetings going back to 2014 and earlier, so I've had an opportunity to listen to public comment now for nigh into almost 4 years. I had a gentleman in the press recently say to me that this county is embarked on being engaged in chasing a bright, shiny object. And that's really what this has come down to, is that we have spent so much time and so much energy on this one particular issue that it derails us from doing all of those other things that our government needs to do here on a local level. Please remember that I was that single vote that extended the UO in February. I'm not so sure it was the best thing to do, but it gave staff a chance to kind of pull things together, but we're right now down to the wire. I think in February there was clear direction given. Staff worked on that. There wasn't any alternatives that we'd looked at or were even asking to be looked at. I know that that had been requested back in October, and it was turned down. And then later in October, it was brought back up again. I'm reminded that Yuba County at the end of this month will be on their agenda to declare a state of emergency. I'm also reminded that in my own district, Angels City has basically banned everything. Speaking with Santa Cruz County Supervisors, they're wanting to step back, especially around the Mount Herman area, which is the watersheds for the area. I might be reminded also that the state has clearly reminded me, going back to 2015 and 2016, that this is a work in progress for them. I am not convinced that the state really has an understanding or a handle on what their capacity to regulate really means. And I referenced the Water Board's decision of October 17th, where they shoved the indoor growing tailwater responsibility onto the municipalities, the counties, and the sewer districts to handle.
Point of order. I'll hear your point of order at the microphone.
Are you operating the meeting under Robert's Rules of Orders?
No, sir.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. I was reminded recently that the largest economy in Calaveras County is an element of the county that doesn't require a lot of demand for services. They don't demand schools. They don't demand welfare. In reality, they don't even demand solid waste. They're called seniors. 2 out of 3 people who live in Copperopolis are part-time. In other words, people that are on Social Security and pension funds drive a good chunk of our economy, probably nearly $1 billion a year. Indoor growing in confined space, we discussed that. I think that the other problem, and I know that Peter, you had discussed in alternate 1, there was a tank provision for tailwater in that. But I think that on Prop 64, that also needs to be included. But I look at all of these alternatives, and as I said before, there's a difference between complaint-driven and compliant-driven rules. I'm not so sure that any of these alternatives is fully controllable, because we're still going to have to deal with people who desire to expand after they've gotten permits, whatever, even if it's for Prop 64 and we get permits. You're going to deal with the odor issues. You're going to deal with the water quality. I know that in one of the discussions there was something about monitoring wells. There was discussion about bonding. All of this really comes back down to is how do we attain good cost recovery? So setbacks is only part of the issue. I think that somebody was cut off when they talked about 19.95.250, that something about dry wells needs to be in our ordinance. So knowing that the state really doesn't have a good handle on where they're going, the constant changing that I'm seeing coming out of the cannabis group up in state, that's going to continue to be a series of rules that are put in place by bureaucrats, not by the legislature. And they're going to try to move and modify to try to shape it the best way that they know how. And where they don't know how, they're going to push that responsibility off to the local entities to deal with it. And whether we're capable of doing it, just like they did with the water, they didn't provide a funding structure for it. So now you have your sewer districts, CCWD, Murphy Sanitary, et cetera, they're going to have to meet and come up with what type of policy they're going to have in place to protect their systems as they treat sewage, because the sewage treatment systems are currently in place, and I know we have a CCWD employee here somewhere, we did, thank you, is they're built to treat organics. And we don't really, I think, understand what the other components might be in this, and I would defer to them and their expertise as to what they can handle and what they can control. But that puts the other monkey on our back, and that has to do with on-site septic. And I know that we did deal with that in one of the, I think, alternate 1, we dealt with it. But I think it also needs to be in any of the other alternates as well. So cost recovery, that's going to be a key. Even if we walk away from Measure C, we're still going to have some type of cost recovery mechanism or some type of cost benefit analysis done so that we can fully understand what it is that we need to do. So I'd like to make a motion to accept alternate C at this point and see if we can start with that and whether or not the board would entertain some modifications to alternate C and then work our way backwards.
I would second that. Before we go any further, for purposes of clarity, instead of identifying alternate C, alternate 1, alternate 2, my apology, could we please put a descriptor in there that can be understood?
Thank you.
By our public, our TV public, staff, and the board.
Because it's showing alternate 3 as being the ban ordinance, so that would be C that's listed in the list that we were given.
So would you like to amend your motion to indicate that?
To indicate that it would be the ban ordinance.
Would you like to amend your second on that?
I would second what he just did.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Clapp to approve the ban option ordinance draft. Is there any confusion on the motion? Supervisor Tofinelli?
Well, I think it's a little bit premature to go into a motion before any of the other supervisors have even spoken and given their opinion on anything that's before us. We haven't gone down any of these items to discuss any of these provisions in front of us, or even given an opportunity for any other supervisor to speak on. There's a lot here before us, and I think there's a lot to be discussed. There was a lot brought up, not only by the sheriff, by staff, and other things. And just to go down the road, I've spoken, now I want to make a motion, I don't think is right or fair to the other supervisors that are sitting on this board. I think we all have a right to speak, and we have the right and the opportunity to go through these items before we even make a motion. So we can go down whatever path you want, but I would be voting no for that motion simply because I don't think it's fair. It's not right.
Your point's noted, Supervisor Tofinelli. Council, we have a motion on the floor in a second. The information brought by Supervisor Tofinelli, can that be discussed prior to the vote by the board?
You can certainly ask if the supervisor making the motion and second would like to withdraw it to allow for further deliberation and discussion, and then allow them to make a motion at a later date after further discussion and deliberation has occurred.
Okay, thank you, Council. Supervisor Mills, would you consider that option so we can discuss that issue?
What I'm trying to do here is to thin down the options so that if we're going to spend some time deliberating or talking about a particular best course of action, that we don't spend a lot of time talking about things of which there is no full board support for doing. So that would be the reason for doing it that way.
Okay, so your answer would be no.
No.
There is a motion on the actually there's a motion before the board with a second to approve the ban ordinance, normally identified as option 3 or C. At this time, is there any public comment? Oh, wait a minute. I withdraw that. Yeah, wow, that was a close one, wasn't it? Is there any board deliberation on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of Supervisor Mills' motion?
Wait a minute, that's your job.
Your point of order is well taken. Thank you. I will call for the vote in a roll call fashion, starting with the numeric order of the districts. Board Clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
District 1, Supervisor Toffenelli.
No.
District 2, Supervisor Garamendi.
No.
District 3, Supervisor Oliveira.
No.
District 4, Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
And District 5, Supervisor Clapp.
Yes.
Motion is defeated by a 2-3 vote. Now, is there further discussion on the remaining issues at hand? Supervisor Garamendi?
You mean I get to go second? So last?
You guys want to duke it out? Or?
No. Last time I felt sad. You know, and I've been sitting here all day, getting late, and I got to tell you, I grew up in the 60s, and there was a band called Three Dog Night. Song keeps going through my mind, Mama told me not to come.
Okay, folks.
But that one or either one of those songs. But I do have some comments, and then I would appreciate it if the board would like to go through these options and discuss them, which I think is our duty to do.
Okay, before we continue, let's poll the board. Is it beneficial in the board members' eyes that we discuss all the remaining options regarding the remaining two alternative, which would be the very limited ban issued, very limited ordinance restriction authored by Supervisor Toffenelli, and the remaining Planning Commissioner's recommendation ordinance, conduct a poll, and district order. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I want to start with at least item 1. I'm not too thrilled with item 2.
Okay, we're talking the poll of the
but
board.
if we go down that road, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Supervisor Garamendi.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of stuff in both that I think that we could work together and we could figure out a path.
Okay. Supervisor Oliveira, District 3. I would agree with Supervisor Toffenelli, Supervisor Garamendi. Supervisor Mills?
Question, you're talking about simply just discussing alternates 1 and 2?
That's correct.
The answer would be no.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp? Okay. Motion carries 3. I'm sorry. The poll indicates that we will conduct in that fashion and order. Go ahead, please, Supervisor Toffenelli.
Okay, first off, I don't want to indicate any way to anybody that I will not be voting for a ban today, because I may very possibly do that. It depends on where we go and what happens here and whether I'm happy with what the direction that the other board members are going or what's happening, because I've already made my statement. And, you know, I got to say that you can call whatever I brought forth on October 24th, you can call it a mini ban, you can call it ban light, you can call it the Toffenelli plan or the Toffenelli ban or whatever you want. But there are some facts involved here. I've sat here since January, and I have voted for a ban since then. It was only on October 24th that I did not. I sat here for that time, all that time, and when we had cannabis on the agenda, no other supervisor, either during that year or on October 24th, brought up any regulations except for myself. There was no discussion made at that time on any of the things that I brought up. There was no discussion on anything the Planning Commission and any bullet points that they had sent up to this board at that point. Even today, as I sit here, when we have the opportunity to discuss anything, the first motion made was not towards any discussion. It was a motion to set forth a ban. I don't think that's proper as a supervisor. I think we represent all of the people, And when it comes down to these type of decisions, we represent everybody in the county, not only in our district. And we owe the opportunity to at least go through what a planning commission and our staff has put together and worked on diligently. And it was brought up about working for a ban, and then this direction here, and even prior to that with the prior board had given them direction to. I think it would be not right to at least go through it and try and come to some type of compromise, although I came forward with what I felt my compromises were, and that was my compromise. I voted for a ban. I did compromise. I compromised with things that I felt I could live with and I felt this county could get control of. Because right now, whether you grow or you don't grow, it's brought up earlier today that people, that the smell isn't a thing. Well, it is. The smell is. You get most of the complaints from the smell, and that's because it's in residential, close to people's homes. It was brought up that we haven't listened to experts for this crafting of any of this stuff. Well, excuse me, I've sat here for a year, and I've heard time after time after time after time people coming up to claim expert, and we're speaking on this matter. So I have heard from experts. This board has. And some of the things that were said were incorporated in what I brought forward. Some of the things, the bullet points that were made by the Planning Commission the first time were brought forward in what I brought forward in some of the regulations that I felt would allow this county to move forward and be able to get somewhat of control and not be overwhelmed. There are other things that need to be addressed in the planning department, and that's the general plan. That is a major item that needs to move forward, and this just seems to be an anchor holding it back. I felt that, and people brought up that Soffinelli farming is not steel construction. It may not be steel construction, but it is business. And you need to understand, some of you people that haven't been in business and haven't tried to open a business or been involved in it, there are heavy regulations concerning all businesses. Heavy, heavy regulations. Even the farming industry that you talk about, if you go into San Joaquin County, you go down into the Delta, those people are under heavy, heavy, heavy regulations down there. This is a starting point that I brought forward, and I felt it addressed many concerns of what I heard from many people as far as environmental and as far as concerns on people having the benefit to utilize their property without being in fear. And you other people that are sitting out there that don't understand what I'm talking about, you don't get the complaints that these supervisors get from this situation, because they're afraid to address you, but they're not afraid to address us, and they're not afraid to bend our ears on telling us that we need to get some control over it. And what I brought forward before was what I felt would allow us to get some control over it. Whether it cuts people out, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you to buy 5 acres. I wasn't here before, but somewhere controls have to be made in order to bring things under control, and then we can possibly move forward. But the controls I felt were there, and so if we want to go through these things as a board, we can go through them. I'm pretty much going to tell you that there are some things I could be a little bit off on, bend a little bit on, and I think if you read the ordinance as it's written, what I set with Julie and I set with Peter, we swayed some of it because of some concerns that we had. Some of the setbacks are in there. To address Mr. Bolger's question and what he brought up here, what the intent is, Mr. Bolger, is if you are abutting a ag preserve or an ag or general forestry zone, and there's a house that's already there, you need to keep the 500 feet away from the house. Okay, that's what the intent of that was. Okay, there's variances there that are allowed to it, but as you read that, it is a little bit confusing. But the intent was, If there's already a house there on the property you're going to do, you need to stand back 500 feet from the property line from that dwelling. Okay, that's the answer to that question. I spent extensive time going over this ordinance, crafting it, and I want to thank Julie for her time in it, and Mr. Peter Maurer, even till 11 o'clock last night. He was up working on this, so staff has spent a lot of time. Megan has spent a lot of time and heard me speak several times on it. I appreciate all the work that's been done. I tell you on the second item, I'll go through it, but from the way I read it, it hasn't changed much from the bullet points that were brought up on October 24th. I am not going to go to 5 acres, and I'm not going to go to 20 acres. It's going to be problems, because that's where we're experiencing problems right now, and we have to get away from those problems. It does the first one that's on here does provide some opportunities to you to move, but it's trying to give you some incentive to hurry up and get done and get your remediation done and get your plans in to the county so you can be accepted. It is a business, and you're subject to regulations. I don't agree with all the regulations that I have on my business, and I'm sure that's for many and many, many, many other people that have businesses that have regulations involved in it. This one, unfortunately, because of a lot of different things that have all been brought up over the course of the last year, if you've been listening to all of them, and I try and sit here and listen to every one of you speak. I'm not playing with my phone. I'm not playing with my computer. Some of the things that are being said, I'm writing down. But I think a lot of you are first-time business people and don't understand the regulation part of a business. Regardless of what business it is, you're going to have those. And certainly by land use ordinances, the county has the right to put those into place. So depending on what the other supervisors want to do, I'm ready to go through every one of these, much like the Planning Commission did. If that's what they want to do, we can discuss them. We can hear from them what they feel they can live with. I'm anxious to hear that because, like I said, I've sat here for a year and not heard one person bring forth anything that they could live with other than the 24th when I brought forward mine. I've not heard any compromise from either side. I was the first, and I was hoping that day when I set those out there we could at least have discussion. The motion came. It was silent. I seconded that motion because I felt, well, maybe we can send this to the Planning Commission and we can get them to review it and maybe send it back up to us. I have no control over the Planning Commission. I have no control over their agenda. I have no control what goes over to them. That's set by their chair and their county council. That's where I'm at this point.
Thank you, Supervisor Toffenelli. Supervisor Mills, you have something? Apologies. Any further comment on the board?
I appreciate Supervisor Toffenelli's points and the work that he did to put this together. I really appreciate the work that the Planning Commission did as well, and the staff. You guys did well in reviewing that 8-9 hours of videotape. It was a good discussion. I have to admit I learned a lot watching them. It changed some of my opinions about where things should go, hearing the other sides, and I think they did a good piece of work. I would, and I understand your points on the things that were left out, Gary, and I think that there's a way to bring these together. I do. If there's especially if we think about their content, their discussion, they brought up different points, and I'm happy to go through this either by talking about your points and how they might meld, or frankly, I got no plans tonight. I'll go through this line by line if you'd like. I'm happy to work on this with you.
Whatever.
Microphone, sir.
We have the discussion on some of the things that the sheriff brought up.
Gary. Your microphone. I'm sorry.
It depends on the rest of the board. If we're only two, we need a third vote to go through this thing. I would really like to hear, other than from other supervisors, other than just a straight ban, if they have some other ideas or thought of some other ideas, that they would like to at least see if they see that there's not 3 votes to go down the side of the ban. Again, I'm throwing out, I'm not saying that I won't vote for a ban if we don't have votes going down to what I feel comfortable with. I did make the statement that when I put those out there, that this is where I was at. I have some room, a little bit of room for movement, but I'm pretty confident that I don't see me moving too much from some of it, but I'm open to hear what you have to say about it, and you can convince me. I just have some concerns about the county being able to gain some control on it, and also the environmental portions of it and protecting the environment. I don't think all of the grows out there are like being spoke about environmentally dangerous. I think there are good growers out there. I think that are conscientious, no different than farmers. I think, as Kevin spoke earlier today, he feels his code compliant. I mean, his department has a handle on at least the pesticide part of it. We didn't hear from Brad the environmental portion of it as far as fertilizers and that type of stuff. But I did have some conversations with Brad about it. I think it's the diligent thing to do, and not at least go through. We don't have to go point by point. We can bring up what you feel on the first one you could live with, you could change. On the second one, I think we at least owe it to the Planning Commission and the Planning Department and County Council to at least go through it. They spent a lot of time on it on the second one, and not just push it aside, at least have some discussions on it. I think we owe that to them. They spend a lot of time and effort, whether you agree with it or not.
Supervisor Clapp, do you have any comments on this? Okay. Supervisor Mills, comments?
As we go through each of the other two ordinances, or even whatever we're going to decide, there is some pieces to what I call reasonable regulation of Prop 64. I think that we need to really hone in on and have some very good, understandable conversation of what that really means. Because if we do go down to a permit process, how's that going to affect the staff? How are we going to enforce it, kind of thing. So I just want to be sure that if we're doing indoor growing, I mean, personally, I would just soon see 6 plants outdoors myself. That's just because there's just too many hazards with that indoor stuff that I think needs to be discussed. And if we can find a way around that piece of it, Prop 64, there's no way for us to do anything other than find reasonable regulations that protect our neighbors and protect the residences and the children and everybody else that's involved. So that's the area I'd like to really spend some time with, and not push us into areas in the districts that really can't support it with water. You know, we talk about water, but if we end up with dry wells, Tuolumne County has a dry well ordinance. Maybe that's something we need to have in our discussion about what if you take more water than you're really capable of handling, and what do you do then? Because you could have people out there with a well that suddenly they're going to have to start trucking water. Now you're affecting the roads. Now you're affecting your neighbors and the dust, and it just goes on and on. So I think we need to have that discussion as well surrounding water quality.
Thank you. My turn. For once in close to 4 years, I have to agree with Mr. McManus, and I have to agree with Mr. Bowerman. This should have been brought to the people for their vote, but that's not going to happen now. I tried that twice before. and did not gain support of the board. So, we're going to make this decision. And I am going to concur with Supervisor Tofinelli and Supervisor Mills that we are going to go through this, and we're going to take the time it needs to take to make sure we get it right. With that, I'm going to have Supervisor Tofinelli and staff prepare to start our analysis of the Planning Commission recommendation for the ordinance. Okay. This is alternate which number? 2 or B, or Planning Commission recommendation. Is everybody clear on that? Yes. Thanks. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll hear your point of order.
The discussion up to this point was the Tofinelli's, we call number 1, I don't know what we call. Now you're jumping to the next one for discussion. That wasn't what you were talking about. You were
Okay,
talking
sir,
about
let me
discussion.
clarify that. Supervisor Tofinelli, were you referring to your submitted ordinance or the Planning Commissioners? Microphone, sir.
I don't care where we go through it. I don't care if you start with A or B or 1 or 2. I did bring up the fact that I felt that, we owe the respect to the Planning Commission for their time and county staff to go through, at least go through that ordinance. There's many things in it I disagree with that are just pretty much what was brought up as bullet points to us on the 24th. But if that's where you want to start, you're the chair, or we can start on A or number 1. It doesn't matter. You are the chair, and it's your discretion. So either way, we're going to hear both of them. So,
okay, I will provide direction for that, and we're going to start with the Planning Commissioners, Planning Commission's recommendation, but we will be covering the recommendation made by Supervisor Tofinelli, and we'll identify those as item 1, if you will. I hate those numbers. So we're going to talk Planning Commission recommendation first, then we're going to go into Supervisor Tofinelli's recommendations.
Mr. Chair, if I could maybe offer a suggestion to help move this along, is that for the most part these are very similar, and if we could just sort of go to where there's a difference and those topics could be discussed, unless there's something that is in both of them that is not acceptable to the board. But for the most part, they're pretty similar as you go down through, and we could sort of highlight those differences. For example, the findings in the first couple of sections are identical. So it's not until you get to some of the regulatory procedures and the submittal requirements that we start seeing changes. And so perhaps it's, as you have identified provisions of either draft that you're uncomfortable with, we could sort of move to those sections, compare the two, maybe there's a third alternative, and that would then allow you to decide this is the direction we as the board want to go.
Is that acceptable to the board, Supervisor Tofinelli?
That's fine.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah. So they go all through one, and then turn around and go through the whole thing again. You sort of highlight those issue points that are covered differently in the two different versions.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, just go over the difference.
Okay. Supervisor Mills? Board's in agreement. You can proceed, Mr. Mauer.
Rearrange so I can do both at the same time.
May I suggest in the matter of time that you, when you go across them and you start with them, you can read number 2 and then read number 1, what the differences are, and then we can discuss those and move forward instead of going all the way down.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can just we're figuring out whether they're going.
Council, on these individual items, can we do it with the poll of the board, or do you need a vote?
Polling is certainly.
Okay, thank you.
So, Julie, I'm going to make sure, ask for your assistance to help keep me on track here as we identify where the differences are. If there's anything that we sort of skip over, there's something that, then wait a second, we didn't really get to that point, by all means, let us know. I'm not trying to direct the show here at all.
Mr. Mauer, for us folks that are electronic, can you give us a packet number you're starting with?
Page number.
Yeah.
I do not have the electronic version in front of me.
We could break and get them printed out.
Yeah, let's,
I could get my
Why don't we take a break?
iPad. We can get my iPad and get that so they can go
Just,
through
or
it.
print up copies.
let's do that. Let's take a 10-minute break and get the copies for the board.
Dan, I've already got mine.
Thank you, Diane.
So, Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk.
the packets that I handed to you are from the website. There is one that's numbered A1 in the corner. That is the BOS ordinance, for lack of a better term. I think that's how it's listed in the packet. The second one is called B2, and that's the Planning Commission. So it's either B or 2. They're both on there.
Okay, thank you.
And A or 1.
Yeah. Is there, I don't take it there's enough copies for the public? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go till 6 o'clock and see how far we get and make a determination. If we're making good progress, we're going to go to 8 o'clock. Now, if we don't get done by 8 o'clock, which we probably won't, we're going to be coming back on Thursday at 9 o'clock here in these chambers to continue. This coming Thursday, 2 days from now. 21st. Okay? Any questions by staff or board?
Michael, if you come back and continue it tonight, are you going to reopen public comments, or are you going to keep it closed and go straight to board comments?
We're going to keep it closed and go straight to board comments.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thanks for the clarification. You're welcome, George.
Before we get started, folks, before we get started, is there any other point of order that I could address? Thank you. Seeing none, Mr. Mauer.
So just for the board's clarifications, if we don't get done today, if there are any questions on the EIR, our consultant will not be able to come back on Thursday. So if you have any questions that you need to direct specifically to our consultant, tonight would be the time to do it. I think that between the rest of us, we're able to answer most questions, but if there's something that's really pressing on you with regard to the EIR, Chris will not be available for us on Thursday. So just as we go through things and something comes up EIR related, keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Is there a possibility, even though he's not here, that he would be available if we had a question, if we could call him on the phone and you could answer? Yes. That's possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So quickly, we've tried to identify where the differences are and walk you through where those are. The first couple of sections are pretty much the same. The definitions, the purpose statement, that's all the same. So the first issue that really comes up that is different, and it's actually something that Supervisor Mills brought up, and there's been sort of an open discussion on this. The Planning Commission really didn't have a strong opinion, was whether or not personal cultivation should be required to be indoors or should we allow it to be outdoors.
Can you back up to page 7 of the B2? The ZZ. Mm-hmm. ZZ is not in A1.
What page on A1?
A1 would be same page
Same
7,
page.
but B2 has a different ZZ.
Okay, so that was going to be the next issue I was going to address, was the issue of self-distribution.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
That's good legal counsel.
All right, next issue.
So I think the first thing that you probably would want to discuss is whether or not to allow the personal cultivation, that's the 6 plants allowed per residence, not resident, but residence, indoor or outdoor.
What page are you on B?
It actually comes up on page 10 of both versions, and I just happen to have, and it's 050A, the exemption for non-commercial cannabis cultivation. And here we say that it has to be indoor.
Can I clarify one thing? Under Mount Cursa, the one thing that the county cannot disallow is allowing the 6 plants indoor for residents. The county can impose reasonable regulations, as Supervisor Mills had said, on that growing. But that is not optional in terms of whether we allow that or not allow that. Everything else, whether we allow it outdoors, whether we allow it for primary caregivers and all of that, that's separate.
Comments?
Yeah, I'd rather see the option of if they want to go outdoors with 6 plants versus saying, no, I don't want to be indoors, I'd rather go out, that would solve their issue for them. It is a solution to this potential problem. So the less people we have growing indoors, the less we have the other things that happen around indoor growing. But it isn't to get around or avoid compliance with Prop 64. Does that make sense?
Yes. The planning, just to further clarify, the Planning Commission's recommendation, which you're certainly not bound to, with respect to the outdoor personal or non-commercial cultivation, was that they would recommend allowing it only if the registrant meets the locational requirements for commercial cannabis. So right now, that's the very limited, that's a more stringent, potentially more stringent requirement than what you are suggesting right now. So just to make that clear, that was a more limited recommendation from them.
Supervisor Tofinelli, you have a comment?
Well, I'm kind of along the lines of Supervisor Mills, and even the fire chief that spoke today spoke about indoor grows, and the situation with running cords all over the place, and the chance of a fire greatly increases. So if we can give them an option to go outside, I'm along those lines simply for the safety factor. Obviously, both chiefs spoke of having to ramp up for that type of confined space situation where a fire might arise. So I certainly understand exactly what your concerns are, and I have the same concerns also.
Supervisor Garamendi, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the 2 supervisors. I think it's less impact on the environment as well.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp, comment? I concur with the other supervisors.
So then the
So we're
next
looking for some language?
aspect of that is, do you want to establish a setback that, for outdoor cultivation? It could be the same as what we require as the Planning Commission recommended, is that you meet the same standard as for commercial cultivation. There's sort of actually 3 tiers. There's the personal cultivation, the caregiver, where someone is growing for someone else up to 2. The state law allows up to 5. We've allowed up to 2. That's been carried over from the urgency ordinance. I don't know if there's been any movement to change that, other than I think someone commented that we should allow 5. And then the commercial cultivation. Commercial cultivation clearly has the higher standard of the greater setbacks. The Planning Commission recommendation is that any outdoor cultivation meet those same setbacks. Would you want to reduce that for personal cultivation or caregiver cultivation?
I'm of the opinion of not really wanting to discuss the setbacks if the neighbors are not objecting. In other words, if you're not conflicting with a neighbor over the issue, why would you even discuss the setback?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
In other words, we're taking and putting a setback in here for the purpose of trying to deconflict with neighbors.
Right.
But where there's neighbors that you're not having a conflict with, why would it even be a discussion? Why would we even add the language in? In other words, if we change the language to say where you are conflicting with neighbors or where there is an objection from neighbors.
Well, that puts it then into a more discretionary permit process where, one, we have to determine is there a potential conflict, and then someone establishes what that setback should be. I think it would be certainly more effective to say, this is the minimum setback that we will allow. And it could vary from different zones. I mean, right now, the state law requires us to allow cultivation indoor in any residential zone, even a multifamily or a single-family, R1 type lot.
That's absolutely correct. We have no control over where the indoor cultivation can be for personal use. It could be in a duplex downstairs. It could be upstairs. There could be no setbacks at all. It could be side-by-side houses. So, to have some type of control on the outside that doesn't affect the neighbors is a good point. And how we can address that. Certainly, if they are in a duplex upstairs and downstairs, they're certainly not going to be able to grow 6 plants outside anywhere. They have to have a minimum space to at least grow those, or even 12 if they're a caregiver for 2. So, I think the situation may be that it depends. If we can regulate the outside, say we could start with regulating the outdoor grows to a certain lot size. If you are on a certain lot that you can have a setback of at least 75 to 100 feet from your nearest neighbor, then you can grow outside. If not, then you have to grow inside because you're going to run into the same problems we're running into right now with the neighbors that are having problems with these grows. And granted, it's not a half-acre grow on a 5-acre or 2-acre farm. It still could be on a small lot that they're trying to grow 6 plants. So it's you have to find the medium here, I think, and come up with something that will work for everybody. Make sense?
Yeah, I just don't want to, I want to remove the conflict with neighbors, but not put the language in there so tightly that it forces them indoors versus they could go outdoors. It's an option. Now we've taken away the option because we haven't really given them an opportunity to talk to the neighbors and settle it there rather than putting it in language.
So what I hear from Supervisor Mills is that there would be sort of a minimum standard with a approval from adjacent property owner that says, I don't mind it being closer kind of process.
Right.
And that could be something that could be, you could get a notarized letter or something from the adjacent property owner. And I assume that you want to go with the sheriff's recommendation that we've written into these 2 drafts that a permit of some sort is required for this.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
So that could be something we could craft that language that sets a minimum standard with the ability to reduce that upon approval of adjacent property owner.
Well, currently under zoning changes, we do that anyway. We contact all the neighbors within 300 feet, correct?
Well, that would be what I'm hoping not to do is require that all of these go through some type of hearing.
No, I don't want to do that.
So this would be something that they submit a letter with their application. We say, okay, good, they're okay with 20 feet, and that's what gets approved.
Okay.
All right. Peter, Julie, you have notes, or you think?
Question. Peter, what you mentioned the minimum standards of distance. I think that the letter is fine, especially if it's a variance to what our standard's going to be. We have 30-foot setbacks before any construction from a property line. What would you propose, or what number will you use for setbacks? And do we go 30 to 50, 75?
You're talking a bare minimum then.
Bare minimum, right. And then obviously, if they want to go within that, if they want to be 20 feet and they've got consent to their neighbor, then they could make that case. But I don't want to have everything drop on the planning department for
Right.
everybody who's got 6 plants.
Yeah. We're looking at the EIR right now because there was a measure that required an increase in the setback from 75. I don't know if that was limited to the commercial cultivation or all cultivation.
It was limited to commercial. She'll find it.
Okay. Trust you on that one.
Do you want us to just throw out a number?
Any number we think is going to be somewhat arbitrary. It's
2 feet, 6.5 inches.
50 feet, 30 feet, 75 feet. It doesn't really, I don't have a preference. Obviously, the greater the number, the less potential conflict there is.
50 feet?
50 feet?
50 feet, anything less, you need a letter.
Anything less than
Under.
50 feet needs a letter from all affected neighbors?
Right. We go under 50 feet, we get a letter from the neighbors.
Yeah. Is that good? You good with that, gentlemen? Aye? Okay. Mr. Mauer?
So just under the EIR, the mitigation measure 3.2-4C, the county, and this was under reducing odors, which was still found to be significant and unavoidable even with this measure. The county shall amend the proposed ordinance to reflect a setback of at least 75 feet from any property line instead of 30 feet within section 7 that listed the numbers. The original setback requirement established by the board almost 2 years ago was 30 feet. It was increased to 75 with the urgency ordinance. And I'm sorry, did I hear you say 50 feet was going to be? So I'll look to council.
Are we in a
let's
conflict?
Sort of table that point for just a moment while they look that up.
Do you want to go to page 11?
Let's return to that after we've done a little bit more research on that point as far as whether or not that's going to create a difference as far as findings and. So we could reject that measure in part. We're talking about, the 6 plants as opposed to half an acre. And so then we would need to modify our findings to address that. So if you think 50 feet is appropriate, if you want to make it 75, that would then fit in with the measure. We wouldn't need to change it. Whatever you think is most appropriate.
Aye. 75 would be consistent with the EIR?
It doesn't cause conflict.
I think I would go with 75.
Yeah, if that's consistent with the EIR, we can go with 75.
And then anything under that, anything under
Anything
that?
under has to have permission of the neighbor.
Okay.
All right. And Jack? Clyde, you good with that?
And we should discuss requiring fencing to hide it? So it's not out in the open?
That's secure from kids.
Because of kids, yeah. So, Peter, we need to discuss fencing around those 6 plants if they're going to be out in the open to keep them away from kids out in view and
I think we could apply the same fencing standard that we locked fence of at least 6 feet tall that's made of wood or
iron.
Opaque material?
Well, could we specify it's Calaveras scrum lumber only?
But all kinds of bud kill, blue stain, wood, I think.
Blue stain.
Blue stain only.
Blue stain. Now, this brings up an issue we need to discuss. On a lot, say of a half acre, and he has a 6-plant grow, do you need fencing on the perimeter of the lot, or do you need fencing around the grow?
Around the grow.
Around the grow.
I think it could be, as long as the grow is within a fence. It can't be access by,
Well, if you go around the
No,
grove.
I mean, when I have a swimming pool, and I have a swimming pool, I was required around the pool area, and not just around my fence, down to the street and up. You have to have it around the pool, and I think that should still apply. Some
Yes.
type of
Yes.
fencing apply.
fencing around the cultivation area. Okay.
The grow site itself.
Okay. So then the next level is the primary caregiver. And the planning commission's recommendation was that that would be allowed outdoor as long as it met the same standards as commercial. And that would allow actually up to someone who's a primary caregiver could grow their 6 personal use plants as well as 6 plants apiece for 2 caregivers, so up to 18 plants.
Wow. Wow.
And so the question is, if they are allowed to, the planning commission recommended that that could be outdoors, but it'd have to meet the same standards as commercial.
Yes.
Total number of plants you said would be 18?
Potentially 18.
If you allow 2 patients, 6 plants each, so you have some control over how many patients you allow for primary caregiver cultivation. So they have their own 6, and you could split it where theirs is indoor, some is outdoor. I mean, you have some say. Again, the only thing you have to allow is the 6 plants indoors. But if you want to allow 2 patients, 6 plants each, plus their 6 that they get under Prop 64, then it could be up to 18 plants.
Are you saying under Prop 64 that we are required to provide caregiver?
No. They're allowed to, it's, the way that we have this written, the way that the Planning Commission and prior boards have wanted it is a maximum of 2 patients. That's what it was under the urgency ordinance as well. The state allows up to 5. So each patient, you can grow up to 6 plants without them needing to be commercial licensed. And we don't have to allow primary cultivation at all. But so the question is, so there's a lot of options that you have. You could allow it only indoors. You could allow it outdoors. You could not allow it at all. Those are your options under
Council.
the law. Yes.
Can we allow on the outdoor cultivation for caregiver a maximum of 12 plants?
You could. Yeah.
And then they could have the option of growing remaining 6 plants or
Yes.
indoor.
Yes, you could do that.
I would present that suggestion.
I would stay with the max 6 outdoors and don't expand that, because then you're starting to get into a commercial buffer again.
I can buy it. I compromise on that.
I'm fine with that.
I just don't want to have 18 plants in a...
Okay, so they can have their patients, but still a maximum of 6 outdoors per residence.
Yeah. Jack, you in agreement? 5?
I can count.
That wasn't the question.
No, I don't want any outside growing at all.
Okay.
So, I mean, you guys got that?
All right.
I mean, if you have it outside, it needs to be in a greenhouse, as far as I'm concerned, to be locked up. I don't want some kid shot that's climbing over somebody's fence.
Okay, we got that settled?
Okay.
Yeah, maximum 6 plants outdoor cultivation.
Okay, the next issue as we go down through the code is also on page 10. This is on page 10 of the alternative B, or 2, the Planning Commission's alternative. They wanted to allow self-distribution. This would, someone who is cultivating could distribute their own cannabis to a dispensary, rather than have a distributor from out of the county come pick up the crop and move it. Now, they still have to go through all the testing process, that's separate, so the first time that issue comes up is on page 10 under 1795040B. It's the bottom of that first paragraph at the top of the page. And then there are some specifics on
Wrong page.
Is that on page 7 where that ZZ is?
Yeah, what? Well, this is 040B, page 10, this is alternative B.
Alternative B, where it says all cannabis manufacturing and testing starts out?
Yes.
Are you sure I think it's page 14?
So this exception also applies to the lawful transport of medical cannabis by licensed cannabis distributor under the M Type 11 license. So the planning, and then there is more discussion on that in 050E, which is on page 14. The right page here, 14. So the question is whether or not you would want to allow that to occur by the cultivators in the county to distribute their own product.
Is that
It's
separate?
limited to that?
Is that a separate license type?
Yes, I believe so.
This is something that arose in the cleanup language after Mount Cursa was passed. In the regulations that were passed after the legislation was adopted. And so there's, not by legislation, but by regulation now, there is a new license that is a limited self-distribution license where the grower is limited to distributing their own product back and forth, and we can limit it further than the state law if we want to, or we don't have to allow it at all.
Ms. Moss, does that include any testing required by the state license?
It would, I mean, we could still require the same test. The testing requirements for the product wouldn't change. The issue is who brings it to the lab. Is it going to be an outside third party, or are we going to let them distribute and transport their own product?
And actually, the product can't be selected by the cultivator to take to the test. The testing entity has to do the selection of the product. So it's really, once it's been tested, cleared, then that product can be shipped to the dispensary.
My only concern is to be sure we have a check and a balance involved.
I liked when we spoke to the sheriff earlier this morning. I like the idea of knowing, having the sheriff's office have these licenses registered so we know who's coming and who's going. I know that was his preference, so it's something to consider. If we got somebody coming in from Monterey or Humboldt County coming down to pick this stuff up, rather sheriff knew.
Yes, but we could require them to register with the sheriff, regardless where they're coming from. And then he can issue from them permission or permit or whatever to distribute. If they don't, then they're out of compliance.
That's going to be a very involved process.
So just
I just pointed out that it can be done.
It can be done.
So we've added some language at the request of the sheriff. Under the new regulations, there are requirements to provide shipping manifest, to follow shipping manifest rules, and to inform the county of all the transport vehicles that are being used. So I don't know if the sheriff, maybe the sheriff can respond better to what he thinks we need in this regard, but we did add provisions that he felt that he would need if the self-distribution was going to be allowed.
These are outlined.
That's in the planning commission version. It's subsection E2, requires a notification of the sheriff.
First time.
Excuse me a minute, folks. Where's Deputy Houston? He's right over there. Oh, he's hiding. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Houston used to be on the MET team, marijuana enforcement team, and we may have an occasion to ask his opinion, and I would consider him as an expert.
Well, here's a question. Would a sticker system of some type affixed to a windshield?
You're reading my mind again, aren't you?
I don't know you.
I'll refrain from saying it.
It's getting late again.
Yeah, I'd be worried about it. I'd be worried about external identification because it just sort of puts a big target on the time.
I agree with you.
Okay. All right. We'll kill that idea. Yeah.
Lots of pot, this vehicle.
So, is there a procedure that we can notify the sheriff on self-transportation?
I believe that's provided in E2.
Okay.
Permitting engaging in self-distribution activities is provided in this section shall provide the sheriff all transport vehicle information to the full extent that it must be provided to the state under 16 CCR section 5312.
We good with that, gentlemen?
Gary, was that in your plan?
So that was not.
Was that in yours?
No. That was not in an alternative number one.
There was no transportation items discussed.
So this is limited self-distribution, is not the full transportation or distributor business, but only limited to the individual cultivator being able to distribute. It's called self-distribution under the new cleanup language.
Is this something?
You good with that, Supervisor Topenelli?
As long as we're within state laws and we have the sheriff's ability that they have to check in with the sheriff and provide their state license when asked for at the sheriff's office, that information. I think that was the intent that was being talked about, that at least we have some control and know who's in our county distributing.
Any opposition to that? Hearing none from the board?
I'd like to table it till later.
How do you like to what?
I'd like to table it until later. Self-distribution discussion until later.
And we can make registration with the sheriff's office part of the permit process.
Okay.
On my part on the self, the more people has their fingers in it, the more I think we'll be protected. When I do a compaction test, I hire a person to do the compaction, but it has to be underneath the supervision of a civil engineer. So there's a law of checks and balances on a contractor, and I'd like to have at least the same on a Class 1 narcotic.
That's why I was thinking that the self-distribution aspect might.
Yeah. Well, we can table it and come back to it.
Thank you.
Let's table it and come back to it then.
While we're on the subject of other uses, there's someone from the public that had requested consideration of testing. Is there any interest in that? I see a couple heads shaking no, so okay, we'll go there. Then the next difference between the ordinance, this is back to page 10.
On A1 or A2?
Section 050B, and this is the cap of 50 outdoor cultivations under the alternative 1A, and then only limited to those who registered, which could be somewhere in the range of 200 to maybe 350, upwards of 400 cultivators. Those who qualified under the urgency ordinance in the Planning Commission's alternative, only those who qualified would be able to apply for a new registration or permit. And so the board alternative 1, sets a cap at 50 outdoor cultivators and 5 indoor cultivators. And there is no specific cap other than someone new couldn't come in. They would have to be someone who previously qualified under the urgency ordinance. So that would sort of limit it to somewhere in the range of 200 to, I'm guessing, about 350.
So the question is that the state license is going to be by individual and location and not to be transferable on either?
Well, that's sort of a separate issue. The Planning Commission felt that it would be okay to transfer those, but they would be sort of like a liquor license. You know, they're issued, and you can't just get a new. You have to like buy someone else's liquor license. There wouldn't be an increasing number. So if Jim Bob had registered and Joe wanted to purchase that, conceivably that could be done, but it would have to meet all of the other requirements.
I'm talking about the state license, though, not our ordinance.
They would need to get a new state license.
Correct, because it's by person and location.
Person and location.
Specific.
And ours is by person and location as well.
Okay.
And there's a 5-year cap on ours.
Why
5-year cap?
Why 5 years?
5 years sunset.
5 years.
Why?
That was what the board and the planning commission recommended.
Did you put that in there?
Any opposition to the 5-year sunset?
I'm just trying to understand why, so.
Okay.
I think for two reasons to answer that question, in my opinion, to see where we're at in 5 years, to see if it's working, to see if how we're doing, and maybe revisit it, either to go down, this isn't working, just ban it, or it is working, maybe we should expand it somewhat. Certainly that can be revisited and expanded at any time.
I don't have opposition to that.
So after 5 years, if we decide to...
We'll take a look at it after 5 years and act then.
See how we're doing.
So there's no promises beyond 5 years?
That's correct. No promises beyond 5 years.
You good with that, Supervisor Garment? I'm good with that. Supervisor Platt? Okay, all good.
No, it's not all good. Because I'm in favor of a cap, and I will not move from the cap. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at. I'm not, there's a lot of things that have caps on it. You brought up a liquor license. There's caps on liquor license. There's caps on how many locations they can put. They will agree to a liquor license in an application in certain areas. So it's no different than that. So I'm at this point, in order for this county to get a handle on this whole industry, I'm in favor of the 50 cap.
Well, I believe you were looking at the capacity of our staff as to what they could handle when you made that decision, correct?
Yeah.
I would have to agree with that.
Let me ask you a question. 50, it's got some, it's good flood start. Do you want 50 half-acre lots, or do you want 50 sites? And I ask that in terms of, could we look at something like 50 sites and then include something like co-location, so we have more going on there, but just not spread out all over the place, or just seeing where you might be. Is there any?
Right now, this item, I think that's going to be coming up later on here as far as co-locations in there. Did they not, I thought I'd read in Planning Commission, they were saying that they were in favor of co-location.
No, they did
They
not.
weren't. I thought
There
they
was a
took it to
debate,
sheriff.
discussion about, but the majority of the commission did not agree with co-location.
So they were on a single site too.
Yeah, a
single
single
grow for a
registration, a
single
single premises per parcel.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to stick with that right now. I think I understand what the sheriff had to say, and certainly Ed Short spoke about the same thing. But I just see that there could be some problems with that. So I'm not in favor of that either. I'm in favor of one per site on 50 acres or more, and maximum canopy 22,000 square feet, which is what the emergency ordinance is, and a minimum of 50 acre parcel.
While we get to the co-location discussion, you want to table that, or is that a hard line? I'm thinking, we need to generate a certain amount of revenue in order to support these programs. And this 50 comes in pretty close to the line. So if something goes wrong, so I'm trying to think in terms of safety for the public. If we concentrated them on those larger lots and we allowed a couple on there, it would generate more income without a lot of extra work for the enforcement teams. It just maybe we'll consider that down the road or later on today.
Maybe I'll think about it, but right now my stance is one per 50 acres, and that's it. Cap of 50. I don't see. I just see more problems than trying to create more income. I think what I penciled out would work, and it seemed to be a cap that I felt, after speaking to several people about it and discussing it, it was a cap that most people would feel comfortable with. And as far as being able for the county to get a handle on it.
I understand. One other thing to consider as we think about this more is, we've got a lot of people who are on zoning that's not going to work. If we give them options, if you took Ms. Wilson's 3,000 square feet and figured out some sort of co-op model, it's just something to consider, giving them a different option on how they might be able to move their farm and get economies of scale in place. So
if you want to propose something and show it to this board, then you can do that. That's what I was saying earlier about bringing something forward to the board. If you want to put a model together that says X amount of up to 22,000 square feet, and something like Mrs. Wilson's or whatever, but it would still be under the cap of 50 and a minimum of 50 acres. It may be considered as one grow, even though you have a little co-op going between several people there. I might consider that. I mean, present it to us. Present something to us that we can discuss.
Okay. My suggestion would be, if we want to go with 50 acres as the minimum, and let's say you had and it's 22,000 square feet, so you wanted to go to, you had a 100-acre parcel, you go 44,000 square feet, but you could assemble it through 2 grows or 4 grows, as long as it didn't exceed the number of canopy per acre. So that we could use that 50 or whatever number that comes up with, and just try to find a way to give people as many remedies as they can have when we displace them, places they can go.
I think initially, though, if we were to start with a number that we know we can handle, if there is a reason to want to change that in the future, that option's still there. But we have to prove the model that if this is what we're going to go with, that it works before we try to expand it. You don't drag race by getting the biggest dragster out there the first shot. You just don't. So I would like to be sure that we have the capacity to handle it and the ability to enforce whatever we're putting in place first.
And if we were in 2015, I couldn't agree with you more. It would have been a great way to go, but we are in a place where we've got, many hundreds of grows going on, and we're going to displace a lot of people. And I'm just trying to find a route that allows some people to maintain their investment somewhat.
So it could be 50 registrations or 50 parcels. One way to look at it, I think I maybe got along with Mr. Garamendi, suggesting that if there were multiple smaller growers and they wanted to sort of pool their resources on one, it probably wouldn't be, we would still have to do some processing of separate parcels. Inspections would be certainly easier. So again, I don't have a preference. It's up to you. But it's, 50 seems to be sort of the magic number here.
A cap of 50 grows with a maximum canopy of 22,000 square feet with a minimum of 50 acres. Now, if several of them want to get together and have a 22,000 square foot canopy on a 50-acre parcel, that would be considered one grow on one parcel.
So you could co-op that.
But that would be a single registration, a single license at the state level.
However you want to do it. If they want to put one person up as the registrant, or if they want to put the application with 2 people on it.
It could be a partnership or some other.
I am a little bit confused. I just want to make sure I understand. So the state will only do one license per licensee. And so I think we're talking about maybe apples and oranges. I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about how you would like 50 parcels maximum, but you're going to allow multiple licensees on a single parcel? Or are you talking about 50 local permits? Because the state's only going to do one license per registrant for the license. They're not, you can't split a license among the multiple different businesses.
Okay, and when you file the application for our permit process, if you name two people, you're saying that our application process is going to be geared towards the states going forward, and you can only put one name on our permit, and that's the state license holder on our permits?
Well, I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm wondering if it would make things confusing if you have multiple permit holders multiple state license holders on a single land use permit, and one of them then isn't qualified later on for their state license, then it creates an issue with the permit.
Well, that kind of shoots that all down then. I'd say then one permit and one grow on 22,000 square foot canopy on one 50-acre lot or larger, with the parameters that we have, the setbacks and all the other things.
To a maximum of 50.
Maximum of 50.
To be revisited.
Oh, you could revisit any time. Main board could come back and
They
revisit.
can revisit it any time, and especially when the state goes down the road and it gets in going and it kicks in all that stuff. They're still revisiting some of it. So I understand what Jack is saying, and if you want to get multiple people, I don't know how you can do it at this point, then from what she's saying. You would have to have individual grows and individual permits.
From what I understood, the state is, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's people in the audience probably know better than I do, that you are going to be issued a license to an individual and a location, and neither are transferable, or do you have to go back and get a different license or different location if you should change a location? You got to go back and redo that license.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to.
You can have what the state's calling a premises. So you could have multiple premises on a parcel. So you could have multiple registrations on a parcel under the state code. So
Wasn't that what we just discussed? And you said,
well, I think we got confused on terminology, I think, here. So you could have multiple registrants on a parcel. Each one would require a separate registration, and each one would require a separate state license.
okay.
And we can restrict that to a single registrant per parcel. That's within our purview. I think what Jack was suggesting was that we could have more than one registrant as long as the total canopy didn't exceed 22,000 square feet.
Well, what I was trying to get to was the co-location premise, 50 premises. And Supervisor Tuffanelli, different opinion, but yeah, I was trying to figure out some way to do this.
So Supervisor Tuffanelli, you're still sticking that to 50 people?
Well, here's if that's the case, then you would have to issue individual permits for each one of those small grows located on this one lot.
Right.
And the state would have to issue a license to each one of those grows on each one of those sites. Okay. So if that's the case, as long as it's on 50 acres or more, and the total canopy of those sites is all in one congregated area, not there, and this, there, and there, over here, and wherever, and it doesn't exceed 22,000 square feet, then it's basically the same thing, but you have multiple owners. Is that correct?
That can be done under the state regulations.
So that's what I'm getting at. Okay. If that's the case, then it satisfies what I'm saying. It's still 50, going to be capped at 50, but this site, it'll be 50 parcels.
50 parcels, okay.
And no more growing than 22,000 square feet, as if one guy was growing on 50 acres or more.
So we're going to have to change B then from persons to parcels.
If you had Supervisor Tuffanelli, if you had 100 acres
That's on
And we had
page
50 acres as the
page 10
minimum.
up here.
Would you be willing to entertain
Gary's.
One parcel.
one parcel, 100 acres?
On Gary's, on this
We
one.
have,
No, it has to be separated by parcels. 50 acres or
50 parcels.
Or,
And you can have,
Ma'am,
Chair, ma'am, please.
this is at the board level.
This is a board discussion. I appreciate your efforts, but we have to keep it amongst ourselves. Thank you.
so Gary, do you agree then to change it from 50 persons to 50 parcels? Okay.
So
As long as we maintain the integrity of what I was talking about.
So we're going to strike,
22,000 on 50 acres or more.
so we'll strike persons or entities and replace that with parcels. You understand that? Is that correct?
Yes, and we'll make sure the language.
since we're talking about parcel size, is there anything magic to 50? I know there's a lot more pieces that are 40s. 50's kind of an odd number.
50 was what I had discussions with and I felt was a large enough size to deal with any of surrounding neighbors or surrounding housing or other things that we were getting complaints about. I felt it was large enough to get a 500-foot setback. And if you want to go larger, you can go larger. But I felt that was the minimum that would satisfy a major number of complaints that I've received, and I'm sure other supervisors have received too. So it was I put a lot of thought into it and looked at maps and 500 feet to get around on a lot of 50 acre parcels, and felt that was the minimum that would meet the setbacks that I felt were needed to deal with a lot of the problems that we were getting from neighbors in the groves areas. So that's where I'm at, where I came up with the 50.
Supervisor Tofinelli, the 500-foot number is a pretty solid number with you.
No, there's a chance, if you read this and you look at it, there's a chance for some variances in it.
Okay.
Depending on what lots you butt up to and what's on the lots that abut to it. If you read the ordinance, Julie and I and Peter went through it, and if you're adjoining a residential or RA lot, then you need 500-foot setbacks. If you're abutting any other, which Mr. Bolger brought up earlier, and I tried to explain to him earlier, if you're abutting any other AP, A1, unzoned, general forestry or whatever, and there's a structure near that property line, then you need to get 500 feet back. But if there's no structure and you're butting up against APA1 or whatever, you can apply for a variance to cut into that setback because there's nobody there for you to bother.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's a 6 o'clock hour. I'd like to poll the board and staff. Do you want to continue till 8 o'clock, or do you want to come back on Thursday? I know we've made some progress. I feel it's been a long day. A lot of folks have been here. I think we'll probably be more productive if we come back on Thursday, in my opinion.
I'll have to agree with that. We haven't gone that far.
Right.
Yeah, because we'll be here till 8, and we're going to have to come back again anyway.
Right.
So let's just do it. Good day.
Staff, is that agreeable with you?
That's fine, your call.
And I know we'll
And we'll maybe give a little
And we
chance
can
to
contact them.
organize the discussion a little bit better.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be, and I'm sure that staff will agree with me on this side of the diocese. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue this meeting. It'll be continued till Thursday of this week, 8 o'clock here in the board chambers. 9 o'clock, I'm sorry, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Thursday morning here.
Happy winter solstice.
Oh, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, wait. Ladies and gentlemen,